The young man with that utterly despairing expression plastered all over his face. That's our main character Han Si-ha. And the reason for that look? Well, just 5 seconds ago he was your average, well-behaved, straight-laced young man. But 5 seconds later, the guy realized he had transmigrated into a freaking novel. And as if that wasn't bad enough, it just had to be at the exact moment when he was about to join a group of dark mages. Now, here's the thing: if this little initiation goes smoothly, Han Si has basically guaranteed to get wiped off the face of the earth by the novel's protagonists later. But if he bolts and tries to run now, the dark mages won't hesitate to send him to the afterlife immediately. Talk about being stuck between a rock and a hard place. Thankfully, at the most critical moment, a blood-red system window popped up to save his sorry life. But to really understand how things got this bad, we've got to rewind a bit. There's an old saying: reincarnation is like a spinning wheel. You could come back as a dog, a pig, heck, even a cockroach crawling across the floor. So, if you happen to be reborn as a human, congratulations, you've basically won the cosmic lottery. And yeah, turns out I won that lottery. Compared to my past life where I worked myself into the ground, this time's honestly not so bad. Well, almost. See, the body I reincarnated into, it belongs to a side character from this dark, depressing novel I used to like. Specifically, a guy who gets killed off by a pitiful villain in Chapter 1. A hopeless idiot by the name of Han Si-ha. From Han Si-ha's perspective, the situation's downright tragic. He's an F-rank trainee with no talent whatsoever, obsessed with dark magic, currently dabbling in it like some edgy teenager. Because of his small-minded personality, he never makes it past training and eventually, he gets himself killed. His stats: pathetic. Magic power 45. Strength 13. Intelligence 20. Awareness 17. Charm 4. Personality neutral evil. After reading that, Si-ha couldn't help but bury his face in his hands, groaning in despair. Oh my god, why did I have to land in this dumpster fire of a character? It's bad enough being a brainless villain, but the timing couldn't be worse. The sound of pigs squealing almost like cursed asthma echoed in the background. This was a hideout for dark mages. And the situation? Well, it couldn't be more awkward. In this world, Han Si-ha was born with some innate magical power. But thanks to his complete lack of practical skills, the prestigious Ardell Academy had rejected him. That's when he turned bitter and, in a moment of poor life decisions, sought out the dark mages. Right now, standing ahead of him, one of the dark mages finally spoke. "Who's this?" the mage asked in a low voice. Someone nearby answered for him. "There's a kid asking to join. Says he came from Ardell Academy." "Oh? If he's from Ardell, he might actually be useful," the mage mused. Hearing that, Si-ha could only force a stiff, funeral-like smile onto his face. Then, the mage asked again, "You know the initiation process, right?" "Yeah, of course," Si-ha replied quickly. As someone who had read the novel, this scene wasn't unfamiliar at all. He knew exactly what came next. They'd drain his blood for some creepy ceremony, make him swear loyalty to dark magic, and after that, there'd be no turning back. Of course he knew how this worked. And the worst part? It wouldn't be long before the Dark Mage Association he was about to join would become notorious for its cruelty and corruption, until they were completely wiped out by the story's protagonists. And if Han Si-ha got caught up with them, well, it wouldn't be long before the heroes came knocking, and he'd be the first to go. In that moment, Si-ha knew following that guy around wasn't an option. He needed to figure out how to escape this den of dark mages immediately. Just as that thought crossed his mind, as if the universe had been eavesdropping on his inner panic, a mechanical sound suddenly echoed in his ears. Ding! Switching to the perspective of character Han Si-ha, synchronization 10%, 70%, synchronization complete. Recommendation: escape from the dark mages. A blood-red warning screen popped up right in front of his face, catching him completely off guard. But before he could even process what was happening, a loud crashing noise suddenly rang out from somewhere nearby, snapping the whole group's attention in that direction. "What was that sound?" someone asked. "Something happening in the basement?" Another voice chimed in. "I'll go check." "If you value your life, stay right here," the dark mage warned Si-ha before running off to investigate. And that's when it hit him: this was his golden opportunity to get the hell out of this cursed place. Now's the time run. Si-ha thought to himself, and without wasting another second, he bolted. He ran like his life depended on it, which, to be fair, it absolutely did. After what felt like an eternity of running, lungs burning, legs aching like hell, Sia finally stopped to catch his breath. He had no idea where he'd ended up, only that he'd somehow climbed pretty high up from the basement levels. Breathing heavily, he muttered to himself, "I've made it up quite a bit, but where's the exit?" A faint light glowed ahead. It was getting closer, a sign he was headed the right way. "There it is," he exclaimed as his eyes locked onto a heavy door up ahead. But of course, because his luck was trash, the door was locked tight. And just as he was about to rush over, a voice echoed nearby, forcing Sia to duck behind a stone pillar to avoid being seen. "What's going on?" one person asked. "A kid escaped from the basement," another answered. "Said he came from Ardil Academy. Could he be a spy?" someone speculated. Peeking out carefully, Sia saw that the two people who'd been talking were already gone. He didn't waste time thinking about them. Instead, he focused on the door and desperately tried to push it open. But with his weak, noodle-like body, the damn thing didn't budge an inch. "This is ridiculous, it won't even move," he muttered, trembling with frustration. He had no choice but to stop and think for once. In this situation, the only thing he could truly rely on was his memory. Even a hopeless extra like Han Sia had that going for him. "I need to figure something out." Han Sia had no talent for light magic, but he had been born with an absurd amount of mana. The problem? He simply didn't know how to control or properly use it. In other words, if he could just get a grip on it, he had a chance. He remembered when the novel's protagonist, Li Han, first learned magic. They told him to focus his energy at his fingertips. Taking a deep breath, Sia concentrated, guiding the energy into the palm of his hand. A faint glow appeared on his skin. "Please, work," he whispered under his breath, channeling the energy toward the chains securing the door. But it still wasn't enough. The chains rattled but held firm. "Figures I'm doing it right, but my skills are garbage," Sia thought, panting like an exhausted dog. Just then, soft footsteps echoed behind him, making Sia whip his head around in panic. "Crap, it's a dead end," he thought, anxiety tightening in his chest. But when he saw the source of those footsteps, his fear completely vanished. It was an adorable little creature that looked suspiciously like a baby dragon. Before he could even question what the heck a tiny dragon was doing here, the little thing crawled right up to him with the friendliest expression imaginable. Without thinking, Sia reached down and scooped it up, staring at it with wide eyes. "A reptile, looks like a baby dragon. But what's it doing here? And why is it so attached to me?" he wondered. "There's no way I can take care of it. I can barely take care of myself," he muttered under his breath. And as if it completely understood human language, the little dragon's face immediately crumpled in shock. Its big eyes welled up with tears, on the verge of letting out a loud, heart-wrenching wail. Thankfully, Sia reacted just in time, clamping his hand over the dragon's mouth in a flustered panic. "Oh my god, you're gonna get us both caught," he whispered nervously. "And besides, I really shouldn't adopt something I can't even take responsibility for." But his brain kicked into gear a second later. "Wait a sec, in this situation, can I actually use this creature's power to escape?" Right on cue, the system's cold, mechanical voice chimed in. Attributes have been synchronized based on the owner's personality. Charm increased. Charm increased. Charm increased. Taming skill activated. Would you like to tame the suspicious creature? The suspicious creature seems quite fond of you. Additional information level, 2 magic power, 50 strength, 60 stamina, 35 intelligence, 10 fire affinity, L.1. Seeing this, a look of mild concern crept across Sia's face. If my personality from my previous life got transferred over, wait a minute, shouldn't there be like a button to accept or something? The system wasn't exactly being clear about that. Taming skill activated. Would you like to tame the suspicious creature? The system asked again, snapping Sia's attention back to the present. Do I have to say it out loud? Like one of those cheesy protagonists from a novel, he thought, cringing slightly. Well, when it came to taming, he actually did have some experience. His own personal technique first, create a sense of safety, then build trust. With that in mind, Sia cleared his throat and awkwardly spoke, "Trust me." The moment the words left his mouth, he felt like an absolute idiot. But thankfully, the system chimed in with a notification: taming successful. At the same time, the little dragon floated up from his hands, its entire body glowing with a soft, dazzling light. "That's it. Just like that," Sia muttered to himself. Guess I'll figure out the rest later. Just as he thought that, both his eyes and the baby dragons glowed with matching golden light, as if they were suddenly in sync. All right, little lizard, Siha whispered with determination, your first order, open that lock. Hearing the command, the tiny dragon obediently floated toward the door, sank its sharp teeth into the chain, and to Siha's utter shock snapped it clean in half. No way, it actually worked. Siha gawked. Nice job, lizard, he praised with genuine amazement as the little dragon proceeded to casually swallow the chain whole. Turning back to Siha, its eyes practically sparkled with pride. Alright, just open the door now and I'm out here, Siha thought excitedly, his heart racing in anticipation. But before he could move, another set of footsteps echoed nearby, instantly wiping the excitement off his face. Footsteps. Sia's heart skipped a beat as he cautiously glanced over his shoulder. A voice called out. A little rat's hiding around here. Siha internally groaned. Ugh, everything was going so smoothly. Damn it, think. Siha screamed inside his head, forcing his brain to churn as hard as it could. In this desperate moment, somehow, an idea sparked. The very first defensive spell taught at the academy, a smoke screen to hide one's presence. Even someone as talentless with magic as Sia had managed to learn it. He'd never actually used it before, but now he focused, gathering energy at his fingertips and imagining filling the entire cavern with pure white smoke. Slowly, a soft golden glow began to emanate from the tips of his fingers. Please, I'm going to atone for all the terrible things you did in that other life. So just work, Sia silently prayed. And it seemed the heavens had heard his plea, because right then, the spell kicked in. A thick mist began to spray from his fingertips, shooting straight toward the two dark mages ahead. Coughing violently, they staggered back, forced to pause their assault. Success. Sia cheered quietly to himself, relief flooding his chest. But the dark mages, furious and insulted, snarled in frustration. That brat actually used such a cheap trick. Not wanting to waste time on their anger, Sia knew this wasn't the moment to celebrate. He dashed toward the door, desperate to escape. Yet, as always with a minor villain like him, nothing came easy. Just as his fingers grazed the door, a shadowy purple arm suddenly shot out, grabbing his neck with an iron grip, freezing him in place. You really thought you could escape this easily? A cold voice hissed in his ear. The grip tightened mercilessly, dragging Sia down to the ground. I can't breathe, is this the end? Hopelessness washed over him. The dark mage looming over him muttered ominously. Give up now, and I'll grant you a quick death. Turning back towards Siha, the words from the dark mage were like a death sentence. In the end, it's just death, he thought bitterly. He's going to finish me off for sure. He couldn't see the enemy hidden within the thick smoke, and there was no counterspell Siha knew to break through the dark magic. That left only one wild card, the little creature by his side. Thinking this through, Sia clung to it like a last-ditch lifeline and spoke aloud. Hey, if you really want to get out of here with me, I'm sorry, but with my poor taming skills, I'll have to control you. So please. As he said this, a golden light sparked in his eyes, linking with the baby dragon before him. Then, without giving the dark mage a moment to react, the little dragon suddenly changed expression. In an instant, it soared into the air and blasted a pillar of flame straight at the dark mage, who screamed in agony. Thanks to that fiery attack, the purple spectral hand controlling Sia vanished, freeing him from its grip. Too hot to handle. The dark mage cried out in panic, still struggling to comprehend what had just struck him. Turning toward his little dragon companion, Sia noticed it quickly flew back to his side, clearly trying to claim credit for the rescue. I can't believe you actually pulled that off. I owe you one, Sia muttered, grinning. Like I promised, you're coming with me. But first, let's get the hell out of here. With no one left blocking their way, Siha and the little fire dragon easily escaped the dark lair. Outside, a scorching desert stretched endlessly under a blazing sun. Shielding his eyes, Sia scanned the harsh landscape, thinking, feels like we've been wandering this desert for hours, and there's not a soul in sight. He glanced over at his little companion, who looked like it was melting under the heat. Not sure if this really counts as a fire dragon, its fire resistance seems pretty weak. Just then, fortune smiled on the pair. Up ahead, Sia spotted a horse-drawn carriage, and the driver noticed them too. Without hesitation, Sia hurried over with the little dragon and called out, Excuse me. Can you give me a ride, please? The old man driving didn't immediately agree but instead asked, Got any money? Wait, what? Sia fumbled, patting his pockets frantically. Then he pulled out a yellow card and asked hopefully, "Can I just put it on credit?" As he held up the card, his mind raced. Being a kid sponsored by Ardell Academy, the driver might think it's some nonsense, or maybe he'd accept it. Fortunately, luck was on his side. The old man seemed to recognize the card and nodded, saying calmly, "Hop on." Both Siha and his little dragon grinned from ear to ear. "Thank you so much," Sia said, gently tossing the baby dragon onto the carriage as they climbed aboard. The old man glanced over toward the destination Siha wanted to reach and asked, "So, where exactly do you want to go?" Hearing the question, Sia's face tightened with hesitation. Even though he was on the run, the dark mages could still track him down. They probably didn't want any information about him leaking out. If he was discovered, he'd be dealt with immediately, no second chances. He had no other choice. Although many wanted to get rid of him, the safest place right now was the very stage of the novel he'd been reincarnated into. Taking a deep breath, Sia finally said, "Please take me to Ardell Academy." And just like that, the carriage carrying the unlikely duo began its journey toward Ardell Academy. Cut to the grand gates of the academy, where a woman's voice began to echo through the courtyard. "Truly, every time I see it, I'm amazed." This beautiful professor was none other than Selen, the second-year associate professor at Ardell Academy. As she gazed upon the magnificent architecture before her, a rush of excitement welled up inside her chest. Luxurious marble floors, elegant chandeliers, even the very atmosphere, the students' uniforms carried an air of solemn dignity. But then, what the hell was that? Her expression froze in bewilderment. Through her eyes, she saw a young man dragging a rickety old cart into the academy grounds. His clothes were filthy, disheveled, and he looked utterly destitute. In this sacred place, how could there be such a loser student? She was utterly shocked by the sight. Next, Professor Selen began stroking her chin thoughtfully. Who would dare to stain the honor of Ardell Academy on the very first day of the semester? The more she thought about it, the wider her eyes grew as she scanned the crowd to spot which student had the nerve to do such a thing. Then she caught sight of Siha, awkwardly trying to tuck the little fire dragon inside his shirt. Instantly, her gaze sharpened with recognition. Ah, so it's him, Han Siha, the innate magic talentless kid who's about to be expelled. Back to Siha, he suddenly felt a pair of eyes piercing into him. He looked up, noticing it was likely one of the academy professors. A bit nervous, he bowed slightly and stammered, Am I going to die?" "Just a little," Selen replied coldly, while thinking to herself, "If it were anyone else, I'd have scolded them already. But I don't have time to waste on a loser like this. Whatever, it's not worth my concern anyway. That kid's actually kind of scary. Heard he practices dark magic every night using life-size dolls. Nothing good will come from being involved with him." With that, she gave Siha a light pat on the shoulder and said, "Get to class now." Sia smiled brightly and answered, "Thank you, Professor. I'll make sure to come earlier next time," before hurrying off. That smile of his left the professor momentarily stunned. "Alright, it's the second year now. The atmosphere feels completely different," she thought silently. Cut to the lecture hall. As usual, the moment Sia stepped inside, all eyes turned toward him. "Is that Han Siha?" Same gloomy look as always. "I heard he came in a carriage today. Damn, why does this have to happen on the first day of the semester? Is he seriously not going to drop out?" Siha wondered silently. Meanwhile, other students clustered, whispering about him. "That's Han Siha, right? How dare he show up late on the very first day? At least he got here before the professor. How is he even allowed in class? Wasn't he supposed to fail? Probably begged to pass," they muttered, unaware that every single word floated directly into Siha's ears, not missing a single syllable. Even he was a bit curious about this Han Siha guy. Maybe his family bribed someone, or some professor saw potential in his overwhelming magic power, and gave him a recommendation letter. But hey, he did make it to second year, so it's not entirely wrong. Shaking his head, he pushed the thoughts away. Forget it. I just need to figure out how to survive in this broken novel world. As the students waited for the teacher to enter, Sia began focusing and reassessing his own goals. First, he boiled down his survival objectives into 2 simple points. Number 1, live quietly and peacefully here. Han Siha was a third-rate villain, both violent and useless, destined to be brutally buried alive by the protagonists. Although the exact details of his death remained unclear, since he was the bad guy, it was still a worrying fate. Not knowing why he would be murdered, Siha resolved to live quietly and cautiously. He'd rather endure overwork twice over than be buried alive. Number 2, graduate safely from the academy. Why? Because he still needed to make a living in this world. Han Si-ha came from a wealthy family, but his antics had nearly gotten him disowned. In truth, a diploma from Ardell Academy would be a much safer retirement plan. Graduates from Ardell were always in high demand. Merchants would kneel before them, begging to hire them. Instead of getting caught up in battles with the protagonists and meeting his doom as in the original novel, Si-ha planned to live as a normal student, quietly avoiding any divine flags that might appear. Clenching his fists tightly, he silently reinforced his determination. At that moment, the door suddenly swung open, and a man stepped inside. The entire group of students greeted him in unison, "Good morning, Professor." They then whispered among themselves anxiously, "Is that Professor Grint? He's in charge of the second year, right?" Si-ha looked closely at the man's face, and was 100% sure. This was definitely him, the professor in charge of the second year entrance exam, Professor Grint of the Magic Department. "I heard Professor Grint's exam isn't easy. His presence alone is intimidating," someone whispered nervously. Si-ha grinned widely. "Oh yeah, now I remember. Even the main character Lee Han struggled with Grint's exam." Cut to the professor, who tapped his staff firmly on the floor and said, "Silence please. The second year class this year looks promising. I've already spotted some outstanding students." Of course, because all the main characters were in second year, Si-ha thought with a smile. But with the rising difficulty of the classes, it also meant surviving here would get harder for Han Si-ha. His position in the academy was becoming increasingly precarious. Ardell Academy trained students from ages 14 to 19, with a rigorous 6-year program renowned for its strict curriculum. The competition was fierce, turning the place into a survival arena where only 10% of students would graduate with honorable results. Thinking this, Si-ha let out a heavy sigh, feeling utterly discouraged. This is too hard. How am I supposed to compete with the main characters? In the original novel, Han Si-ha had rapidly advanced by using dark magic, but since he'd decided to live peacefully, that method was no longer practical. Across the room, unaware of Si-ha's inner thoughts, Professor Grint continued speaking. "Of course, some students will fall below standard. Starting in the second year, those without ability won't be able to continue." As he spoke, the professor casually glanced towards Si-ha, as if hinting at him. Naturally, Si-ha noticed the look. Did he just look at me? Putting that aside, the professor went on to explain further. "Now, I will announce the entrance exam schedule." He tapped his staff hard against the floor for the second time. Immediately, a translucent sheet appeared before all the students in the classroom. On it were written the instructions: "Based on your experience, choose 3 subjects and take both written and practical exams." Looking at the professor's requirements, Si-ha began thinking to himself, did he just project that notice with illusion magic? An illusion this precise? Is this the magic standard here at Ardell Academy? Still, students could freely choose their exam subjects, meaning anyone could pick the subjects they were good at and breeze through, right? Si-ha guessed. But almost immediately he dismissed the thought. No way, Grint's exam is that easy right from the start. As expected, after the students finished reading, the professor explained in more detail. "Now I'll explain the subject selection process. Each subject has a limited number of slots, filled on a first-come, first-served basis. The order of selection will be decided by a random draw." As he said this, he pulled out a box of lottery balls, which made Si-ha's mind go blank. Seriously? Drawing lots at a magic academy? That sounds so uncultured. But from Professor Grint's perspective, nothing was fairer than luck. "I will personally draw the balls with the students' names to determine the selection order," he said, reaching into the box as the students above watched anxiously. Si-ha sighed quietly. "We really have to leave this all to chance here. Since I know almost nothing about magic, I have to get an early pick if I want a shot at a subject I can at least try. Damn it. I almost got killed just running away from those dark wizards." Back to Professor Grint, he pulled out a ball, looked at the name written on it, and announced, "The first student to choose subjects is Han Si-ha." As he said this, he turned the ball around so everyone could see the name clearly on its surface. After saying that, the professor turned to Si-ha and asked, "You're Han Si-ha, right?" Hearing this, Si-ha quickly stood up and replied, "Yes, sir." He breathed a quiet sigh of relief inside. "I'm saved." Then, a list of available courses appeared before him, giving him the chance to register and also to show off his experience a little. Since I'm still not used to controlling mana, I'll skip the practical heavy classes, he thought. Let's also cross out any classes that don't appear in the original story, and the really tough ones. Good heavens, why are these class names so hard to remember? Scanning the list, Sia spotted a class called Hydrology and Ritual Studies. It looked difficult, but out of everything he'd seen so far, it was the easiest. Plus, it was mostly theoretical, so memorizing it might be doable. Without hesitation, he quickly signed up for it. Unbeknownst to him, the students nearby started quietly chuckling among themselves. Hey, he chose hydrology? Seriously? Let him be, he's just clearing the way for us. Thanks for the free points, buddy. Ignoring the whispers, Sia calmly studied the list again to pick his next 2 subjects. If they really knew who I am, this would be how they treat me anyway, he thought. Better pick the other 2 quickly and sit down. As he scanned the list again, he suddenly paused. Wait, this subject looks promising. Time passed quickly. Cut to the library, where Sia was now researching more information. Before I get worked to death or trapped inside this novel, I was actually a veterinary intern, he reminded himself. The 3 subjects he picked seemed related to his old field, veterinary studies. First, hydrology and ritual studies, which applied the world's unique hydrology principles. But I should be able to apply the math formulas I know. Next came monster anatomy, basic taming, and behavioral studies. He felt a bit nervous, but since he'd brought along the little companion, he needed to make the best of it. Sia glanced over at the little fire dragon poking its head out from his bag, gasping for air like it almost suffocated inside. Poor little guy. Before the dragon could complain, Sia shoved its head back into the bag, making the fire dragon cry out in protest, not here. Not now. There are way too many eyes watching me. If a baby dragon suddenly appears while I'm still barely able to control my mana, that's just asking for suspicion. With that thought, Sia gave up on studying in the library and headed off somewhere else. Cut to a dim hallway. This was the underground training dungeon of Ardell Academy. I've got the basic theory down, now it's time to synchronize the taming process, Sia quietly planned in his mind. Then, he approached a staff member guarding the area and requested a ticket to the beginner training room. Oh yes, I've confirmed it, the young female attendant nodded. Then, she noticed the little dragon beside Sia and hesitated for a moment. Even though it was just a baby dragon, bringing it into the beginner training room required some formalities. Please provide the names of the 2 people entering, she asked. I'm Han Sia, a second-year student, and this little guy's name is Sia, faltered, realizing he didn't actually know the dragon's name. He turned to the creature and asked, "What's your name?" From below, the little dragon scratched its ear with a confused expression and looked up at Sia, as if saying, "You don't know either?" Which made Sia feel just as clueless. "You want me to name you? Huh?" The dragon chirped in agreement. Strangely, Sia somehow understood the meaning. "You want a cool name," Sia murmured. "How about Yongari?" The little dragon instantly showed its displeasure, glaring sharply. Sia quickly reconsidered and tried another name. "How about Carchodontosaurus?" That was the coolest name back in the day, but the dragon hissed, baring its sharp claws as if ready to shred him apart at any moment. Seeing its fierce red eyes, Sia got a little intimidated. Okay, that's not good either, he admitted. "Wow, you're picky," Sia joked. "Alright then, how about Basilisk?" The moment Sia said this, the little dragon instantly transformed into a puppy-like state, eyes shining with eager anticipation. Its sudden shift in attitude made Sia a bit dizzy. It really knows itself too well, he thought. Turning back to the attendant, after seeing the 2 had come to an agreement, she said, "Alright, I'll register it under the name Basilisk. Only 2 people can enter the training room at a time, and there's currently 1 person inside." She then pointed to a wall lined with weapons nearby. Just a glance was enough for Sia to recognize the collection as a pile of junk. That's awful, he thought. But since it's free, I shouldn't be picky. I should be grateful for whatever they give me. With that in mind, Sia grabbed a shield and a wooden stick from the rack, nodded, and said, "I'm ready." "Alright then, I'll open the gate to the beginner training room." Han Sia, second year, and Basilisk, go on in, the voice said. As soon as the words left, the gate before Sia suddenly lit up brightly. Upon stepping inside, he realized he was standing in the middle of a forest. His eyes widened in disbelief at the incredible realism. No way, the quality is insane. Moving deeper into the forest, Sia soon spotted several cube-shaped stones of different colors. They looked like slimes. Though low-level monsters, did they really have to look so sloppy? He sighed in frustration, then turned to Basilisk. Anyway, Basilic, look at those cubes. Let's blow them away, Sia said calmly. The little dragon trembled at first, or at least it seemed so. But after 3 seconds of charging into battle, its demeanor completely changed. The timid creature was gone, replaced by a dragon awakening to its instincts, swimming freely in its element. With Basilic like this, I should get some training too, Sia thought as he turned away, letting the dragon enjoy itself. Just a few steps later, a growl suddenly echoed from nearby, followed by something charging straight at Sia. Luckily, he noticed in time and raised his shield to block the attack. Damn it, what's going on? Why are there so many? He gritted his teeth, looking at the horde of slimes in front of him, determined to wipe them all out at once. At the same time, Basilic finished off the slime it was fighting and turned back to Sia. Basilic, you're warmed up now, right? Do the same thing again, blow those gummies away, Sia ordered. Hearing this, Basilic hopped onto Sia's arm, then gathered its fiery breath, and shot out a large jet of fire aimed straight at the slime horde. The slimes turned into roasted gooey messes in seconds. 3 seconds later, the daring slimes that had attacked Sia were reduced to ashes before his astonished eyes. After the attack, Basilic hurried back proudly, and Sia smiled warmly. Great job. Let's keep going, finish them off, he praised. Time passed quickly. Half a day later the two of them were exhausted and could barely move. Are we done yet? Sia groaned. He started thinking. Switching between taming Basilic and practicing offensive magic was truly exhausting. Looking over at Basilic lying like a dead pig beside him, he sighed again. For a dragon to obey a human this much, I should treat it to something tasty. Before he could finish the thought, a sudden scream echoed through the forest, snapping him out of his fatigue. This doesn't feel right. Hearing the cry, Sia and Basilic quickly looked up and turned toward the sound. They saw someone kneeling before a wolf. Oh God, don't mess around. Hurry up and catch those slimes. A helpless voice called out. Meanwhile, the wolf seemed more interested in digging a hole than attacking. Sia looked at the person's face and realized he had no idea who this was. Hey, get up. The girl continued to command, but it seemed her orders were as effective as throwing a bun at a dog. The black hellhound didn't listen to her at all. Meanwhile, Sia, standing nearby, couldn't help but smile at the scene. Isn't that a hellhound? He really shouldn't treat it like that. Just as Sia thought, the dog completely ignored her and ran off to play, which only made the girl more frustrated. Hey, sit down. Where do you think you're going? Come back here right now, she shouted loudly, then angrily started chasing after her pet. Where did it run off to? Just wait. If I catch you, everyone will know your smell, she muttered, clenching her fists, thinking about teaching the dog a lesson in boxing once she caught it. Not long after, the girl suddenly heard a sound ahead. Good boy, good boy. Stay there, lie down, good. Hearing this, she hurried forward and pushed aside some bushes, only to find a young man happily petting the hellhound. She blinked in surprise. Is that Han Sia from second year? Sia, without even looking up, knew the owner of the dog had arrived, so he called out, Is this hellhound yours? I've been watching it for a while. But that's not how you tame a hellhound. What? The girl asked in confusion. To explain, Sia gently stroked the hellhound, which immediately grinned widely. Then he said, You seem really upset. If the tamer gets agitated, the hellhound will only get more agitated. His words froze the girl in place. What? Han Sia is giving me advice. To understand this better, a little background on the girl. Ardell Academy, the most prestigious school of the Adela Empire, where no mage ranks below 3rd class. Though she was a commoner often ignored despite natural talent, very few could match her skills. But due to the random lottery system for course selection, she got stuck with her weakest subject, basic taming. Yes, I know my taming skills are poor. That's why I'm here to practice. But my opponent is Han Sia, a guy who couldn't even tame a slime in his first year. Rumor has it he's obsessed with dark magic. I even saw him sinking into despair. But what on earth was going on? She screamed inside her head, staring as her hellhound lay completely on its back in front of Sia. Unable to resist her curiosity, she finally asked, How did you do that? In response to her question, Sia calmly explained, It's simple. It seems to have calmed down now. Just lead it away. Hearing that, she gently picked up the hellhound and thanked him quietly. Thank you. Her voice carried a hint of embarrassment, but Sia didn't pay much attention to that. Instead he asked, But why a hellhound? It's quite a tough one for a first taming subject. This is a difficult creature, so its score will be very high. I have to rank first in the basic taming exam. Adela explained, and somehow, after hearing this, the old man standing nearby casually blurted out, "Oh, I thought you liked mud baths." On the other side, the moment Saiha finished speaking, Adela's eyes rolled back like a raging lion. Damn it, is Han-Si-ha always like this? She thought. He's a noble but talks so casually with me, a commoner. And what's that by his side? Is that a baby dragon? He's only in second year but already tames a dragon and carries it around? This Han-Si-ha I knew is completely different. Maybe this isn't so bad. I might even learn a few tricks on taming hellhounds. Thinking this, both of them stopped walking, and Adela asked, "Is this where you live?" "Ah yes," Siha replied quickly. Then she pushed aside some branches blocking the view ahead and discovered a cluster of slimes had gathered there. Looks like they've resurrected after almost being wiped out. This is the training ground. One hit and they're done, Adela said as she drew her sword. This action was like a provocation to the slimes, which immediately charged at her all at once. Adela calmly swung her sword behind her, assuming a baseball batting stance. As the red slime came into striking range, she swung with all her might, sending the slime flying like a cannonball. The strike was so powerful it left a deep trench in the ground. Saiha, witnessing this force, looked ahead in shock and said, "So violent. You like burying things alive, huh? Or maybe I should bury you with them." Adela snapped angrily. Before she could say more, something suddenly zipped past her face. A slime flying towards Adela caught her off guard, and exploded mid-air. The one responsible was of course Siha. "It's running behind you," Sia shouted, making her a little embarrassed. "Of course I know." "Whatever, let's go, Basil," Sia said, turning away with his little buddy. Meanwhile, the swordswoman watched their retreating backs and thought, "Actually, I didn't even notice a monster sneaking up from behind. The precision of that magic arrow wasn't that of a beginner either. Just who is this guy?" Suddenly, the sky above them darkened, causing both to feel a bit uneasy. "Has this trap always been here in the dungeon?" Siha asked. Adela replied uncertainly, "I'm not sure." Then, the ground beneath their feet started trembling for no apparent reason. In another scene, at the principal's office, a staff member burst in, panicked. "Principal, urgent. There's trouble at the beginner's training ground in the dungeon." Hearing this, the principal quickly stood up. "Oh no, it's a magical malfunction. Who's down in the dungeon right now?" he asked anxiously. The staff member in front immediately reported, "It's the second-year students Adela and Han-Si-ha, sir." Upon hearing this, the principal's face creased with worry. Gritting his teeth, he said, "That's bad. If it were Adela, she might be fine, but Han-Si-ha, it's probably too late for him. A talentless nobody with nothing to offer has no chance of surviving in a malfunctioning dungeon." He continued calmly, "If there's an error in the dungeon's magical formula, the monsters will grow abnormally stronger and larger compared to the dungeon's intended level. Han-Si-ha's chances of survival are almost zero. It's best to prepare for the worst." Back with Saiha and his group, just as the principal predicted, the slime creatures, once small and weak, had suddenly grown enormous and were extremely difficult to deal with. The two of them were now surrounded by giant gummy monsters, with some already defeated, leaving behind piles of disgusting slime on the ground. Where the slime residue had fallen, the grass began to emit black smoke, causing Adela to roll her eyes in frustration. "Look at those mutated slimes burning the grass black and charred. No matter how many I take down, they just keep coming. Once I get out of here, I swear I'll never touch slime salad again," she shouted. Sai, hearing her mention slime salad, felt a bit unsettled. He glanced at the girl beside him and thought, even though we're being attacked by these slimes, she's strangely calm. Her taming skills are basic, but she uses magic at a high level. Could she actually be an earth element mage destined to become a great sorceress? "Adela, is that you?" But he quickly shook his head in denial. No way. That fierce Adela wouldn't be struggling in a beginner's training dungeon like this. And earth element magic is pretty common anyway. Most importantly, unlike in the original story, she seems kind-hearted. Sure, she can be a bit annoying, but she doesn't look down on the infamous loser Han-Si-ha. So she must be a good person, right? He wondered silently. As he pondered, Adela turned and complained, "Why are you nodding to yourself instead of fighting? You're really scary." Startled by her words, Sia snapped out of his thoughts and replied, "Nothing. I'm just calculating the time. If we count from when we entered the dungeon, it's been over 3 hours. But why haven't we heard anything? Don't they know we're stuck here? Looking up to the sky, he observed carefully. Adela explained in response, come to think of it, only about 30 minutes have passed outside. They designed the dungeon's internal time to run slower than outside, so we can train properly. Damn it, so that's how it is, Sia cursed silently in his mind before coming to a conclusion. So even if they discover what's going on and come to rescue us, we'll still have to hold out here for a few more hours. But if we have to keep holding on like this, it seems impossible. Turning to Adela, hearing Sia say such bad news, she couldn't hide the anger on her face. What? Why are you saying such unlucky things? Do you want us to just sit here and wait to die? Of course not. Hey, just buy me some time, Sia said, making her curious. Buy time for what? She asked. But the protagonist wasn't in the mood to explain much. You'll see. Just stop those slimes from coming any closer. It won't take long. Saying that, Sia hurried forward. His vague, half-explained answer annoyed her a lot. Hey, you want me to deal with all those slimes alone? What are you going to do then? Hansiha? Are you even listening to me? Hearing her shout, Sia kept walking forward without looking back. Adela's patience was running thin after being left out like this. If you can't fix the situation after I've exhausted my magic to stall, you're dead for sure, she threatened. Sia had just shrugged. Honestly, she wasn't a bad person. There was no way someone like her could be the cruel Adela from the stories. Next to him, the young boy Bin let out a few curious noises, as if asking Sia for instructions. Sia smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. I've got a plan. Fixing a faulty dungeon was actually part of the original storyline in SK. This scene was meant to highlight the difference in abilities between the protagonist, Lon, and Hansia. In that scene, Hansia had tried one particular method and failed miserably. Thinking about that, Sia parted the bushes in front of him and exclaimed happily, found it. He crouched down, plucked a handful of plants that looked like herbs, and turned to Bin. Hey kid, gather all the vines that look like these and bring them here. Upon hearing the order, the little dragon basin flapped its wings and soared off to carry out the task. This was how Sia planned to deal with the situation. It was true, in the original novel, Hansia used this method, and ended up being cursed by readers for life. But honestly, I never thought it was that bad, Sia mused to himself as he tightly gripped the bundle of vines and walked back toward Adela. While Sia was busy preparing, Adela was still struggling to fend off the massive slime monsters. She slashed down one of the bright green creatures in front of her, but her breathing grew labored. She could feel herself nearing her limits. I can't use any more magic, I'm at my breaking point. And that idiot Sia is still taking his sweet time, she gritted her teeth, frustration mounting. But just then, Sia's cheerful voice rang out, it's done. Hearing the familiar voice, Adela quickly turned around only to see Sia standing behind a barrier made entirely of the vines he had gathered. A barrier, she exclaimed. Sia, still grinning, waved her over. Get inside the barrier. Hurry up, those slimes are regenerating already. Move it. The method Sia was using was actually quite simple, set up a defensive barrier, then deal with the monsters outside. But in the original novel, Hansia overlooked two critical factors that was why he failed so pathetically. Fire and magic amplification. The Sia in the novel wasn't skilled in either area. But now, things were different. I can control both, Sia thought confidently. Cradling Basin with one arm, Sia raised his wand with the other. Magical energy spiraled into the air, forming a massive, glowing bow floating above him. It's working, all that's left is fire. Sia's lips curled into a satisfied grin as he turned to Bin. Alright, your turn, kid. A stream of glowing energy connected the two of them. Immediately Bin's small body radiated with a golden light, which flowed into the giant bow above. Burn them to ashes. Sia shouted, drawing the massive bowstring and aiming directly at the horde of giant slimes. The enchanted arrows soared into the sky, but before they even hit, they erupted midair, splitting into countless smaller arrows that rained down like a fiery storm. In mere seconds, the slime monsters were completely wiped out, reduced to puddles of liquefied goo all across the ground. Adela stood frozen, her eyes wide in disbelief. That useless Hansia from the novel did magic like this. Shiha, sensing her confusion, calmly explained, you buried the slime's remains all around here earlier. Their toxin reacts violently to fire magic. In situations like this, you just need to pour a little magic into the area, light it up, and nature does the rest. Adela's eyes grew even wider. You even made sure that firestorm wouldn't spread inside the barrier, didn't you? Exactly. These vines are fire resistant. Now that everything outside is taken care of, we can rest and wait for reinforcements. Honestly thought we were goners there for a second. Sia let out a relieved sigh. Meanwhile, Adela found herself lost in thought. Of all people, Han Siha was the one who saved me. The noble kids at Aiden Academy, they never cared whether commoners like her lived or died. What's his motive? She stared at Sia intently, as if trying to read something hidden beneath that infuriatingly confident face. Feeling her stare, Sia grew slightly nervous. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? Feeling a little grateful now, aren't you? Adela awkwardly averted her gaze. Maybe just a little. You did save my life after all, she mumbled, refusing to meet his eyes. Sia had been waiting for exactly that. His lips curled into a sly, mischievous grin. Perfect. Since you're feeling grateful, help me with one little thing. The glint in his eyes made it clear whatever that one little thing was, it probably wasn't so little. Over here, after looking at Siha's expression, Adela showed a hint of concern and said, Help? Help with what? If it's something I can do, sure. But if it's some weird request, I'm not sure I can help. Before she could finish, Sia quickly laid out his request. Keep this a secret, okay? That I've tamed your hellhound, caught those slimes, and created a barrier with vines. All that happened today. Please keep it under wraps. It was a simple request, but it made Adela puzzled. Why? Something about him didn't sit right. Who exactly was this guy? She stared at Siha as he busily gathered mana stones dropped by the defeated slimes. Meanwhile, the cleanup of the dungeon was handled somewhat vaguely. Although the professors were confused about why a malfunction happened inside the dungeon, they still rewarded the students who cleared it without serious injury, even reporting the incident to the principal's office. Back to Siha, he was now tired and slumped into a chair, thinking. If he could accumulate enough items, they would be useful for graduation day. But that wasn't the most important thing now. With that thought, Siha glanced at his little companion and called out, Basilisk, come here. Hearing his voice, the little dragon Basilisk happily ran up and chirped a few times. Siha began checking his info again. Basilisk attracts a cheerful red dragon who loved cheese, very friendly with his owner. Attributes, level 5, mana 53, strength 63, agility 38, intelligence 13, fire attribute level 3, magic defense, poison resistance level 2. Seeing this, Siha relaxed a little. Good, the fire skill has improved a lot after all those times breathing fire inside the dungeon. Also, the poison resistance must have developed after facing those corrupted slimes. But then Siha's thoughts turned uneasy as he recalled Basilisk's origin. I don't know what those dark mages were raising down in the basement. This little guy isn't just any dragon, but a young dragon with excellent talent, amazing growth speed, great breath control, and abundant mana, monster dominating in every aspect. And now he's in my hands. I have to raise him right. With that in mind, Sia said, I've gone through so much hardship taking care of you. Do you know what this is? He pulled out a mana stone from his bag and continued. This is a slime mana stone. Looks tasty, huh? Want to try some? He smiled, tempting the little dragon, thinking to himself that while the short-haired girl treated this stuff like trash, in the original story, it was actually a very valuable item. Across from him, the little dragon Basilisk seemed to read Siha's thoughts perfectly. Immediately the little guy put on a very displeased face, causing Sia to try hard to persuade him. Why? It really tastes good. Just try it once. If you don't try, you'll never know how it tastes. Right? Of course, Sia hadn't tried it himself. No way I'm eating that, even if it kills me, he thought silently. Turning back to Basilisk, he offered the tempting words again. The little dragon gave the mana stone in Sia's hand a suspicious look. Then, as if willing to trust his master just this once, Basilisk shut his eyes tight and snapped his mouth at the mana stone. The moment Basilisk's tongue touched it, his eyes suddenly opened wide, as if discovering a whole new world. Then his small belly let out a few strange gurgling sounds, before Basilisk quickly ran aside and started vomiting violently. Siha, standing nearby, felt a bit guilty for tricking him. Must be that the taste was awful, Siha thought, but he still ate it. Basilisk's stats had changed. His poison resistance increased to level 3, and his mana rose by 1 point, from 53 to 54. That slime mana stone condensed all the slime's inherent abilities, boosting the user's stats. Just one stone could raise the basic mana stat, a feat that normally took a long time. Basilisk must have noticed the small change already. So, hungry for more, huh? Sia smiled as he watched Basilisk dive back into the bag, eagerly devouring the mana stones despite their terrible taste. The sound of his stats increasing was as pleasant as a bank notification on payday, Sia thought quietly. Just then, a knock sounded from outside. Before Sia could react, Adela kicked open the door and stormed in. Han Sia. So you're here, she said. Seeing her, Sia's mind raced. The short-haired girl must have been called to the principal's office to receive an item too. Adela then spoke. Don't you care at all? You handled everything yourself. If you let me take all the credit for clearing those corrupted slimes, I'd get more loot than you. Sia just scratched his head. You came all the way here just to say that? I don't care. Can you keep your voice down? My ears hurt, he said, thinking to himself that protecting his life was way more important than items. An ordinary student at Ardell Academy cleared a corrupted dungeon that was Han Saiha, the same guy who nearly got expelled. The news was explosive, and rumors spread quickly about whether he'd used dark magic or cursed tools. I really don't want that kind of reputation, Sia thought, shaking his head. For some reason, after seeing Sia's reluctant demeanor, Adela decisively said, if you see the light, just give up. I don't need it either. Why would you say that? Saiha asked, confused. Honestly, I don't even know who you are, she replied. Huh? You don't know me? Of course not. How could you not know me? Adela shouted, her face full of disbelief. This reaction made Siha's own expression sour. Do I need to know who you are? Then what's your name? I'm Adela. Adela Stivia, she said calmly. Her answer stunned Siha for a moment. It took him a little while to collect his thoughts and piece everything together. Got it. Adela. She's the only great mage from a commoner family, always ranking in the top 3 at Ardell Academy. The ruthless main character who buried Han Siha alive in the original story. Looking at Siha's surprised face, Adela teased him, so now do you know who I am? Of course. You're the one who will take me down in the future. Siha replied with a forced smile. Talking nonsense in front of the person who will bury me, wow. I'm really speeding up my own death, he thought. But Adela didn't overthink it. As long as he wasn't feeling guilty, she was fine. Do you look in the mirror often? She asked. Mirror? What do you mean? Saiha asked, confused. Adela immediately pulled him toward a mirror and explained, look at yourself now. I can't imagine anyone showing up at the principal's office looking like this. In the mirror, Siha's reflection looked incredibly dirty and shabby, which even startled himself. What the heck is this filthy, miserable look? Everyone must see how gloomy I am. So the reason they avoid me isn't because they're scared, but because they find me disgusting. Well, better fix this hair for now, he muttered. Time passed quickly until the next day at the academy. Usually Saiha would calmly walk into the classroom, but today was different. The whispers about him had changed. Hey, isn't that Han Siha in year 2 with that hair color? Someone asked. But another person quickly responded, that face can't possibly be the gloomy Han Siha. Yeah, he looks like a completely different person, like he's been replaced, someone agreed. I hear everything, guys, Sia said with an awkward smile. But just then, a red-haired guy stepped forward and asked, is this really Han Siha? Hey, it's you, the polymorph specialist, right? Tell me where you work, good stuff should be shared. His tone was full of contempt. Sia quickly recognized who he was. This red-haired guy came from a commoner background, driven by insecurity about his origins and uncertain talents. He used to bully poor Han Siha like a servant to satisfy his own superiority complex. Turning toward the redhead, and seeing Siha not respond, he pointed at him and continued, what's wrong? Too shy to talk? Cutting your hair won't change your mediocre way of speaking. Hearing this barrage, a flicker of annoyance appeared in Saiha's eyes as he coldly replied, I don't want to talk to you. Did cutting your hair make you lose your mind? The redhead said in shock. But unfortunately for him, this Siha was no longer the one from the original story. So there was no reason for him to fear the redhead. Why would I be nice to you? Sia asked. The redhead was truly insane, a guy abandoned by his family, living only by his sharp tongue. He yelled back angrily. To shut guys like him up, Sia immediately showed who was really in charge. Here he comes, Basilisk, Sia muttered, opening his bag to let his little brother out. Then, staring at the red-haired guy in front of him, Sia asked, got anything else to say? Nearby, the entire group of students stared in shock as Basilisk appeared, their eyes almost popping out. A real dragon. And it even looked like a red dragon. Strange, how could an ordinary student have something like that? They whispered among themselves. The one who seemed the most uncomfortable was none other than the red-haired youth. Seeing Siha bring Basilisk out, he just laughed foolishly. Haha, I heard your family kicked you out, but you must have loads of money, huh? You really think you can tame a dragon just by throwing money at it? His voice was filled with doubt, and probably the others felt the same. Knowing this, Siha made up his mind. He had planned to live quietly, but that didn't mean he'd live like an easy target. Thinking this, Siha's tone shifted slightly. Hey, you ignorant country bumpkin, he said, his voice full of arrogance and disdain. Just as he predicted, the redhead exploded with anger, shouting, "What did you just say?" Seeing the red-haired guy's furious expression, Siha smiled inwardly. He was too easy to provoke, just a few words and he lost his mind. Pretty effective. Siha stroked Basilisk and continued. Even if you're a baby dragon, you can't just sit there all obedient. Have you ever tamed an animal before? Afraid it might bite you? Don't worry, I'm not that bad. Siha smiled provocatively, making the redhead grit his teeth in rage, unable to bear it any longer. The redhead started to bark back. Are you crazy? You don't even know your place. Before he could finish, Siha cut him off. If you've got a problem, let's settle it. With the results of the entrance exam, we'll see who wins. Siha cheerfully made his proposal. If you beat me, I'll bark like a dog. Bastard, Siha thought, recalling the redhead's earlier words, then shrugged. Fine by me. Now I just have to wait to see that bastard bark like I did in my previous life. He had mastered the art of cleaning up after causing trouble. A mad dog in the boarding school world, that was his nickname back then. Whenever he saw injustice, he'd rush in and never been outdone. At that moment, a teasing voice came from behind Siha. Hey Hand Siha, I heard you made a bet with Creek. Even if you avoid failing, do you really think you can beat him? Hope you bark like a dog. The brown-haired guy next to him laughed, and their attitude made Siha's eyes harden a bit. Tech, isn't it always like this? When a kid gets successful, no one leaves him alone, he thought with some annoyance, then stepped forward and asked, Hey, what's your name? Tell me. Across from him, the blonde-haired guy's eyes flickered with worry when Siha suddenly asked like that, but he quickly responded, The Great One is Fabian Den Edwin. But you don't know my name. Hearing that, Siha started to vaguely realize who this guy was. Fabian Den Edwin, now I remember. The annoying noble who used his status to bully weaker people. In other words, he was the leader of those who maliciously picked on Han Siha. Thinking this, Siha didn't hesitate anymore and immediately unlocked Basilisk's leash. Hey Basilisk, bite him, Siha said with a smile. Obeying his master's command, Basilisk immediately flapped its wings and swooped to strike those guys a few times. Cut to some hall where Siha was training with a girl. Han Siha, rumors about you have been all over lately. Even if you don't care about other things, you better not mess with the royal family, the girl advised. Siha, sitting opposite, just brushed it off. I don't care, they provoked me first. I'm just retaliating. Hearing this, Adela's opinion of him shifted a bit. Those guys were used to bullying. But he was willing to fight back against nobles, even the royal family, if provoked. That made him look a little cooler. She smiled and asked, But you really don't have any plans? All the nobles seem to have lost their fear. You not only sent Basilisk to bite everyone, but you also made a bet with Creek. Fighting Creek during the exam when your magic isn't even refined yet, that's reckless. What would you do if I didn't help you? She said this as she reached out to pull Siha up. Siha replied, You learned taming from me, didn't you? Not paying much attention to her complaint, Adela cheerfully said, This will be our final practice match. If you can beat me here, maybe you can beat Creek too. This time I won't be pushed back as easily as yesterday, Siha confidently said. Alright, I'm coming, she said. With that, the two of them lunged at each other again, turning the hall into a chaotic mess. And so the special training matches with Adela ended. Finally, the day of the entrance exam arrived. Professor Grint was calling out names to test each student. Adela, a magic student, completed in 5 minutes 31 seconds. Rank S, he said calmly, making the young mage smile with joy. Thank you, Professor. Good job, Hellhound. At the back, Siha, as the one who had trained and helped Adela, felt genuinely happy for her when she achieved such results. The girl who once struggled against a hellhound, he only taught her a little, yet she was able to tame it perfectly. He had experience and memories from his previous life, but taming was almost entirely new to Adela. Truly a real talent. Definitely the protagonist, he thought in admiration. At that moment Professor Grint's voice rang out again. Next is Han Siha. Yes sir, Siha calmly responded upon hearing his name called, then stepped forward with composure. The taming test for the entrance exam was held inside a magical cube. The task was to have your tame monster fight, a virtual monster equivalent to the master's level. Win and you pass. The rules were simple. Sia had chosen Cube C. Begin, the voice announced. Suddenly the scene before Sia changed. From the void appeared a terrifying monster. Wait, was that an Adepthian? It was a snake-like creature, resembling a cobra. In the original story, it was a snake-type monster the protagonist Li Han first encountered in his 3rd year. It was described as so huge it made others feel crushed. Thinking this, to prevent his little basilisk from getting scared, Siha turned and encouraged him, Basilisk, don't be afraid. You want to try too, right? You want to test yourself after eating those slime mana stones. Then give it your all. First get close. Although his face showed some worry, Basilisk clenched his teeth and charged forward. Snakes usually have weak points in their eyes. Be careful, Basilisk. If it really attacks us, we're done for. I'll distract it with my magic. You move to its blind spot and crush its eyes. Sia began using his magic to harass the monster while Basilisk searched for the right moment to strike. As he flew close to the giant creature, Basilisk opened his mouth, concentrated his firepower inside, and aimed straight at the monster's eyes. The attack was so powerful it pierced right through its head. Finally, the giant Adepthian let out a roar before collapsing onto the ground, defeated without Sia having to do much. Professor Grint, witnessing the fight end so quickly, looked stunned. Oh my, Adepthian is a high-level monster that even a level 3 mage would struggle to fight alone. Looks like the system administrators forgot to remove Adepthian from the cube. We must halt the exam for the students' safety, he muttered. Meanwhile, after praising Basilisk, Siha turned to the professor and asked, it took some time, but I defeated it. So that means I passed, right? Han Siha, 12 minutes 36 seconds. Rank S, the professor announced, leaving Siha completely stunned. Afterwards, while walking together, Adela didn't forget to congratulate Siha. Rank S in taming. That's awesome. You basically took first place, she said, casually pointing at herself like she was taking credit. Siha couldn't really deny it. I won't deny that, he replied, forcing a smile before thinking to himself. The problem is my goal was to be around 15th in the whole school. I just wanted to stay average and low profile. In the original story, Li Han had defeated the opponent with one hand. No, this isn't my fault. Why would they put a monster in the exam that no one should be able to catch? He muttered quietly to himself again. Adela thought to herself and then smiled. How was the math test? Her question snapped Siha back to reality. Oh right, we had a math test today. Thinking about it, if the rankings were based on average grades, that might still be okay. The questions were so easy he had to purposely get some wrong. He stammered out, it was normal, I guess. Really? I totally messed it up. Isn't this exam a bit cruel? She said in frustration, which surprised Sia a bit. You're weak at math? He asked. It's just intermediate level, but it's as easy as pie to me. Maybe I should tutor you sometime, he mused, stroking his chin. Meanwhile, Adela coughed a few times and started complaining. They gave us problems we've never even studied. I couldn't solve a single one. As soon as she said this, Siha's face blanked out completely. Forget it, who cares, he thought, then spoke up. There was only one question I got right, wasn't there? What are you talking about? If you lose your top spot just because of one wrong answer, you won't get a scholarship. Did you solve problem 27, about magic circles? It's geometry and vectors, right? Sia thought for a moment, then answered. I think I did. What? Adela was surprised, and Sia was a bit confused by her reaction. Why? Did I say something wrong? He asked. No, you solved problem 27. That was the only one I couldn't figure out, she explained, making Sia even more amazed. He had been shocked so many times today. What? That question was that difficult? A science student walking by would probably laugh at it. What do I do now? I already solved it. He worried. Cut to a professor's office, where Professor Selen held the test papers, and told the man sitting in front of him, Professor de Bird. Only one student in the entire school answered math problem 27 correctly. On the opposite side, Professor de Bird also took the exam papers and responded, "Impossible to predict. I deliberately made that question difficult enough that a second-year student wouldn't have the capability to solve it." "So, who gave the correct answer?" "That would be Han Si-ha," Professor Selen calmly answered. After reviewing Si-ha's test paper, the professor seemed to realize something. Besides question 27, all other answers were intentionally wrong. This academy really has all kinds of students. It was clear that he only answered the hardest question correctly to showcase his skills. Han Si-ha, I remember him as a standout student in the recent taming exam. Seems like he's someone who thinks about the future, Selen pondered. Time quickly passed until the next day, when the rankings for the second-year entrance exam were posted on the notice board. Everyone gathered to check their scores, and of course, Si-ha was no exception. Looking at the notice in front of him, he widened his eyes to observe carefully. Let's see, Creek's rank was 32 as usual. And his own rank was, no way, 11th place. Thinking of this, he glanced toward the red-haired guy not far away, making him a bit startled. "Come with me," Si-ha said coldly. Then, the two of them walked out to the schoolyard, with the crowd who knew about their bet following behind, eager to see the outcome. Han Si-ha won. Damn, that bastard Creek is doomed. He always bragged and bullied others, but I knew this would happen, the group whispered. Meanwhile, the red-haired Creek didn't even have the courage to look Si-ha straight in the face. Si-ha arrogantly said to him, "What do you think 1 plus 10 is, commoner?" 2, he replied. Si-ha shook his head. "Wrong, it's 11th place, got it. Not 32nd. His words, full of pride and superiority, made Creek grit his teeth and blush in embarrassment. His furious but helpless expression didn't surprise Si-ha much. Creek really hadn't improved at all. He easily fell into the trap again. Although Si-ha didn't like it, Creek was just someone who occasionally caused trouble. Si-ha wasn't a weirdo who enjoyed seeing others bark like dogs, so he decided to take advantage of this situation. Thinking that through, Si-ha slapped Creek directly on the forehead, making the guy angrily shout, "Damn it. What's this? Why did you just hit me? That's not part of our deal. If you think I'll be your dog, you're mistaken." Si-ha thought to himself, "Fine. I'll take this as revenge for all the trouble you've caused me," then cut him off, saying, "Shut up. Meet me later in the unused clubroom in the basement. I have something I need you to do." With that, Si-ha turned and walked away immediately. Reluctantly, the red-haired guy followed Si-ha to the clubroom. Once inside, he asked, "Why did you bring me here?" "Just to save face. Do you really think I'll act like a dog in front of the whole school? Is that your hobby?" Si-ha retorted, "Don't be ridiculous. So, what do you want me to do?" Grinding his teeth, the redhead replied, "Before that, do you know who my father is?" Hearing this, Creek's eyes showed surprise. Then he nodded. "Of course I know. He's the founder of the Ardal Empire, Count Han Taezu, the Blood Count, who eradicated the Dark Mages during the Black Magic War." Si-ha was a bit puzzled himself about why he asked that question. Is he trying to scare me with his noble status? Creek silently wondered. But unlike Creek's thoughts, Si-ha's reason was simple. He really didn't know much about that. "Ah, that guy, I think he has a mansion on the Kastika estate. So Han Si-ha is actually from a wealthy family." With that in mind, Si-ha began to state his request. "Here's what I want. You have a pretty wide network, right? Spread some rumors." "Rumors? What kind of rumors?" the redhead asked, confused. Si-ha whispered something into Creek's ear, and immediately after hearing it, Creek's face turned pale. "What? You want me to spread this around to the students?" "Yes, as fast as possible. And not just our year, throughout the whole school. The more widespread, the better." "Got it? I'm on it," Creek replied. And Si-ha immediately left, making Creek think Si-ha was really crazy for making such an unreasonable request. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to a certain castle. Outside the master's office, a voice called out, "Count, we have news about the young master from Ardal Academy." Inside, a man with a CEO-like face spoke, "Come in." "What's the situation with him, my poor youngest son?" This man was Count Han Taezu, also known as the Blood Count. Opposite him, the old butler slightly bowed and replied, "It seems the situation is not very optimistic." Although the Count paid for tuition and lodging, he stopped all other support, leaving the young master unable to spend money himself, and thus suffering hunger. Taezu seemed unconcerned, focused on his paperwork. And yet he's still not dead. Such hardships are necessary to make him regain his senses. If he dares speak one more blasphemous word about black magic in front of me, I won't hesitate to end his life even if he's my son." In response, the butler explained further, "It seems he's finally changed his attitude. He scored unprecedentedly high marks in the exam, though I think just enough to avoid being last." "No," Taezu interrupted. "Actually he ranked 11th. The butler quickly added, and this shocking news made the CEO like Taezu so stunned he dropped his pen. Seeing his surprise, the butler elaborated, "There have also been recent changes in his reputation. According to the latest rumors spreading in Ardell, the young master is said to be kind, righteous, and very handsome." Taezu, after a stunned silence of about 3 seconds, pondered aloud. Could it be that he's blackmailing someone to spread these strange rumors about himself? The butler laughed. "Haha, definitely not." Then he confirmed firmly, "One thing is certain, the young master is truly changing." Meanwhile, Taesu had to pause his work and seriously contemplate. Up until now he had been strict and harsh on the child because of his involvement with dark magic, hoping to make him come to his senses. But if the boy was genuinely changing, thinking that, Taesu spoke again, "This is good news. Because he is the only one who will inherit the Kastika estate. If he gets assigned to the magic department in the upcoming promotion ceremony, I will restore all his expenses." He said this happily as he witnessed the change in his so-called wasteful son. Back to Sia. At this moment he was standing in front of a booth. This was an ATM specifically for magic stones. Ignoring it, Sia nervously held his savings book and thought. Looking at the exam results, I heard they will restore part of the previously cut allowance, so I checked it. With this money I can live comfortably for an entire semester. Count Han Taezu is a man who values honor greatly. Probably, convincing Creek to spread those favorable rumors influenced this outcome. I knew I was smart, Sia thought, feeling ecstatic inside. Hearing the trembling in his voice, Adela's voice rang out, "Han Si-ha, what are you doing? Let's go to the auditorium. It's time for the promotion ceremony." Hearing that, Sia hurriedly put away his savings book and replied, "Ah. Right." While walking behind Adela he pondered, at Ardell Academy, when someone becomes a second-year student, they are assigned to a department suited to their abilities. The magic department, which handles various magic skills and offers many practical opportunities. The natural sciences department, which combines magic with experimental research and scientific elements. The theology department, combining magic with spiritual abilities such as prophecy and divination. And finally, the summoning department, the only place where dark magic research is legally permitted within the Ardell Empire and specializing in combat magic. Inside the auditorium, students stood neatly in rows, and above, the voice of Principal Ernest echoed, "Second-year students, greetings. We will begin the promotion ceremony. Those called by name will step onto the stage and place their hands on the magic dice." Magic dice, a magical tool that detects a person's innate tendencies and forms a corresponding specialization. In the original story, Hansia was assigned to both the natural and summoning departments. His ambition to use dark magic to crush those who looked down on him was fulfilled. But the outcome was a miserable failure. Will the dice give the same result this time? Even though Hansaiha's stats had been adjusted to fit his true inclinations, no one was sure about this. What he had done in the past few days couldn't be fully considered official. But no matter what, he couldn't end up like he did in the original story. Thinking this, Sia unconsciously clenched his fists tightly. Ignoring him, Principal Ernest above began calling out names. The top student in the promotion exam, Li Han, was aiming for the magic department. Over here, everyone glanced at the young man whose hair partially covered his eyes and admired him. Wow, just as expected. Li Han took first place again. So cool. Back to Siha, upon hearing the name, he also glanced over, observing. So that's the protagonist of the novel, Li Han. Just by looking at his appearance he really seemed like he had the main character's buff. Life is so unfair. I wish I could be reincarnated as the main character, Sia thought. Why does it have to be Han Sai-ha? Unaware of these thoughts, Li Han gently placed his hand on the red cube in front of him. Immediately, the orb before him lit up, and Principal Ernest quickly announced the result. Student Li Han has been assigned to the magic department. Thank you, sir, he bowed and said. Sai-ha was not surprised by the outcome. As expected, he was assigned to the magic department. Surely Li Han had already anticipated this. Next, the principal called the next name. Next, Solia Arcanet, please step forward. Hearing this, a beautiful girl with white hair calmly walked forward. That was Solia, the light mage from the original story, a genius among geniuses and the closest ally to the protagonist. Her result was also obvious. Solia Arcanate was assigned to the magic department. The department assignments continued in order of ranking. Seymour Parker was assigned to the summoning department, Yun Hale to the theology department, and the principal's voice echoed one after another. Siha thought to himself, from main characters to supporting ones, as expected, familiar names often heard in the beginning. Finally, it was Siha's turn. Han Siha, please step up to the podium. Hearing his name, Siha slowly stepped forward, thinking internally. In 3 years the mages from the summoning department will unite and ignite a rebellion to take over Ardell Academy, only to be defeated by the protagonists group. So, it's best not to enter the summoning department, he silently prayed while reaching out to touch the cube. Behind him, other students whispered as they noticed him, "Wow. That's Han Siha, right? I heard he's changed, but didn't he get confirmed for the summoning department? I heard he was involved with dark magic." Someone spoke up. Then, the cube that was glowing yellow changed to a red light. That color meant that student Han Siha was assigned to the magic department. Principal Ernest announced this, making Sia feel as if he had struck gold inside. This is fantastic. After that, he strode back to his seat with a confident demeanor. Despite the scrutinizing gazes of everyone around him, their eyes were filled with a mixture of pain and curiosity, half wondering why he was assigned to the magic department, while the other half, those who had ties to dark magic, stared sharply in confusion over why he wasn't placed in the summoning department. Speaking of Adela, when she saw Sia successfully enter the magic department, she was just as delighted. "Congratulations, Han Siha. Looks like we'll be seeing each other often in the magic department." "Oh right, Adela, she's in the magic department too," Sia thought. Then teasingly said aloud, "So you're hoping I got into magic, huh?" "That's right," she replied with a faint blush on her cheeks, making Sia embarrassingly flush bright red. Noticing his sudden redness, Adela asked, "What's wrong?" "Ah, nothing. Just remember to signal before you turn," Sia explained awkwardly. "If I ended up in the summoning department, we'd be fighting every day, and you'd still beat me." "I don't want to fight you," Adela clarified. "Besides, I still owe you." Sia could only smile awkwardly and say, "Oh, so that's why." Just then, a voice suddenly called out from behind them. "Han Siha, nice to meet you. Looks like you've been assigned to the magic department as well." The owner of the voice was none other than the protagonist, Li Han. Naturally, having this handsome guy approach and start talking to him caught Sia a bit off guard. "Why is this guy talking to me?" he wondered silently. "Are you interested in the magic department?" Li Han asked, surprised. "Really? Looking forward to working with you." As he spoke, he extended his hand forward. Though Sia didn't understand why, he also reached out to shake. "Same here," Sia replied. "Do you feel okay? I heard you got stuck in the dungeon right before the practical exam started." That was strange. Even with Adela there, an ordinary student probably wouldn't survive that bugged dungeon. "I'm curious, what kind of magic did you use?" Li Han asked with genuine interest. This question only made Sia more anxious. That Li Han professors decided to keep that incident under wraps, so how did he know about it? Li Han was so sharp and straightforward, the typical main character from a novel. In other words, he believed any evil force must be eradicated. Could it be that Li Han thought Siha was a dark mage who needed to be eliminated? Siha panicked silently. If that was really Li Han's intention, he'd be selling salt soon enough. Putting that aside, since class assignments were done, Sia hauled his luggage and headed toward the dormitory. "I heard they built a new dormitory, and the interior is almost like a 5-star hotel," Siha thought, glancing at a certain room, noticing the lavish furnishings inside. "Let's see, my room is, here it is. Building A, room 203, he called out. He quickly opened the door and stepped inside. The moment he entered, someone inside shouted, "You're Han Siha." Sia tilted his head and asked back, "Yes, that's my name." "Why?" "Because I'm your roommate." The star of the promotion ceremony. The second-year student famous for making Creek cry, and even causing the royal family to shed tears. "That's you, right?" the guy said excitedly. Siha could only give a forced smile, thinking, so that's the story. After the promotion ceremony, Fabian Den Edwin came looking to pick a fight, asking why someone from the royal family like him was in the summoning department, while Siha was in the magic department. So I just gave him a little payback. "I know this will be interesting. You keep bragging about being royal and demanding special treatment, But you actually have no royal blood, right? Siha said coldly. That made the blonde guy's face turn purple. How do you know that? He stammered. Siha didn't plan to explain further, only sighed and gave him some advice. If you're embarrassed about being found out, it might be better to keep quiet. So that's it, I can't get into the magic department because I'm not worthy, he said, tears starting to well up. Siha looked at him in disbelief. What a jerk, why is this guy crying? Nearby, the blonde guy talking to Siha, and then suddenly bawling had attracted everyone's attention. Han Siha just made a royal cry with a single sentence, whispered someone nearby. I didn't hear exactly what he said, but it must have been harsh to make someone cry like that. Those lazy judgments reached Siha's ears, making him want to slap the guy in front of him. Fabian, he thought. This useless guy. Will my plan to be a model student and graduate safely even work? He sighed deeply, recalling those thoughts. Turning to the orange-haired guy, Siha heard him introduce himself. Ah, right. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Juan. I was assigned to the magic department. Nice to meet you. Unlike you, I'm not famous, so you probably haven't heard of me, he laughed. But just hearing the name, Siha already knew who he was. No, actually it was the opposite, he did know that name. One was the most reliable ally of the main character Li Han, cheerful but sharp, highly versatile, and most importantly, a well-connected informant. Seeing Siha zoning out, Juan asked, Why do you look so surprised? Siha just sighed internally. Everyone around him seemed to be main characters who had roles in dealing with the original Han Siha. But the chatty Juan wasn't done yet. Nothing. Then why are you sighing like that? Hey, if you've finished unpacking, how about taking a walk around the dorm with me? He quickly pulled out a notebook, excitedly adding, I have a guide map. But exploring together is always more fun, right, roommate? Looking at Juan's excited expression, Siha knew if he didn't go, his ears wouldn't get any peace. So he reluctantly agreed. All right then. Getting to know this place isn't a bad idea. Cut to the dining hall, where Juan acted like a tour guide, introducing Siha to the dorm's cafeteria. This is the dorm dining hall, but the upperclassmen say it's better to eat outside. Why? Siha asked. Apparently the nutrition experts here like to experiment. Nobody knows what's on the menu each day. Tonight's special is pig trotter salad. Is that safe? After all, this is supposed to be student food, Siha said nervously, realizing he might be stuck eating here for a while. Ignoring that issue, the two of them moved on to another area. This is the outdoor magic practice field. You can freely train your magic here, but if you're careless and get hit by a stray spell, you might end up in the infirmary. At least one person every semester has to go there, because of this, Juan explained. Hearing that, Siha shook his head in irritation. That's irresponsible. Why don't they set up magic barriers? Oh, good idea. So the rumor that you're smarter is actually true, Juan said in surprise. Whenever the topic came up, Siha's energy would drain completely. Don't even mention it, he said wearily. Then he observed his passionate friend beside him. Though Juan often added meaningless comments, Siha could still gather plenty of useful information from him. That guy is actually pretty helpful, Siha thought, no longer in the mood to go anywhere. Let's head back to the dorm. Yeah, that's enough, the orange-haired guy nodded in agreement. But before they could go far, the sky suddenly darkened, catching Juan's attention. Is it about to rain? It's getting dark. Siha squinted, looking up at the sky. No, that's not just an ordinary storm cloud. Soon after, it began to rain, but strangely, the raindrops were a dark purple-black color. Even Juan noticed something was off and said worriedly, Suddenly it's raining, but something's wrong. We have to run back to the main building and report to the professors immediately. He spun around to run, but Siha grabbed his sleeve to stop him. It's dangerous, Siha muttered. He remembered the eerie atmosphere, the grass soaked and muddy from the black rain. This wasn't an ordinary storm. It was poisonous rain, but the real threat wasn't the toxic mist, which was just a distraction. The real danger was ahead. Other students also noticed the problem and shouted to each other, Everyone get inside quickly. You'll be safe if you take shelter in the building. Oh no, a student is missing. Someone panicked. Calm down, missing? Who? Someone asked. The missing ones are Adela and Solia from the magic department. They disappeared, the voice replied immediately. At the same time, a notification suddenly appeared before Siha's eyes. Mission 2 kidnapping event in the dormitory. The kidnapping event in the dormitory has begun. Search for missing students. Time limit. Unknown reward. Unknown penalty for failure. Unknown. Cut to a certain corner deep inside the forest, where Adela and Solia, who have been kidnapped, find themselves trapped inside an enormous hollow tree. Their bodies are tightly bound by thick vines. Damn it! Adela shouted, struggling to free herself, but it was useless. Next to her, the noble Solia calmly advised, "Don't waste your strength. These vines don't seem easy to break." What? Why didn't you say that earlier? Adela complained. Still composed, Solia replied, "I tried to find a weak point, but I couldn't find any promising way to escape." I get it, Adela sighed, then began thinking. First of all, why did the person in the black cloak lock us inside this giant tree, and then leave? I never offended anyone enough for them to want to kill me, and I have no reason to be targeted. Unlike Adela here, I'm just a commoner with no family or backing. So why me? While thinking, Adela glanced sideways at Solia. Then she recalled the moment when she and Sia got trapped in the broken dungeon and smiled faintly. This reminds me of that time stuck in the faulty dungeon. I wonder what Sia would say if he were in this situation. For some reason, Adela suddenly felt angry. Why am I thinking about that name again? Why am I thinking about someone who doesn't even realize how bad this situation is, and is probably sleeping soundly in the dormitory? The more she thought, the more her frustration flared up, making Solia beside her a little confused. "I told you not to waste your energy," Solia reminded her. Putting that aside, the beautiful white-haired girl said, "Adela, I have a theory. This tree seems afraid of light." She looked up at the pitch-black sky through a hole in the tree trunk. The dark mist covering the sky was the last thing they saw before being kidnapped, an artificial dense black cloud blocking all visibility. Moreover, the tree trunk grew so tall and wide it seemed to pierce the sky itself. Usually, artificial clouds are designed to let sunlight in. Unless there's a special reason not to. But here, that wasn't the case. Adela nodded in agreement after hearing Solia's speculation. Thinking about why sunlight is completely blocked, "I guess you're right, this tree fears light, huh? Impressive, no wonder you ranked second in the whole school," she smiled. Solia's eyes began to show determination. "Then I'll fight. The magic that attacked the students, including us, with poisonous rain is surely dark magic. The best counter to dark magic is light magic. For example, the earth purification skill I have." Back to Adela, after hearing Solia's words, she began to ponder a bit. She had heard that Solia's earth purification skill was still only at level 2, but in such a confined space, it might actually be effective. Thinking this, Adela could only place her hope on Solia, and spoke up to encourage her. "Got it, then I'm counting on you." On the other side, Solia took a deep breath and closed her eyes to concentrate her spirit. Then, a chant started to flow from her lips: "For the peace of the earth, the prosperity of the earth, and the blessings of the earth I command." As the incantation echoed, a powerful light began to radiate from her body. Will this amount of light be enough to succeed? Adela worriedly thought. But just at that moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out, "Stop joking around." The shout startled Solia, but before she could react, several shadowy tentacles lunged toward her, causing her to cry out in pain. "Solia!" Adela yelled, seeing her friend attacked. Meanwhile, the voice from before retracted the tentacles and continued speaking. "Do you really think that will work? No matter what potential you have, you're still just a second-year student." Speaking of Solia, she was in a state of extreme confusion, surrounded by these evil forces. "It's so hard to breathe. The black mist is invading my mind, as if someone is trying to dirty my thoughts," she gritted her teeth, struggling mentally. At this moment, the tree trunk before Solia suddenly formed a face and spoke. "I have an offer sweeter than death, Solia Arcanate. I will restore your fallen family. You've suffered a lot entering the academy after losing everything in the blink of an eye. You've struggled to hold on until now, but you are near your limit, aren't you? I have the power to easily restore your family. Isn't that an enticing offer?" The tree began to tempt her with these words, and affected by the black mist, Solia's mind was not fully clear. "My family," she murmured. Fortunately, Adela noticed the abnormality and shouted, "Hey, are you crazy? Snap out of it. Do you think my life is that easy?" Then she turned to confront the tree. "Why are you doing this to Solia? You bastard, do you think I'm easy to deal with?" On the opposite side, the tree-like figure saw that Adela was still able to maintain her composure, and let out a surprised "Oh." "Although you do not directly use mental magic to escape this mist, this is exactly what sets apart those exceptionally talented students," it said. "Fine, I will make you an offer, the tree continued. Hearing this, Adela inwardly felt relieved. It's over. If it shifts its focus to me, then Solia might be able to regain her senses. The tree explained its magic was a mental one that erodes the opponent's willpower, meaning that if one can hold on with strong enough willpower, they can completely overcome it. Let's see, your desire is, the tree murmured. But before it could finish, Adela cut it off sharply. Stop right there. You worthless piece of trash. I have no interest in offers from a rotten bark. Solia, snap out of it. If I can stall for a little longer, the magic will be more effective, she prayed in her heart. Then she began speaking aloud to distract it. By the way, your real body must be somewhere, right? But are you going to stay hidden there forever? Stop hiding behind the tree and come out here. Who knows, maybe you're just bluffing us. Adela said with a mocking tone. This seemed to slightly change the expression on the tree's face. What did you say? Don't be fooled, this form is enough, it snarled. Without warning, it commanded countless branches to lash out and attack Adela. She could only close her eyes tightly and pray, damn it, I can't dodge this. Someone please help me. And as if hearing her plea, suddenly a sound burst forth, a lightning strike. Just as the sound ended, a beam of light shot straight down from above, piercing through the tree trunk, causing it to let out a pitiful wail. Light magic. Is that Solia? Adela wondered. No, Solia hasn't overcome the brainwashing yet, so who is it? She thought anxiously. Thanks for pointing out its weakness to light. The effect was obvious, Hansia said with a smile. His appearance stunned the fierce Adela. No way, Hansiha, how did you find this place? And where did that powerful light come from? Turning to Siha, seeing her barrage of questions, he teased her. You talk too much for someone who almost died. As for the light, well, light magic is considered basic magic. I just used a magnifying glass from my pouch to amplify it, he explained casually. Adela, on the other side, proudly said, of course, what did you expect from me? I'm awesome. That's good, Sia said. Well then, let's fight. Saying that, Sia pulled out a sword from somewhere and tossed it to her. Looking at the shiny sword in her hand, Adela immediately recognized it as the very sword she had used for training before. I guess you've been itching to take down that guy, Hansai, she muttered. Inside, Siha's inner strategist made a suggestion. You like it, don't you? Buried alive. Seeing the smile on his face, Adela's expression darkened in thought. Of course, what else could I expect from someone like him? She sighed silently, then said aloud. Alright then. Besides, if the opponent is a dark mage, there's no reason to hold back. With that, she tossed the sword's sheath aside. Because the tree had been shattered by Sia's attack, the true form of the dark mage finally appeared before everyone's eyes. So he's finally revealing his real shape, Siha thought. The dark mage looked at Siha with eyes like a rabid dog ready to bite, making Siha instinctively take a step back to keep some distance. Why are you staring at me like that? Should I gouge out your other eye? Siha threatened. But this only made the dark mage angrier. I will deal with all of you. With those words, he commanded all the branches to rush upwards, blocking every exit to ensure no one could escape. Siha immediately understood his plan to close the gate and trap the dogs. Instead of attacking Siha directly, the first thing the dark mage did was to seal off the space, planning to manipulate the terrain entirely in his favor. Back to the dark mage. After successfully sealing the exits, he turned his attention to Siha. My power has returned. Now it's your turn, brat. With that, he sent a wave of black mist hurtling towards Siha, attempting to mesmerize him. Once hit, countless whispers echoed in Siha's ears. Useless bastard abandoned by your family, a failure student who can't even graduate. You're more suited for dark magic. The voices gnawed at his mind, unbearably irritating. So this is brainwashing magic, Siha thought. It seemed the dark mage was trying to provoke him by absorbing Siha's fragmented memories. Unfortunately for him, those words had no effect. Thinking this, Siha waved his hand, dispersing the surrounding mist as if nothing had happened. Naturally, this made the dark mage's eyes nearly pop out in disbelief. No way. The brainwashing magic doesn't work. The conditions should have been perfect, he exclaimed. To this, Siha gave him a look full of contempt. Probably because you're too weak, and I'm not. You insolent brat, the dark mage gritted his teeth, starting to unleash his dark powers. Our protagonist was no stranger to his strength. This dark mage had merged with the tree itself, and if Siha's memory was correct, The true nature of this giant baobab tree was that of an ancient woody monstrosity, a hybrid created by dark mages through enhancing young, healthy trees. It had a powerful resonance with the dark mage's brainwashing magic to amplify its mental magic abilities. The solution was simple: psychic monsters tend to overly rely on their mental powers, which often leaves their physical defenses weak. Thinking this, Sia glanced at Adela, who was fiercely chopping at the approaching roots with the sword in her hand. Adela, this tree is afraid of light, right? Right. But did you know trees are also afraid of fire? She replied. Why bring that up now? Adela asked, curious. Siha didn't answer immediately but instead connected with his brother Basilisk and gave an order. Let's go, Basilisk. On the other side, the dark mage guessed what Sia intended, so he immediately commanded a swarm of roots to attack. At the same moment the little dragon spat fire. The attack wasn't strong enough. As a result, Siha and Basilisk were both knocked back. That hurt, damn it. Siha gritted his teeth and quickly checked on his brother to see if he was hurt. Basilisk looked at him with teary, pitiful eyes, seemingly relieved that being hugged had softened the impact. Just as Siha was about to regain his stance, the dark mage launched another attack. This isn't the time to lose focus, brat, he sneered. When Sia looked up, countless branches were charging straight at him. Since when had the tree trunk gotten this close? He wondered, stunned. Luckily, it seemed the tree didn't want to kill him just yet. At the most critical moment, Adela rushed in, slicing off all the roots, saving him. You owe me this one, she reminded him. Siaha and Basilisk were so scared they almost had a heart attack. Haha, I thought I was done for. Putting that aside, Adela's expression turned serious. Siha, I'm doing my best to cut down the tree trunk. And you're striking hard with Basilisk. But to be sure we end this, we need a finishing blow. It looks like Solia has regained her senses, but we're still just students who haven't graduated. The opponent is a powerful dark mage. This is a fight we can't win, but if anyone can figure out how to solve this impossible situation, it's you. Right? She spoke with absolute confidence. Sia nodded in acknowledgement. Yeah. Suddenly it began to rain, causing the dark mage to look somewhat startled. What's this? Rain? It burns and then it rains? He muttered. No matter the trick, a brat is still just a brat. If the light disappears, this place will become my territory once again. Fine. With that, he waved his hand and sent a bunch of roots lashing forward to wrap tightly around Siha's legs. Got you now. You're as good as dead, he said gleefully. However, Sia showed no sign of fear at all. In fact, he chuckled quietly inside. Unbelievable, you really fell for that trap. Are you scared to death already? The dark mage frowned and asked. Ignoring the taunts, Sia pulled out an iron rod and stabbed it forcefully into the roots coiling around his legs. Then he shouted lightning. As soon as he finished, a bolt of lightning coursed through the roots, striking the dark mage. At the same time, a massive lightning pillar descended from the sky, hitting the mage directly. The dark mage was left gasping weakly, unable to believe he had lost so easily. No way, with such a low-level basic spell, how could it have this power? The brainwashing magic should have worked. He gritted his teeth as he looked at Sia. Hearing these words, Sia sighed inwardly. Here we go, the cliché last words of villains, he thought, turning to leave. But before he could take 3 steps, he suddenly stopped, hearing the mage speak again. This isn't over. I must find the cube quickly. Sai hurriedly turned back and asked, Hey, what are you talking about? Unfortunately for Siha, before the mage could answer, he disintegrated into ashes, leaving Sia frustrated. Damn it, I've heard about the cube. It was mentioned in the original story. At the same moment Solia's voice echoed nearby. You're Han Siha, right? The strategy you used earlier was impressive. We need to discuss something, she said, lightly brushing back her hair. On this side, Sia gently responded, I've heard a lot about you, Solia Arcanet. Thank you for your help just now. The white-haired girl quickly raised her hand to deny. No, I should be the one thanking you. You suggested putting out the fire inside to reduce the risk of spreading, and you enhanced the lightning magic using the surrounding damp environment. However, if you hadn't used your light defense magic at that moment, I would have definitely been electrocuted. Siha shook his head. Ah, that's because you also cast a defense spell. To make such judgments and boldly use magic in such a short time, it seems you understand how light magic operates very well. Han Siha thought quietly to himself, I see you more clearly under the light. Putting that aside, Siha's expression turned thoughtful as he asked, Do you know why the Dark Mage kidnapped both of you? Next to him, the battle-hardened Adela spoke up. Ah. Based on what we've discussed, it seems they intend to brainwash us and turn us into their servants. I see, Siaha murmured, beginning to ponder. Kidnapping the two best students from Ardell Academy and brainwashing them to become their tools. That's quite an impressive plan. And if they can brainwash Solia, clearly I alone can't defeat them with just basic magic. At that moment, Basilisk suddenly whimpered a few times and looked at Siha with watery eyes. I'm fine, it said. Why are you overreacting? I'm the one who's been carrying you on my back to protect you, Siha said, puzzled. This scene made both Adela and Juan unable to hold back any longer and reminded him. Hey, Basilisk is worried about you. You're a top-tier tamer. But sometimes you're really silly. Juan said with a sigh. Only then did Sia realize something. Ah, what is this feeling? Achieving something together. I've never felt this before. I'm sensing everything right now, Siha thought, surprised. Han Siha, what about some credit for me? I destroyed a lot of those roots too, Adela quickly claimed. I also protected Adela until she came to, Juan chimed in. You all did very well, Sia nodded, feeling somewhat satisfied. Reflecting back, it seemed this chapter had more going on than he first thought. Putting that aside, Adela and Solia decided to rest and recover inside the tree trunk, while Sia led Juan somewhere, causing the latter to complain non-stop. Why do I have to follow you? Juan grumbled. Stop complaining, Sia muttered. Silently he thought to himself, although the poison disappeared with the death of the monster tree, the truth is this wild swampy area is not a place where humans can move comfortably. However, the reason he had to come here was clear. There it is. Siha shouted as he looked at the large stone door in front of him. He stepped forward, placed his hand lightly on the door, which then rumbled loudly and split open to reveal a passage inside. If everything unfolds according to the storyline, this is a hidden relic and a treasure found by Li Han, the one who came to rescue Solia, who wields the power of light. However, I've gotten ahead of them, and now all of this is mine. I can do whatever I want with it. Even a pitiful villain needs to make a living, and never knows when they'll get some pocket money. Siha thought as drool began to drip from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, the little basilisk wagged its tail happily like a puppy, and the poor young man Juan's eyes literally turned into stars. Wow, is this the owner of the treasure here? He asked anxiously. Siha firmly replied, even if they were here, they've been dead for a long time. The statue at the entrance is an artifact from about 300 years ago. Really? That's interesting. But how do you know all this? Juan asked curiously, causing Sia to startle. The general quickly tried to cover up, it's all knowledge I learned from history class. Thanks to the Cerberus tribes around here who erected the statues. Don't you remember? Really? Juan looked dazed. At that moment the little basilisk hugged a pure gold ingot with a delighted face, making Siha smile. You really like money, huh? He thought. Actually, you just like anything yellow, don't you? Siha then said to Juan, feel free to take as much as you want. Great. Can I take some too? Juan asked. Take only a reasonable amount, Sia reminded him. Then, Sia quickly searched through the treasure and found a wooden box. This was his main target. Here it is. In this ruined world where survival is more important than luxury, to survive properly, one needs power. So it makes more sense to go after items that increase strength rather than gold and treasure. This box is what Li Han obtained after defeating the Dark Mage in the original story. Thinking this, Siha slowly opened the box. One behind him ran over to peek and asked, what's that? Looks like a spellbook. Let's see, Siha answered. Right after a quick glance, one suddenly shouted, that's a basic dark magic spellbook. Hey, put that down, it might be cursed. Or maybe you still can't give up your interest in dark magic, but whatever you're thinking, it's not a good idea, he warned. However, Siha paid little attention and quickly flipped through the pages of the book. Then something strange happened. The book suddenly flew out of Siha's hand, hovering in midair and emitting a brilliant golden light. At the same time, a notification suddenly rang in Siha's ear. The book changes according to the user's preferences, and is synchronizing with the basic spellbook. After the light faded, the book fell back into Siha's hand, completely transformed in appearance. Now read the title again, Sia said with a smile, causing Juan to pay closer attention and then be amazed. What? A basic spellbook. That's right. It seems to be a spellbook that adapts according to the user's preferences. Sia nodded in explanation, while thinking to himself, whether the dark mage initially placed it here or not, it's quite useful. If it contains all the basic spells, it must be extremely valuable. I really hit the jackpot, he thought. A high-level spellbook that suggests the most necessary spells based on the user's tastes, and allows someone to learn all the spells instantly, as if they were scrolls. In other words, this is an opportunity to gain the basic spells that the students of Ardell Academy have been struggling to learn for a whole year, all at once. Yeah, studying requires the right tools, Sia chuckled quietly to himself. After 3 seconds, he calmed down and said, "We should get going." "Wait, let me grab another bracelet." "Sure, take them all," Sia agreed, then turned to his companion, Basilisk. "Let's head upstairs. The others up there are probably bored." Hearing this, Basilisk let out a sound of agreement. However, before Siha could step outside, he suddenly heard a voice. "Stranger." Startled, Siha quickly looked around to check and wondered if he was the only one who heard it. At the same time, the book in his hands lit up again, making him think. Choosing the word stranger doesn't seem like a coincidence. A message was sent to the stranger who has crossed this world. All your actions will change the world. Siha's face darkened. Change the world. Is it real? That's right. The seemingly insignificant actions of mine could actually overturn the original storyline. I shouldn't even be here. Initially, I was supposed to be a character who was long dead. If this book is one that can see through all truths and words, then it must be the prophetic book Carmen. Carmen is an absolute oracle book. No matter how much you deny it, what the book says is certain to happen. This means that now I should restrain myself from interfering in everything. As a stranger, I should be isolated from the plotlines, but coming to Ardell Academy to survive might truly be my own ambition, Siha thought silently to himself. Meanwhile, the voice continued to resonate. However, stranger, if that is the role assigned to you, then accept it, so you can lead the miracles of this world. If you do nothing, this world will follow the path of destruction. As the words ended, the book began to fade before Siha's eyes. He also felt a dizzying sensation rushing over him. What is this? Suddenly a surge of power poured into his body. Is this the price for hearing the prophecy? Just like that, Siha's vision started to blur, and he directly fainted. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to some infirmary room. Juan was complaining, "You don't know how shocked I was when you suddenly fainted." "Sorry, I really am sorry. Can I rest a little?" the general sheepishly replied. Nearby, Juan realized Siha needed time to recover, so he turned and left. "All right, rest well. I'll go buy something from the convenience store." Back to Siha, remembering everything that had happened, he suddenly became somewhat pensive. His thoughts grew complicated. The actions he took had caused a considerable butterfly effect. Because of those actions, the protagonists might die. The dark mages might win the war, and perhaps, in the end, the Ardell Empire might collapse. In a world already destroyed, I wouldn't survive either. No matter what, that's the worst scenario for me. I had planned to live peacefully until the end of the story, but if my fate is to stir up everything, I have done enough in my past life by involving myself in things I should have avoided. I eventually made people jealous, faced betrayal, and was pushed into despair. I never want to live a life like that again. It feels like I finally yearn for my own death. If the world truly will end, because I am a variable, I cannot ignore the gnawing regret inside me. Why am I sitting here seriously thinking about this? When a similar situation happens, I will face it directly. That's right. I am the only one who knows how the main story of Ardell Academy unfolds: a reincarnated person and an outsider. I am Han Siha, but also not Han Siha, so, who am I? Sia asked himself silently. Putting that aside, after discovering that the mastermind behind the kidnapping was a dark mage, the Academy wanted to keep it secret. After we recklessly went to rescue Adela and Solia, Juan and I had to face the consequences of skipping classes without permission. At the same time, both of us were praised for bravely saving our classmates, and eventually we even got rewarded, though it would have ochanar if they paid us more. Furthermore, the first assignment in the magic practice class was going to be a group project. This news hit Siha like a lightning bolt. Right after being discharged from the infirmary, I was immediately assigned to a group project. Is this for real? He thought angrily. Group projects are like a bus driver and a fare-dodging passenger. Among troublemakers and nuisances, there's always one person causing chaos. They find every excuse to shirk responsibility. "Oh, I'm too busy to submit the research." "What? No, I have a second job." "Hello? What did you say?" "I did it but don't really understand it, so just let me copy everything." It was an experience dealing with all kinds of people. I realized group projects were even worse than monster hunting. Group projects in the magic practice class are a key part of Ardell Academy. The task is to return with items found in each dungeon. Exploring higher difficulty dungeons earns bonus points, but there's also the risk of getting 0 points if you fail due to time limits. At this moment, on the podium, Professor Grint clapped to get everyone's attention. I hope you all demonstrate excellent teamwork spirit. Moreover, the groups will be formed entirely by yourselves. You have 10 minutes to choose your team members. Upon hearing this, the students started yelling as if their lives depended on it. Meanwhile, our main character was yawning in boredom. So troublesome. I wonder who will carry the team. Just then, a familiar voice sounded next to Siha. Hello Han Siha, do you want to join my group? The one making the offer was none other than Li Han, the main character's friend. Hearing this, Siha almost fell asleep. Behind them, other students overheard and began to gossip. Why would Li Han ask that? Han Siha already got a good grade in the beast taming class, someone explained. Back to Siha, he could only force a bitter smile and say, haha, so you want to do the group project with me? My answer is no. His straightforward refusal froze Li Han's face. Then Li Han had to endure a heavy feeling but still managed to keep a smile. Time quickly passed. In Siha and Wan's room, after learning that Siha had rejected Li Han, Wan was silently crying inside. Ha ha ha, how can you be so straightforward to say no like that? Nearby, Adela burst out laughing. Han Siha, I didn't expect you to be so blunt. Talking about Wan, he then voiced his confusion. We came to you and said we wanted to join your group, and you didn't reject us. Isn't it an advantage to team up with a genius like Li Han? Why did you refuse him? I don't like it. Here I feel more comfortable, Sia quickly replied. But deep down, it was because of the previous prophecies from the prophecy book. Comfortable. I'm just afraid of getting involved with the main character, he thought, quickly changing the subject to avoid anyone digging deeper. Oh, come to think of it, everyone's wearing the new uniform? Huh? Yeah, that's right. Starting from the second year, the ties and cloaks will change depending on the department. Since they're all the same color, it really feels like we're all on the same team, they said happily. This attitude made Sia breathe a sigh of relief. No matter how outstanding or main character like someone is, they're still kids. Seeing them smile and be happy over small things made him feel better. Alright, Captain, decide on a dungeon for our assignment. How about the B-rank dungeon, the Ghost Forest? In front of them, everyone gave their opinions. Targeting a higher difficulty dungeon to earn more points was definitely possible. And a ranked dungeon like the Witch's House, for example. Back to Siha, that's a reasonable idea. But listen, you know whether we pass this group assignment depends on the items we get, right? I heard that the Ghost Forest dungeon hides an S-rank item. Hearing this, the two girls in their group couldn't hide their astonishment. What? S-rank? Awesome. With that, we can beat all the other groups. The extra reward might be something Professor Grint will like. Siha, how do you always find information that even I don't know? Wan asked, puzzled, making Sia mumble to avoid the topic. Well, maybe it's from reading books. Not entirely wrong. Alright, let's head there then. The pace of events was rapid. Maybe being a jack of all trades suits me better, Sia thought to himself. Then he pondered the S-rank item. Of course, this hidden reward was actually found by Li Han in the third year at Ardell Academy. But to seriously step into this world, instead of just being an outsider, I have to prepare like this. With that thought, Siha gave the final word. Alright, let's prepare everything and meet again in 2 days. Okay. Everyone nodded in agreement. In another scene, a cloaked figure reported to Seymour, who was assigned to the summoning department, I have the information. The dungeon they chose is the B-rank Ghost Forest. Oh, then we must prepare as well, Seymour said with a sly smile spreading across his face. On the day they entered the dungeon, while most dungeons were located outdoors near the academy, the Ghost Forest dungeon had to be accessed through the library of Ardell Academy. Rumor had it that in the early morning, spirits escaping from the dungeon would wander around the library because the barriers there weakened. Siha smiled as he spoke, which made the basilisk girl walking behind him a bit worried. That's just a lie, there are no ghosts. She reassured herself. Suddenly, a sound echoed, confirming the rumor was true. Hearing this, Adela also became alert, looking toward the source and then gasped loudly, oh my god, a ghost. On the opposite side, A pale-faced student appeared. I'm just a normal person. Ghosts are a type of monster, so of course they exist, he said calmly. Adela, calm down, Solia spoke from behind, trying to soothe the situation. Meanwhile, Sia stared at the student and asked, who are you? Judging by your tie color, you don't seem to be a magic-focused student. So why are you here? The blue-haired student paused for a moment before answering, I'm Usher Barton, a first-year student. I'm here to join you in the dungeon. Hearing this name sparked a vague memory in Saihei. Usher Barton, that name sounds familiar. They say there was a first-year student who showed exceptional talent in prophecy magic since childhood, and was favored like a prodigy by the second-year theology department's top student. I won't cause any trouble. So, will you allow me to join? Usher asked. If someone like that wanted to join their magic class's dungeon expedition, it made Sia suspect something. Usher Barton, have you seen something? He asked with a serious look. Across from them, Usher's expression turned to shock. Just by that reaction, Sia was confident in his guess. Looks like I was right. You have a specific goal and must come along, right? At that moment, another voice sounded near the group. Oh dear, you shouldn't doubt others without reason. If you're entering the ghost forest among this pile of messy books, Usher might actually be helpful since he can see ghosts. The girl said this cheerfully while placing her hands on Adela's shoulders, making Adela, who was scared of ghosts, shiver in fear. Oh, did I scare you? Sorry. I'm Yoon Haeum, a second-year theology student. I'm here to be Usher's protector. As you guessed, Han Sai-ha, recently during a prophecy magic practice, Usher saw something. Since then, he's insisted on following you at all costs. This is the first time I've seen such a reaction from an otherwise quiet kid. I received permission from the professor to come along, on the condition that I act as Usher's protector. Si-ha then stared intently at Ham and questioned, I don't care whether that's true or not. But you're not hiding anything, right? Like a spy hired by another group to sabotage us. Ha, don't worry. The only reason I agreed to be Usher's protector is because of one thing, and that thing is you, Han Sai-ha. What? Me? Why? Sia said in confusion. Because you're my type, Haeum declared confidently, causing Sia to go speechless for a few seconds. Before Sia could think much more, Haeum continued with an admiring tone. The moment you were assigned to the magic department, our eyes met, and I felt something from your brown hair, and that crooked smile. Honestly, you're way too handsome. I've always wanted a chance to see a good-looking guy. At this point, Sia was so shocked he felt like escaping his own skin. Finally, Juan, the news-loving guy, spoke up, don't you know? Haeum is famous not only in the theology department but also as a collector of handsome high scorers. Since this dungeon is full of monsters with dark attributes, I don't see any harm in cooperating with students from the theology department. Han Si-ha's troubles aren't my problem, he said cheerfully. Same here, Solia replied. These people were talking way too casually, Si-ha grumbled silently. Seeing the group had agreed, Haeum smiled and said, since everyone's on board, we can officially enter the dungeon. The condition to break the barrier is to take one book. At that moment, Usher reached out and took down a book. Immediately afterward, a faint shimmering gate appeared in front of everyone that was the dungeon entrance. Nearby, the Basilisk kid panicked and stepped back, making Sia smile. Basilisk's only dungeon experience was training dungeons with slimes, so he was probably shocked by the scene. Alright, let's go, Sia said as he lifted his younger companion. With that, the group began stepping into the gate. Not long after entering, they encountered monsters, and had to immediately enter battle mode. Watching the blindfolded group recklessly fighting up front, Sia calmly observed and thought to himself, Professor Grint emphasized teamwork for a reason. There was only one special item given to enter the dungeon. Without it, you couldn't see the ghost-type monsters inside. If team members didn't cooperate or focus too much on their individual scores, they'd argue before even facing the monsters. The group had already decided who would wear the blindfold. We decided beforehand who would wear the blindfold. We assigned scouting to Adela and Juan because they're agile, while Solia, strong against dark attribute monsters, and Basilisk, with his firepower, took the damage dealer roles to quickly deal with the smaller monsters. It's a perfect plan, Si-ha thought, as he stomped a ghost under his foot, prepared to finish it off with his magic, making the ghost cry tears. In the distance, Usher and Haeum silently observed them with admiration. They were truly impressed. They handled everything without needing their help. What was even more remarkable was that Han Sai-ha didn't attend any theology classes Or have any special items? How could he so easily sense the movements of the spirits like that? It was as if he entered a battlefield without being blindfolded. Meanwhile, Usher quietly thought to himself, "That's right, the revelation I received that day was not wrong. The outsider from the magic department will save the world." As he said this, he suddenly sensed a powerful energy approaching and hurriedly shouted a warning. "Han Si-ha, a very strong energy is coming from the right." No sooner had he spoken than a suspicious purple smoke began to burst from inside the wooden house in front of the group. What is this chilling sensation? This pressure is completely different from facing a pack of monsters. Could it be a boss? The characteristic of the Ghost Forest boss was psychological attacks by reading the opponent's memories. Therefore Solia and I decided to face the boss's attacks head-on. We had suffered a similar assault once before. At the back, the group quickly stepped back to keep their distance when they saw the skeletal figure appear and warned Solia, "Si-ha, the boss is moving. Are you ready?" At the same time, the skeleton swung its scythe, releasing a purple blade aimed directly at Si-ha, striking before he could react. So this really is a boss. That attack speed. Stay calm, this is not a physical attack. There's nothing to panic about. If we ignore the voices we hear and hold tightly to the fading consciousness within us, Si-ha reassured himself before his awareness was suddenly thrown into a completely strange, pure white space, an unfamiliar sensation where even the senses were absent, a space filled with darkness, a world of void. So this is a psychological attack similar to a high-level ghost monster's ultimate skill. An empty room, Si-ha thought as he turned his head to look around. Then he suddenly sensed something different. Wait, there's something strange here. This is a B-rank dungeon. But this boss can't be strong enough to use a skill like this. What the hell is going on? Is everyone else okay? He muttered. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed, making Si-ha startled. Dusk, you killed it, damn bastard. Sorry, but if you think you can't kill it, you should give up. Could this really be my memory? Si-ha, he guessed, glancing at the shadowy figure behind him. Even after a long time, they still hadn't changed. It was truly awful. Let's take a look into some memories of Si-ha from his previous life. At that moment, 3 people were talking among themselves. One of them was the bastard who had stabbed his senior in the back. Hey, don't touch him. He's a lunatic in the real internship world. Whispered voices started to spread. And Si-ha, hiding not far away, overheard everything. Kids these days have no sense of fear. I never regretted that, I was just doing what needed to be done. I reported a doctor who called himself a psychiatrist but had abused medical procedures and killed many innocent lives. So, I exposed his crimes to professors, university students, and the hospital. But because he had many connections and outranked me, this field was really small. No matter which hospital I trained at, people avoided me like a snitch. Though I was recognized as a genius, all I received were criticisms and insults for ruining the path of a senior whom they regarded as a deity. As this was happening, "Hansia, what's wrong? We have to get to the operating room now," one doctor hurriedly said. However, Si-ha, standing opposite him, was trembling uncontrollably. I don't know why my hands are shaking like this, he thought. Even when he tried to stop the shaking, it wouldn't cease. Scene shift. A man who looked like a superior was yelling angrily. This is absurd. A doctor about to perform surgery is shaking. Don't let him into the operating room anymore. It seemed the suppressed emotions were manifesting as shaking hands when entering surgery, someone explained. That's probably it. We can't solve this immediately, we have to monitor the progress. Why am I in this situation? Why did I come here to intern? Where did I get the courage to sign up for clinical practice? The trembling bastard wondered. I remember you were an excellent student in college, not some failure. Someone challenged him. Under the piercing gazes and voices, damaging his mental strength day by day, he left the hospital weak and incompetent. Han Si-ha, a name like Han Si-ha from Ardell Academy. I thought it would be fine after a long time, but maybe not. Thinking this, suddenly a ray of light appeared before Si-ha's eyes. Right after that, Basilisk suddenly appeared before him, startling him immensely. Basilisk were in an empty space created by the boss's psychological attack. How could it invade another person's mental space? Si-ha wondered while reaching out to support the boy. Looking into his glowing eyes, as if a connection was formed, Si-ha finally understood everything. I get it now. Taming magic is a bond between the mage's heart and the monster. It can faintly sense my negative emotions and worries about the past. Thinking of this, a satisfied smile appeared on Si-ha's face as he gently embraced Basilisk. What kind of dragon has emotions like this? Really like a dog, he muttered thoughtfully. I understand now the reason I made that decision wasn't just because I disliked a senior, nor because of youthful rebellion. I couldn't go against my small sense of justice to save those fragile lives, because I didn't want to lose. After thinking for a moment, Sia lifted Basilisk up high and said, "Let's get out of here, Basil. Thanks to you, I've come back to my senses." On the other side, little Basilisk began pointing towards something, signaling to Siha, which made him curious. Huh? Is there something over there? At that moment, Sia heard some noises nearby that caught his attention. Then his eyes widened sharply. That sound, could it be a hidden item? From Sia's perspective, in front of him appeared something resembling a gigantic heart, and inside it was an object that looked like a lantern. Seeing this, he hurried forward to take a closer look. I understand now. This is inside the monster's body. Things invisible from the outside are now revealed. According to my memory, that's a hidden item, the ghost lantern. And the monster's heart is that lantern. That means if we take it out, we can defeat it. Basilisk, lend me your strength, Siha shouted. Saying this, he used his magic to summon two giant bows hovering in the air. Meanwhile, Basilisk was enveloped in flames, which empowered the arrows. Triple shot. Sia shouted loudly, then released all the arrows toward the gigantic heart. Not to be outdone, Basilisk began spewing fire as well. As a result, the heart shattered instantly, followed by a piercing scream, most likely from the monster. The lantern then slowly floated towards Siha, who gently reached out to catch it. That's right. The outdated movie screening is over. Take this, you bastard, Siha thought to himself. Hansiha, you finally made it out, Solia said. She had already left earlier. But you were inside the monster's body for so long. We were worried, Adela said anxiously. 1. The guy with all the news asked excitedly, did you really defeat the boss? Sia nodded in confirmation. Yeah, look at this. He showed them the notification screen. You have cleared the B-rank dungeon, Ghost Forest. At this, the eyes of the news guy sparkled like stars. That's really awesome. Turning to Solia, she looked at the lantern in Siha's hand and asked in amazement, is this really the hidden item? I can't believe it actually exists. Even Want found it hard to believe. Honestly, Siha, I thought you were just bluffing. The chances of finding a hidden item inside a dungeon are extremely low. So we figured we'd play it safe in this dungeon. Siha just scratched his chin and smiled foolishly. Makes sense, Al. Speaking of Solia, as if recalling something, a hint of hesitation appeared on her face. She then said to the group, it's strange. We all thought we could handle the boss's psychological attacks in the dungeon. But it wasn't that simple. You saw it too. Han Sihai had used a defensive skill. Defensive? A high-level psychological spell like that inside a B-rank dungeon. One shouted, looking back now, so many things don't add up. Even this hidden item's power level is dozens, no, maybe hundreds of times stronger than normal. My intuition says something is really wrong. Sia frowned and thought for a moment, then asked, speaking of which, where are Usher and Hayam? Hearing that, the two suddenly remembered the two others. Wait, they were just there a moment ago, someone said. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from beside the group. Hearing the call, everyone turned sharply and was shocked. Wait, Usher and Hayam are being held there, they said, pointing at a pair of people tied tightly with some kind of tentacle. From the group, a man spoke up. If those annoying theology students hadn't stubbornly protected you, I was just about to get rid of them. But they're really a nuisance. Still, it's better than having more sacrifices, right? Siha, hearing this, vaguely recalled something. Sacrifices. Oh, I get it now. During this time, a group of summoning students actually performed a demon summoning. And that guy is Seymour Parker, the top second-year student in the summoning department. At this moment, Seymour pulled his hood over his head and continued. I originally planned to capture you after you fought the boss. But it looks like I have to face you directly now. Hey, Han Siha, seems like you're quite close to those kids even though you're just a first year. Even though now you're smiling and playing with those brats from the magic department, we all know that's not your true nature. So give us a chance to prove your real feelings. Hand those guys over and join us. Seymour spoke out his proposal. This crazy guy, was he really planning this? Siha thought silently to himself. Returning to Seymour, he continued to persuade Siha. If you join us, this plan will succeed smoothly. We have completed most of the preparations, so we need to meet under these conditions. Hearing this, Sia didn't rush to agree but instead asked back, It seems like you're scheming something. In response, Seymour calmly admitted, to be honest, we need your help. But you suddenly switched over to the magic department, so we are facing a serious manpower shortage. The demon summoning was originally your project, wasn't it? He smiled as he spoke, and this information startled the two girls behind him. Demon summoning, using dark magic like that inside the academy. Are the students in the summoning department really that serious? Adela worried aloud. Then she looked at Seymour and speculated, come to think of it, Siha was with Seymour and his group throughout the first year. You still hung out with the summoning department even after being assigned to the magic department? The dark mage you drove out of Baobab tree, could that have been a trick to make us let our guard down? Please, Han Siha, tell me that's not true. She looked at Siha expectantly. Unfortunately, Siha's next words completely shattered that hope. Demon summoning is strictly controlled. But it's not impossible. I can help, Siha smiled and agreed, making Seymour's face relax as well. So you're still on our side. I knew I could trust you. At that moment, Siha, unable to hold back, immediately listed what needed to be prepared. Pig's blood, straw, demon scales, demon roots, that should be enough. Oh, and I've already prepared all of that. I came to get the vessel, Seymour replied. Nearby, the girl Basilisk looked pale seeing them talk so closely. What's going on? Why are they talking so familiarly? Basilisk couldn't hold back and asked, what's this about? What's the vessel you're talking about? I guess you don't know about such minor magic. The key to summoning a demon is a strong human capable of receiving that demon. So, do you think we came here without reason? To strengthen the dungeon's boss monsters. For summoning, the best candidate is a powerful mage, and if they have a holy lineage, even better, Seymour explained with a grin. Sia nodded in agreement. So, our team is perfect to serve as the vessel. Han Siha, you're really easy to talk to. Now we'll work together. Seymour stretched out his hand, and Sia also reached out to shake it. However, at the very moment their hands touched, Siha's hand suddenly emitted a burst of lightning, making Seymour cry out, ouch. What the hell are you doing? As he fell back stunned. Siha quickly changed his expression, faster than a flash. Do you really think I'd shake hands with you? Nice plan, but there are a few things you overlooked. First, you trust me way too much. Second, you underestimated me. Siha chuckled teasingly. At this moment, even someone as foolish as Seymour realized he'd just been played by Siha. You dare trick me. You got assigned to the magic department, and now you plan to turn your back on us. If it's come to this, I'll just use you as a sacrifice, Seymour said, gathering dark energy on his wand, then immediately fired it at Siha, sending him flying backward. Damn it, how is his magic so fast? Sia clenched his teeth, thinking. Nearby, Adela rushed over anxiously. Han Siha, are you okay? You're not dead yet. That's a relief. She sighed with relief. Adela was always the first to come running when he got into trouble, how touching. Thinking this, Siha let out a laugh. Haha, you're worried about me. Of course. I really thought you'd rely on dark magic. If that were true, I'd deal with you myself. Basilisk spoke seriously, making Siha feel a bit guilty. Haha, I don't know whether to feel happy or not. Putting that aside. Adela narrowed her eyes, looking ahead. It seems the lightning spell wasn't enough to defeat him. Hearing this, Sia began to think about how to respond. Let's see, that move was strong enough to knock out a normal person. I guess he must be a main villain. Seymour Parker is someone who will develop to be on par with Li Han in the future. So with no other choice, I have to try my best. Thinking that, Sia glanced at the fierce girl beside him and said, Adela, I need your help. Please hold back those summoning department students who want to target Juan and Solia. Seymour Parker just wants to defeat me. Alright, Adela nodded and quickly ran off to protect the two. Then the battle between Sia and Seymour began. True to being one of the main villains, Seymour was insanely strong. With just his first attack, Siha's magic shield cracked in countless places. This is madness. Why is he so strong? He shouldn't be here fighting people like me. Siha screamed silently. Meanwhile, seeing Siha only defend, Seymour attacked even more wildly. What are you thinking? Before Siha could respond, Seymour's attack knocked his magic staff flying out of his hands. My staff! Siha shouted. But before he could pick it up, Seymour lunged forward, grabbing his neck and effortlessly lifting him off the ground with one hand. You should think carefully about your current position, Han Siha. You know too much about our plans, and are getting more famous. Maybe it's better for us to eliminate you early. Seymour smirked. Siha felt like he was about to collapse. It wasn't easy to fight the original story's rules, and he knew from the start Seymour wasn't an opponent he could easily defeat. But what if there was a small variable? Like Basilisk over there. At the same time, little dragon Basilisk behind suddenly opened its mouth and spewed a stream of fire straight at Seymour, who didn't have time to dodge and screamed like his house was on fire. 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 Damn crazy dragon. He yelled internally while trying to put out the flames. Thanks to that, Sia managed to escape Seymour's grasp. Thanks, Basilisk, the general gasped, breathing heavily as if he hadn't breathed in ages. Right then, Sia suddenly received a notification: Basilisk Atrasis has reached level 10. New skill unlocked. Skill acquired. Maya Spike summons a column of fire and lightning, attacking all creatures within a 1-meter radius except the user. Huh, Basilisk leveled up. No, this is great. Perfect timing. Sia hurriedly linked with his little brother and let him use the new skill, summoning a column of fire and lightning straight down below. Behind him, Solia quickly formed a shield of light to protect the group, while young Wan's eyes went wide in terror. Fire and lightning in the middle of the forest. Hansi-ha, are you crazy? If Solia hadn't quickly put up the shield, we would have been cooked. Ignoring Wan's complaints, after using that skill, Siha was barely able to stand. I didn't expect this magic to be so draining. Also, losing control would be bad. I can't control Basilisk's power, Siha thought. But the fight was far from over. After taking the hit, Seymour was still alive, grinning toothily. You call yourself a tamer? I don't know about the others, but I'm not fooled by such childish tricks. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me, traitor. Seymour pointed his wand straight at Sahe. How does this insect live so long? Siha screamed inwardly. Luckily, at the most dangerous moment, Seymour suddenly took a shovel to the head and fainted, collapsing onto the ground. The attacker was the blonde girl from Seymour's own group. What the? That cloaked person must be a student from the summoning department, but why attack Seymour? Siha wondered. The girl up front exhaled in relief. Phew, not too late. Luckily, I brought this protective shovel. Hey Han Siha. Are you okay? You can't pass out on me. She shouted as she saw Siahi stagger like a drunk, and then collapse completely. And just like that, after exhausting all my strength in the dungeon, I completely passed out. The situation was soon brought under control. The summoning club and the dark magic group were temporarily suspended. Meanwhile, Usher, Hayam, and the rest of the team were treated and allowed to rest. But what was the most important thing? The group project results, of course. As expected, our team completely dominated. We became the only group in the class to receive a perfect score from Professor Grint. Oh my gosh, we're the only team that got a perfect score. Adela exclaimed joyfully. Meanwhile, Siha could only cry silently in his heart. I never intended to stand out this much. Damn it, bitter thoughts filled his head, but behind them, the other students started whispering upon hearing their results. So the hidden item really does exist. Their determination is seriously impressive. Just as expected from Han Siha, the charming guy who surpasses even Li Han. Leaving that aside, a few days passed in a whirlwind, and now, Siha found himself at the underground detention center of the academy, the place where Seymour was being held. I heard someone was here to see me, so I came to check. But what's this? Isn't that Han Siha? You came here to watch me suffer behind bars, didn't you? Seymour snapped, glaring at him. Relax, Seymour. You'll be out of here soon enough, or not? Siha replied calmly, making the dark sorcerer on the other side of the bars even more furious. Bullshit, Seymour muttered under his breath. Come on, you're a noble, right? You think your father's just gonna sit back while his son rots in jail? Or maybe you'll get disowned altogether, Sia teased, his voice dripping with mockery. Seymour's fists clenched tightly around the iron bars as his anger boiled over. You done talking yet? Why the hell are you here? Get to the point already. Seeing how impatient Seymour was, Sahe casually pulled a small, black piece of paper from his pocket and tossed it to him. What is this? Seymour asked, startled. Sahe had no intention of explaining much. He turned and began walking away. Your dad will get you out soon enough. You're the only stain on that perfect little family name of yours. That family of yours famous for ruthlessly punishing anyone who tarnishes their reputation. Sia shrugged. His words clearly hit a nerve. Seymour's face began to pale with worry. Seeing this, Sia chuckled to himself. At the end of the day, you're just a scared little kid. You play with dark magic like you're fearless, but the thought of being disowned terrifies you, doesn't it? With that thought, Saiha continued, laying it out plainly, you still don't get it, do you, dumbass? If that happens, send this letter. It's a statement claiming you were coerced by a dark magic organization. Obviously it's fake. But I've stamped it with dark magic signatures. Everyone will believe it's real. With that, the story of a poor summoning student being unwillingly caught up in a demonic summoning scandal comes to a neat little conclusion. It'll help your family tidy things up nice and easy. Sound about right? Seymour, still holding the letter, felt a wave of relief, but his eyes narrowed with suspicion as he looked back at Siha. Why are you giving this to me? No, where the hell did you even get this? Who else in this academy would be crazy enough to help you, huh? Sia replied, a sly, knowing smile spreading across his face. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the headmaster's office. At that moment, the headmaster called Sia in for a chat. Did you give it to him? The headmaster asked. Yes, I did. It's all thanks to your help, sir, Sia responded with a bright smile. After waking up, Dean had asked to meet with him privately, and unexpectedly offered him a reward. Unlike every other time, the headmaster had said he would grant Sia anything he wanted. And with that, came Siha's answer, I want you to spare Seymour Parker. The headmaster had been visibly surprised by the request. He had promised to grant anything. But sparing that student, the president of the Dark Magic Society, and the key figure behind all of this, wasn't exactly something that could be solved with a mere slap on the wrist. It seems you see something in Seymour that I can't, the headmaster had said thoughtfully. Back to Siha. His expression turned serious as he explained, Seymour's the kind of person who only grows stronger the more resentment he harbors. If we expel him, he'll leave full of hatred and use his talents for all the wrong reasons. But if you handle this with patience and the right amount of control, the Dark Magic Society will naturally fall apart, and Seymour's talent might still be put to good use on the right path. Though honestly, I'm just trying to prevent him from coming back to get revenge later, Sia thought to himself. Fortunately, Headmaster Dean couldn't read minds, and instead, looked genuinely pleased with Siha's words. You've got the makings of a fine teacher, Han Siha, Dean remarked with a satisfied smile. Yeah, I kinda thought so too. A familiar voice interrupted, drawing Sia's attention. Oh right, I almost forgot Natalie. This was Natalie, the bright, lovable golden-haired girl adored by everyone in the academy. In the original story, she was well known for her kind nature. But just before Sia passed out in the dungeon, she had suddenly shown up in the summoning department. With a shovel in her hands, no less. That scene was seriously shocking. So what's your real deal? Sia asked, curious. Hearing that, Natalie looked a little startled. Oh right, I never explained, did I? She replied with a sheepish smile. I was planted in the Dark Magic Society by the headmaster. Sort of an undercover thing. Ah, so a spy, Sia thought to himself. Then, turning to Headmaster Dean, he added, looks like you've been keeping a pretty close eye on the dark magic research in the summoning department. Dean nodded, confirming, keeping an eye on dark magic research is essential. We can't afford to let curious students wander down the wrong path. But this time I have to admit, it scared me. Seems like the demonic summoning plan was a secret only known to a select few around Seymour Parker. Turning back to Natalie, she added, it wasn't until I entered the maze that I realized how serious the situation was. If you hadn't helped me back there, I wouldn't have been able to complete my mission. And the students from the magic department wouldn't have made it out unharmed. Once again, thank you so much. Her voice was sincere, full of gratitude. Siha scratched his cheek awkwardly. I only did all that to save my own skin. Anyway, putting that aside, Headmaster Dean suddenly brought up another proposal. Also Siha, I have a request for you. A request? Siha thought to himself, a bad feeling creeping over him. And, just as he expected, the headmaster grinned enthusiastically and announced, you'll be representing Ardell Academy at the International Magic Research Conference. Damn it, I knew it, Siha groaned inwardly, feeling like his premonition had hit the mark perfectly. Immediately he tried to refuse. I don't think I'm qualified to represent the academy. Headmaster Dean. Shouldn't this honor go to a student with higher grades? In truth, Siha's real reason for declining had nothing to do with humility. He simply wanted to avoid unnecessary trouble. Unfortunately for him, it looked like the headmaster wasn't giving him a choice. Haha, I thought you'd say that, Dean chuckled. But you know what? To recognize your outstanding contribution during the magic training class, Professor Grint awarded you extra points. Wait, extra points. But I already had a perfect score. Sia's mind went blank for a moment. That's right, Dean confirmed, clearly enjoying Siha's bewilderment. Which means, you're now ranked 3rd in the entire magic department. 3rd. Siha froze on the spot, his soul practically leaving his body. The headmaster continued, casually adding, by the way, 1st place is Li Han, 2nd place, Adela. Still stuck in a state of disbelief, Sia wandered out of the headmaster's office like a zombie. So out of it in fact, that he didn't even notice Basilisk climbing onto his head and gnawing at his hair. Looks like your master's completely lost it, one mumbled, watching the scene unfold with a deadpan expression. Basilisk simply shook his head as if to say, I have no idea what's going on either. And through their gaze they could see Sia quietly balling his fist and punching the wall. I hate trouble. I seriously hate trouble, Sia screamed internally. But now that my rank has gone up, I've drawn even more attention to myself. 2nd years, can't you guys just go study harder or something? In the end, unable to just stand there and watch his friend descend into madness, one finally spoke up. Is this chaos because of the upcoming competition? Hearing that, Sia momentarily stopped torturing the wall and replied, I never aimed for 3rd place. Trouble just keeps finding me. Tech, tough luck. Poor Solia though, she's always been 3rd. Bet she's gonna be upset when she finds out, Juan commented with mock sympathy. At that, a slight look of concern crept across Sia's face. If that loud-mouthed Solia actually found out, his ears were definitely in for another round of suffering. Fortunately, Juan seemed to get the message and reassured him, relax. I won't tell her. But in exchange, why don't you open your personal dungeon reward? That should cheer you up. Oh right, my personal reward. Sia suddenly remembered he hadn't gotten around to opening it yet. He'd been dragged from place to place since they got back, completely forgot. Aside from the hidden item they found, every individual who cleared the dungeon also received a personal reward. It wasn't much, but hey, a little random gotcha in this barren wasteland. It was better than nothing. Rumor had it that some students had scored some pretty decent items from their rewards. Wonder what I'll get. After everything that happened, maybe, just maybe, he'd pull a top-tier item to make up for all the headaches. Please, I'm begging you, Sia silently prayed as he opened the reward chest. A bright light flashed as the chest opened, and the item inside was revealed, a dinosaur egg. Petra egg grade AA. 100% guaranteed to hatch into the legendary creature, Petra. Sia stared at the egg, then quickly fumbled through his memory to recall exactly what a Pira was. It didn't take long for him to find it in his old magic creature compendium. And the moment he saw the illustration, Sia's expression soured. Oh great, another damn reptile. From the side, one couldn't help but burst out laughing to the point of tears. Theft. A legendary creature. You really are destined to be a beast tamer, huh? Shut it. Sia grumbled, thoroughly annoyed. Time flew by, and before long, the day of the magic conference that Headmaster Dean had requested Siha attend finally arrived. The International Magic Research Conference, held in the Sinan Empire, one of the largest events in the world of magic. It spanned 3 days, filled with lectures and exhibitions hosted by the Mage Association, a grand gathering of the most talented mages from countless countries, where they came together to share knowledge and foster unity. But most importantly, the Inter-Academy Tournament, a brutal competition that wasn't just about magic prowess, but national pride and school reputation were also on the line. At that moment, Siha was walking alongside Adela and Li Han on their way to the venue for the magic conference. This is too much, I hate this. Sia sulked inwardly, his face already drained of energy. Across from him, Adela spoke up casually. The topic for this year's second-year students is herbology. Han Siha, do you know anything about herbology? Herbology? Siha repeated awkwardly, visibly flustered. Seeing that reaction, Adela's expression also turned slightly awkward. Tech, we're screwed. She sighed. When the headmaster saw us off this morning, he said it was great that we'd get to gain some experience at the conference, since it's our first one. But he also added that it'd be even better if we could snatch a few awards while we're at it. She quoted him with a bitter smile. Meanwhile, Li Han, seeing these two hopeless cases bickering, already gave up any expectation of relying on them. With no other choice, he pulled a thick book from his bag. If you at least master the basic methods, you'll manage, right? We already learned the fundamentals of herbology in our first year. So just study this book until we arrive. Siha stared blankly at him. Of course, the model students prepared this far ahead of time, he thought. Meanwhile, Adela, seizing the opportunity, quickly slipped away. I'm going out for some water, she announced cheerfully. Seriously? She ditched me. Siha clenched his jaw in frustration as Li Han spoke up again. Hey, Han Siha, the other day, when Juan and I stopped by your dorm room, you showed us that map, remember? Oh right, the loot from that dark mage under the baobab tree, Siha recalled. Li Han had spotted the map when they visited. Pretty convenient timing, honestly. You still have that map, right? Li Han pressed. Yeah. Figured leaving it in the dorm was risky, Siha replied with a nod. Hearing that, Siha's mind drifted back to the expression on Li Han's face when he first saw the map. He'd gone pale. The same shade as Siha was now at the thought of this whole conference ordeal. Sure, Siha could have faked being sick to dodge this whole mess, but the cube, even though Ardell Academy boasted an overwhelming number of light mages, dark mages still managed to stir up major incidents and chaos within the school. The reason? They were after ancient artifacts scattered across the world. Cubes. Cubes, magical amplifiers of unimaginable scale, created by condensing vast amounts of dark mana into a single artifact. A cube could turn an average mage into an archmage overnight. That was the explanation from the original novel. In the story, the dark mages had secretly constructed a massive tower and succeeded in gathering enough cubes to use it as a near-limitless magical amplifier. Their goal? To launch an all-out assault on the entire world. Thankfully, in the original timeline, the protagonist destroyed the tower and secured the cubes before things got out of hand. Throughout this arc, it wasn't just the main protagonist who played a role. Several other key characters ended up dying tragic, painful deaths. This novel really is one bleak, hopeless tale. And the location where the very first cube appeared was none other than the Sainan Empire. As soon as we arrived in the Empire, we headed straight to the research hall, where we joined a class on herbology. The schedule was packed with activities, and for the next 2 days, we were constantly busy preparing for various tasks. Now, with just 1 day left until the competition began, Sia lay back on his bed, exhausted and deep in thought. The competition's tomorrow, he muttered. The headmaster said I should at least win a few awards, but honestly, I barely know anything about herbology. Well, let's see what happens. For now, I'm gonna get some sleep. Just as he was about to relax, a sudden sound caught his attention. He bolted upright, shouting, "Hey! Who's there?" Realizing he had been caught, a familiar head poked out from the window. "Haha. How'd you notice me so fast?" came the sheepish laugh. "Impressive, it's me, Li Han. With all that noise. How could I not notice?" Sia snapped back, clearly annoyed. "Why are you climbing through the window? Ever heard of a front door?" "Sorry. I was trying to reach you discreetly," Li Han said with an awkward grin. But someone was out in the hallway. That made Sia pause, his expression shifting. "The hallway?" "Yeah," Li Han replied. "Someone let a Casper loose out there." "Casper? You mean those cloaked scout mages that wander around under invisibility spells?" Xia asked sharply. "Why the hell are those people here? That's not exactly normal for research conferences." Li Han shrugged, looking just as puzzled. "Beats me. I don't know the details either. But I didn't come here just to tell you that. I need a favor." He hesitated for a second, then continued, "Could you give me the map you're holding? Because on that, is it about the cube?" Sia interrupted flatly. Li Han's eyes widened. "Wait, you know about the cube?" "Well, yeah. The map has it marked," Sia replied with a nonchalant shrug. There was a brief silence. Li Han didn't say anything, but his eyes darkened slightly. He knew, of course he did. He'd known all along where the cube came from. A long time ago, Li Han's parents had succeeded in sealing away the cube's power. But in doing so, they were killed by black mages who tried to stop them. The moment Li Han saw the map, he must have realized that the black mages were making a move again. That the dark forces they'd once held at bay were rising once more. He had likely done all the calculations in his head, the cube's potential to destabilize the world, the threat it posed. And now, as the guardian figure in the novel, Li Han had resolved to carry on his parents' mission, to track down the cubes and protect the world from destruction. Back in the room, Li Han spoke again, this time in a more serious tone. "Tomorrow's the last day," he said firmly. "The map says the cube is buried somewhere around here. I need to find it before we leave." He locked eyes with Sia. "So please, give me the map." "I don't want to," Sia replied coolly, making Li Han visibly taken aback. What? Hey, don't get me wrong, I wasn't planning on using the map for anything shady, Li Han quickly explained, trying to clear up the misunderstanding. But Siha still shook his head. Of course I trust you. But Li Han, I still can't give it to you. As he spoke, Sia's mind drifted to the inevitable future he remembered so clearly. The first cube, it's already destined to fall into the dark mage's hands. He could vividly recall the regret painted all over Li Han's face back then. The agonizing screams. The hopeless sobbing that echoed through the air. And when they lost the cube here, the difficulty of the entire story skyrocketed. That's why this time let's do it my way, Guardian. Having made up his mind, Sia spoke up again. I can't hand you the map. But I can help. Take me with you, Li Han. I can't really explain everything clearly right now, but the cube is extremely dangerous. I'm not planning to drag you into danger, Li Han tried to warn him. I know. You've never been the type to take the easy, safe route anyway. I may not fully understand what the cube is or why you're so determined to find it. But I'm not going to get in your way. Also, I'm not giving you the map. It's mine, you know. You don't really have a choice here, buddy, Siha added with a mischievous grin. Faced with Siha's stubbornness, Li Han could only sigh in resignation. Alright. But remember this, we're winning tomorrow's competition. And after that we've got work to do. Time flew by quickly, and before long it was the next morning. At a lecture hall somewhere on campus, Sia glanced over at Li Han sitting beside him, lost in thought. Last night, Li Han told me what we needed to do after the tournament. After we win the competition, we'll sneak into the magic department and steal the box. The magic department? Sia had asked again, raising an eyebrow. Li Han nodded. Yeah. According to the map, the box is located on the third basement floor of the magic department. Siha's expression turned serious. But, getting in there isn't exactly going to be easy. The security is tight, and access is heavily restricted. That means there's only one way, Li Han continued. We have to win the competition. I heard the winning team doesn't just get a prize, they're also given a guided tour of the magic department. They probably won't take us all the way to the lower levels though, Siha smirked. But that's fine. We'll sneak down ourselves, right? A sly grin appeared on his face as he offered his suggestion. I have a proposal. Let's bring Adela with us. Realistically, if it's just the two of us trying to sneak the box out, we don't stand a chance. But if there are three of us, it's doable. Since the competition is a team event, the magic department tour will be for all three of us. And besides, trying to pull this off while hiding it from Adela would only make things harder. Li Han looked slightly conflicted for a moment but eventually admitted, well, that's true. But it could be dangerous. Will Adela even agree to this? Don't worry about that, Siha replied confidently. If it's Adela, she'll be thrilled at the chance to take down some dark mages. Time passed, and finally, the day of the competition arrived. And that's when reality came crashing down on Siha. Shit. I've been so focused on dragging Adela into this whole mess. But I completely forgot. I don't know jack about herbalism. What the hell do I do now? Well, guess I'll wing it. Siha clenched his teeth in determination. At that moment, a professor walked into the lecture hall, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Hey, isn't that? Yeah, first time seeing him in person. The master of herbalism, Professor Bruce Miller. Standing at the front, Professor Bruce introduced himself. Nice to meet you all. I'm Bruce Miller. In this world, magic isn't just about harming your enemies. In fact, there are many branches of magic that save lives. And that is the essence of herbalism. Now, let's skip the boring formalities, shall we? I'm sure you're all eager to hear the competition rules. It's simple. Based on your knowledge, your team must create a potion that's never been made before. The rules are straightforward. If your potion receives a perfect score from the judges, your team wins. Hearing Professor Bruce's explanation, the students around the room immediately started whispering among themselves. Did you see the judges? They're all master class mages. How the hell are we supposed to brew a potion that satisfies those picky guys? Back to Siha. Bruce's announcement didn't come as much of a surprise. I already had a feeling this would happen. They've been making us gather ingredients nonstop for the past 2 days. It was obvious this competition would be about potions. Still, the topic was even more open-ended than he expected. But if winning this competition is the only way to get the box, then I don't have a choice. It's time to use my brain, Sia muttered to himself. Time quickly passed, and the scene shifted to inside a carriage. Adela's frustrated voice echoed through the cramped space. "Hansi-ha, you seriously skipped out on the entire herbalism curriculum?" Kinda," Sia awkwardly replied, unable to meet her eyes. "You didn't even read half the books Li Han gave you back on the ship. How exactly do you plan to impress those stuck-up judges?" "Well, about that," Sia struggled to explain. But soon after, something strange happened. The professors who drank the potion created by Ardell Academy's team suddenly looked delighted. "What is this?" "I feel energized. It's like a surge of creative inspiration welling up inside me. A potion that boosts joy. Fascinating, I can't wait to create something new. I feel kinda tipsy. But in a good way. It's like all those warm childhood memories are flooding back." As their moods lifted, so did their creativity. The magic spells they cast began to resonate with noticeably stronger power. "Guess it worked after all," Sia thought, watching the scene unfold. "So, what's the name of this potion?" one of the professors asked, visibly impressed. "The artist's elixir," Sia declared confidently. Right. He had added alcohol to the mix. Not real alcohol, of course. Just a small amount of herbs used in brewing liquor throughout the Sainan Empire. It wasn't an actual drink, more like a clever, herbal concoction designed to mimic the effects. The potion wasn't practical, but it was undeniably unique. It temporarily enhanced a mage's elemental affinity and boosted their mood, much like a scene out of a novel. Saha had even added a pinch of flavor enhancers and carefully decorated the presentation, turning what should have been an ordinary potion into a creative, eye-catching masterpiece. The results were obvious. The potion was on a completely different level, providing unexpected benefits that instantly won over the judges. There was no way it wasn't going to be effective. And thanks to that clever trick, their team safely secured victory and earned the right to visit the magic department. At the front of the group, Professor Bruce cheerfully spoke up. "I have to say, it's been a long time since I've seen such creative potions from students. It makes me genuinely happy to witness the ingenuity of the younger generation. Now, as a reward, you get to explore the magic department for a whole day." "Yes, Professor," Siha replied with a bright smile. "All right then, let's keep the tour going," Bruce continued enthusiastically. "This is the admissions and certification office for the academy. All enrollment paperwork is handled here, as well as blah blah blah." Behind him, Adela and Li Han answered half-heartedly. "Wow, amazing, truly impressive." Their completely emotionless expressions made Sia roll his eyes dramatically. "Hey, even if you're bored out of your minds, at least try to sound interested," he muttered under his breath. Up ahead, Professor Bruce seemed to notice their total lack of enthusiasm. He chuckled good-naturedly. "You kids are so passionate. How about I show you the garden and the training grounds next?" "Professor, you're way too carefree. We really don't have time to be stuck on this tour," Sia groaned internally before quickly speaking up. Professor, this tour's been so fascinating, but do you mind if we take a short break? We're feeling a little worn out." Of course. The magic department is huge. After all," Bruce nodded understandingly. At that moment, a girl's voice called out from a distance, "Professor Bruce, could you help us with something?" Hearing the voice, the professor glanced behind him, then turned back to the group. "Looks like another professor needs my assistance. You kids wait here for a bit, alright?" The moment Professor Bruce walked off, the three students exchanged a knowing glance. Without a word, they quickly slipped away, making their way toward their true objective, the hidden cube. "Where's the entrance to the basement?" Adela asked, looking around anxiously. "I scouted ahead. No idea when the guards will show up, so we have to hurry," Li Han urged, his voice tense. They only had one shot at this. Whether they got caught or not, they had to find the cube and get out. Luckily, fortune seemed to be on their side. They made it all the way to the third basement floor without encountering a single guard. "Phew, looks like we haven't been spotted yet," Siha thought, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Li Han pulled out a small scroll and handed it to the others. "Hansi-ha, Adela, take these. It's a teleportation scroll. The guards are all focused on the fourth floor, guarding the double key room. The third basement shouldn't be too dangerous, but stay sharp." "But there are only 2 scrolls," Adela pointed out, confused. "What about you?" "I did everything I could," Li Han replied. "I tried to buy more, but they're ridiculously expensive and hard to find." "Hansi-ha, you're only here because of me. And Adela, you barely even knew about the cube, yet you're risking this just to stop the dark mages. It's the least I can do to cover for you both. If we don't get caught, we won't need to use them anyway. So, shall we go? Look, over there something's glowing, Siha pointed. The group quickly moved down the dimly lit corridor. At the far end, a faint glow illuminated the space. That looks like a vault, Adela whispered in disbelief. Get closer and check it out, Li Han suggested as he cautiously stepped forward. But the moment his foot caught on something snap. A thin wire. Immediately after, an ear-splitting alarm blared throughout the corridor, making the entire group flinch. You've got to be kidding me. We made it all the way here, and we still triggered the damn alarm. Siha cursed under his breath. What do we do now? Run. We don't even know if that's the right box, Adela spoke quickly, her voice tense. No, Siha cut her off firmly. That's the one. Adela stared at him, confused. How can you be so sure? Seriously, how could I not know? Siha clicked his tongue in frustration and glanced at the floating mission window only he could see. Main quest, Act 2, the first cube, objective, retrieve the sealed cube hidden inside the underground vault. Time limit, 24 hours. Reward, reduced story difficulty. Failure, death. With a mission like that glaring in front of his face, how could it be anything but the real thing? Right after that, a speaker mounted on the wall crackled to life, blaring like a fire alarm. Warning, intruder detected. Explosion magic will be activated throughout the basement to ensure security. As soon as the announcement ended, Siha's face drained of color. What? Run. Now. He shouted. An instant later, deafening explosions echoed down the hallway, shaking the ground beneath them. By some miracle, when the smoke finally cleared, Siha and his group were still standing bruised, breathless, but alive. But there was no time to celebrate. The blaring alarm wouldn't take long to draw security forces their way. Damn it, explosive wards. We were this close to getting blown to pieces, Siha cursed under his breath. Then, from deep within the shadows ahead, the faint sound of footsteps echoed. Siha's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Wait, footsteps? Who? As the figure stepped into the light, Siha's expression darkened. Professor Divert Grunui. Why was he here? Grunui was a professor from Ardell Academy's Department of Mathematics. What the hell was a math professor doing in a place like this? Scrambling to think of an excuse, Siha opened his mouth. Professor, we were just, lost. But before he could finish, the overweight professor let out a cold chuckle. No need to explain. Thanks to you lot, we've finally located the cube. Siha's stomach dropped. What the hell, don't tell me. A professor from Ardell is a dark mage. His mind raced, recalling the constant infiltration of dark mages into the academy like termites hollowing out wood. Completely unaware of Siha's spiraling thoughts, Professor Grunui clicked his tongue in mock appreciation. Such a grand operation to retrieve the cube, and in the end, all it took was releasing a few Casper scouts, and waiting for some naive students to do the hard work. Truly convenient. His smile turned sinister. Now, are you going to hand it over nicely? Or would you prefer to die here? A cold sweat broke out on Siha's back. Obviously neither side was about to politely hand over the cube. Within seconds, the hallway erupted into chaos as spells collided and shockwaves rippled through the air. Despite his round belly, Grunui's magical prowess was terrifying, completely overwhelming the struggling students. Is that all you've got? You're at your limit already. Why not just surrender? The professor mocked as he launched a vicious blast of magic toward Adela. Adela barely managed to raise a barrier in time, but the impact still sent her reeling with a sharp cry of pain. Adela. Are you okay? Li Han called out, concern etched across his face. But there was no time to worry. Clutching the cube in his hands, Siha's mind raced for a solution. At least I got the cube before the entire basement was blown to rubble, but there's no way I can outrun a professor while carrying this thing. There was only one option left. Without hesitation, Siha hurled the cube toward Li Han. Take it. Run. His plan was clear. Li Han would use the teleportation scroll they'd prepared earlier to escape with the cube. But there were only 2 scrolls. Realizing the implications, Adela's face twisted in shock. Wait, what about you, Han Siha? Just go, damn it, Siha snapped. Grimacing, knowing there was no time to argue, Adela reluctantly pulled out her scroll. You better make it out of this alive, or I'll kill you myself, she threatened, her voice cracking with emotion. The moment the words left her mouth, both she and Li Han activated their teleportation scrolls, disappearing in a flash of light, leaving Siha alone in the collapsing, smoke-filled hallway. Back to Professor Divert. Seeing the bird already in his hands suddenly fly away had driven him completely insane. His face contorted with rage as he turned his fury on to Siha. Haha, you dared snatch the cube right from under my nose? You've got guts, Han Siha. Your little plan to sacrifice yourself for your friends, how noble. But I can't let you walk away. Divert's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. I may have lost the cube, but you still have the map. The map that marks the locations of the others. Hand it over. Now, as he spoke, the overweight professor waved his wand and glowing chains of magical energy shot out, binding Sia tightly in place. But even in the face of danger, Sia didn't back down. I don't have it. You've got the wrong guy, he retorted, shaking his head defiantly. Divert nearly laughed himself to death. Haha, you're just a child. Have you lost your mind already? You sure run your mouth for someone in chains. What makes you so confident, huh? Siha's eyes narrowed with steely resolve. You want to know what gives me confidence? My faith in my friends. He took a deep breath, then shouted, Basil. Fire breath. Right on cue, a small dragon Basil emerged from the shadows behind Divert's neck, opening his tiny jaws and unleashing a powerful blast of flame. Caught off guard, Divert stumbled, his concentration broken. The magical chains restraining Siha instantly shattered. Ugh, that damned lizard. Divert cursed through gritted teeth, glaring at the tiny dragon. Siha steadied himself, staring down at the professor, now weakened and at his mercy. His mind raced with hesitation. This bastard, should I finish him off right now? He remembered how Basil had once accidentally hurt him. If he could take down Divert now, it would solve a lot of problems. But killing him here, alone. The consequences. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Sia clenched his fists. Damn it, time skipped forward. Edge of the forest. It was unclear whether Sia had finished Divert off or not, but now he was on the run, a group of masked dark mages hot on his heels. They're getting closer. 3, 2, 1. Two of them on the left. Closing in fast. Siha assessed, eyes sharp with calculation. Don't let him escape. He's headed for the rear gate. One of the mages shouted. A barrage of energy blasts ripped through the air toward Siha. Reacting on instinct, he raised an energy barrier just in time, blocking the attack. But Sia knew all too well just defending and running wasn't enough to shake them off. His mind scrambled for a countermeasure. But before he could think of a plan, a sharp, searing pain ripped through his body. His knees buckled, and he collapsed onto the forest floor. No, I'm out of mana. The earlier injuries were far worse than he thought. His body trembled, his limbs heavy and useless. Damn it, if this keeps up, I'm dead for sure. Panic surged through CA as the masked mages closed in like vultures. Meanwhile, behind him, the group of dark mages, seeing Siha collapse, couldn't hide their excitement. He's down. Fire the arrow. One of them conjured a magical bow and let loose an arrow that whistled through the air, aimed directly at Siha. Siha, completely drained of strength, couldn't even lift a hand to defend himself. But at that very moment, his little dragon, Basil, lunged in front of him, shielding him from the incoming attack. Blood spurted into the air. Siha's eyes widened in shock, his face going blank for a moment. Beside him, Basil hovered weakly, a fresh wound gaping across his stomach. Despite the injury, the small dragon clenched his teeth, enduring the pain, and released a burst of dragonfire toward the enemy mages. A dragon. That bastard's a beast tamer. One of the dark mages cursed. Take down the tamer. We need to deal with the dragon. Another ordered. While the group of mages scrambled to avoid the roaring flames, Sia seized the chance to scoop Basil into his arms and run for it. What now? Siha's mind raced as he fled through the forest, panic and guilt twisting in his chest. Basil got hurt, protecting me. His thoughts spiraled as he heard a familiar voice calling out, Han Siha. Sia turned his head toward the sound, spotting Adela standing by a hidden clearing. She let out a relieved sigh upon seeing him. Thank the gods you're okay. I thought you were dead. Stop doing reckless crap like that, you idiot. She scolded, exasperated. Siha carefully laid Basil down on the grass, his expression dark with regret. Sorry, I couldn't think of anything else back there. But there were more pressing matters at hand. Basil's in critical condition, he took that arrow for me. Siha's eyes locked onto the little dragon's still bleeding wound, his jaw tightening in frustration. Damn it, I should have treated him immediately, but I had to run. Even though Basil was a dragon, a pierced heart would be fatal for any living creature. The sight of the deep injury, the weakening breaths, it was bad. Really bad. Unwanted memories clawed at the back of his mind, the harsh voices of his former life as a surgeon echoing mercilessly. It's hopeless. Stop trying, you'll only ruin your reputation on the operating table. When there's no hope, save yourself first, idiot. Sia clenched his fists, shaking off the taunting whispers of the past. No, not this time. I'm doing something. Turning to Adela, he extended his hand. Give me your recovery potion. Now. Adela's expression faltered, hesitant. Wait, what are you planning? Even Professor Bruce couldn't save him. Despite her doubts, she quickly passed him the potion. I'm saving him. Sia declared firmly, uncorking the bottle and downing its contents in one swift motion. The enhancement potion would temporarily allow him to conjure something from nothing. A faint, fleeting chance was all he needed right now. No matter what it takes, I'm saving him. A soft glow enveloped Sia, a pale yellow medical coat materializing on his body. In his hand, a small surgical scalpel appeared, gleaming under the faint moonlight. It begins. Meanwhile, Adela looked at Sia, desperately trying to save Basil, utterly baffled by his actions. I don't get it, I really don't understand. She knew how rare and precious red dragons were, sure, but there were countless other monsters out there to tame. And in Siha's current state, barely able to fend for himself, why was he draining the last of his magic? Risking everything to try and save a creature most people would have written off as hopeless. I should stop him, she thought anxiously. If something goes wrong, I might lose Hansia altogether. But then her eyes met his, the unwavering determination burning within them, and she froze. How could I stop him when he looks like that? Her hesitation weighed heavily in her chest as Siha, after a fierce battle against death itself, finally spoke. All right, I've removed the arrowhead. Now I just need to stitch the wound. He got to work, his hands steady and precise as he carefully stitched up Basil's injury. And strangely enough, as he did so, all the fear and anxiety that had been plaguing him seemed to melt away. In his previous life, no matter how many surgeries he performed, dozens, hundreds, just standing outside an operating room would make his hands tremble uncontrollably. He'd run away more times than he could count, until eventually he couldn't even hold a scalpel anymore. But now his once trembling hands moved with confidence and ease. It feels so light. Like I can actually save him this time. Finally, Siha let out a long sigh of relief as he tied off the final stitch. Basil's pale complexion slowly returned to a healthy flush, his breathing steadying with every passing second. Seeing this, even Li Han, who'd been quietly observing from the side, was left speechless. What? How did he pull Basil back from the brink like that? It was incredible. Siha had essentially dismantled and reassembled a dying dragon, breathing life back into him through sheer skill. Li Han couldn't help but wonder, was that some kind of healing magic? Siha shook his head. No, it wasn't magic. Adela knelt beside them, gently placing a hand on Basil's side. Her eyes lit up in surprise. There's no magic, but his breathing stabilized. The bleeding stopped. You actually did it. You saved him. Turning back to Siha, both she and Li Han stared at him in awe and confusion. I guess in this world, healing monsters through surgery instead of magic is practically unheard of, Siha thought to himself. Their surprise made sense. After all, Basil's condition had looked beyond saving. Without a combination of skill, medicine, and just the right amount of luck, the dragon wouldn't have made it. Back in Korea, this would have been reported immediately for being unsanitary. But this isn't Korea. Basil isn't a dog, he's a dragon. And I'm not the Hansia of my past life anymore. All of it, the unfamiliar world, his new identity, and his buried skills had converged into this one miraculous moment. As that thought passed through his mind, a glowing system message appeared before his eyes. Healing light has been successfully applied. Conditional effects activated. A gentle, radiant glow enveloped Basil's body, his small frame visibly relaxing as strength returned to him. Watching the light fade, Siha whispered softly, "Please live, Basil." And just like that, as if all the tension and exhaustion finally caught up to him, Siha collapsed onto the ground, completely unconscious. Time passed quickly. After blacking out, the first thing I saw when I opened my eyes again was a familiar ceiling. This place. I had apparently been unconscious for several days, and now I was lying in the medical ward of Ardell Academy. According to Adela, who'd been keeping watch over me with a frightening expression, the school had already assessed the situation, and was working to deal with the aftermath. But even so, it seemed they couldn't stop the rumors from spreading. Rumors that the academy's top students had been attacked by outsiders. Rumors that the incident was tied to the recent disturbances caused by the dark mages. Pretty accurate rumors, honestly. The adults were probably scrambling to clean up this mess. But, hey, not my problem. I'm not considered an adult anymore, Sia thought casually, shrugging it off. At that moment Li Han entered the infirmary, carrying the cube, the very same one they'd risked their lives for. There are a lot of organizations looking for this thing, he said, setting the cube down beside the bed. The Department of Magic, several other academies. And I'm sure the dark mages are after it too. Adela's hands clenched tightly into fists at his words. We fought so hard to get this. We can't let them take it away. I agree, Li Han nodded. But tomorrow, there's going to be a tribunal about all this, hosted by the Department of Magic. Hearing that, both Siha and Adela stiffened in shock. Right, no matter how you spin it, we basically stole this thing from the academy, so the time has come. But the cube was already in their hands now. There was no way Siha was going to just hand it back. There's no way I'm giving this thing up now, he vowed silently. Time passed, and the following week, at the Department of Magic the courtroom was packed. Professor Louis Maxwell, a senior figure in the Department of Magic, stood up and furiously condemned Saihe's group. I strongly object. These students deserve severe punishment. How dare ordinary academy students break into restricted areas and steal property belonging to the Department of Magic? This is unacceptable. Next to him, Professor Bruce Miller quickly raised both hands, trying to calm the situation. Professor Louis, please, calm down. These students aren't the type to do something like this. There's clearly been some sort of misunderstanding here. Misunderstanding? Louis sneered, eyes narrowing. Since when do misunderstandings involve smashing open a magically sealed vault, Professor Bruce? Bruce's face twisted awkwardly at the retort. I've already explained that the damage was due to my own carelessness, he insisted. They're young. A warning and ensuring they don't repeat this mistake should be enough. But Louis clearly wasn't buying any of it. We need to rip this problem out at the root, Professor. Turning sharply, he glared at Saiha, Adela, and Li Han. I'll ask one more time, what exactly did you steal? Siha's mind was already racing. Over the past week, he'd run through every possible scenario for this tribunal. Luckily, all items stored in the Department of Magic were top secret. Meaning, no one except the original owner of the vault knew what had been kept inside. In other words, even the department itself doesn't know what's missing. That left only one viable strategy for this tribunal: deny everything. No matter what. With that decision made, Sia spoke firmly, not even blinking. We didn't steal anything. The vault breaking. That was an accident. An accident. Louis echoed, his voice laced with disbelief. His eyes screamed, I don't buy a single word you're saying. But Sia remained calm, spinning the tale with practiced ease. We got lost while using magic to search for an exit. We accidentally damaged the vault in the process. Turning back to Louis, it was clear from the look on his face that he didn't want to waste any more time arguing with these students. Instead, he faced the presiding judge directly. Your Honor, are we really going to entertain such blatant lies? The underground vault was found completely empty. There was damage to academy property, and items were clearly lost from the third basement floor. The only outsiders present in the area at the time were these students. What more proof do you need? At that, the judge spoke up. In that case, we'll have to wait for the owner of the vault to arrive. We've requested their presence as a witness. They should be here shortly. Just as the judge finished speaking, the door to the courtroom opened, and the invited witness entered. The moment everyone caught sight of the figure walking in, hushed murmurs rippled through the room. No way is that. It can't be. It was Headmaster Ernest. It seems our students have gotten themselves into quite the mess, Ernest remarked calmly, as if this was all some minor issue. The moment Louis saw him, his expression stiffened in shock. Headmaster. What? Why are you here? This is a student disciplinary matter. There's no need for you to personally get involved. This falls under the Department of Magic's jurisdiction, but the headmaster cut him off gently. No, I do need to be here. Why? I'm the owner of the vault after all. Ernest's voice was calm, but his words struck the room like a thunderclap. Siha, hearing that, felt his heart skip a beat. Right, I almost forgot. Headmaster Ernest was the one who originally began collecting and sealing away the cubes at Ardell Academy. But I didn't expect him to store them inside the Department of Magic's vault. All Siha could do now was sit quietly and watch how the headmaster planned to play this. But then, completely beyond Siha's expectations, and, frankly, beyond anyone's the headmaster covered for them. These students were acting under my direct orders, Ernest declared. I instructed them to follow protocol and assist in retrieving the cubes. But it seems they got lost along the way, and upon stumbling across the vault, panicked and brought the item back prematurely. It's a mistake, but an understandable one for children. Your Honor, here's the official list of missing items and proof of ownership. As he spoke, Ernest handed a document to the judge. The judge glanced at the paper, barely sparing it a second look before nodding. Whether it was out of respect for Ernest's authority or pure convenience was anyone's guess. Very well. The ownership of the missing items is confirmed, and the witness testimony is clear. There's no reason to continue this hearing. He turned toward the three students. Han Si-ha, Adela, and Li Han. You will be given a level 7 penalty by the Department of Magic, a formal written apology and 30 hours of community service. Do you have any objections? If not, that concludes this tribunal. Luis's jaw clenched tightly, teeth grinding in frustration. But there was nothing more he could do. As for Si-ha and his friends, this outcome was far better than anything they had dared hope for. None of them were stupid enough to object. There was only one lingering issue. Later that evening, after the hearing had concluded, Si-ha was summoned to a private meeting with Headmaster Ernest over tea. Surprisingly, the headmaster didn't interrogate him or demand answers. I won't ask you for explanations, Ernest said simply. Just take this. With that, he handed Si-ha a small slip of paper. Si-ha accepted it with slight hesitation, curiosity gnawing at him. So, the missing item was indeed the cube. But why isn't he pressing me about it? Just what exactly does Headmaster Ernest already know? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Si-ha unfolded the slip of paper. Before he could even ask, the headmaster calmly explained. Divert Grunui, the mathematics professor at Ardell Academy, has vanished. He supposedly left for a research conference but hasn't returned since. The words were spoken with such unsettling calm that Si-ha's shoulders involuntarily tensed, a chill running down his spine. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, it was unclear whether Headmaster Ernest noticed Si-ha's anxious expression, or simply chose to ignore it. Either way, the man continued speaking calmly. The Academy bears much of the responsibility for failing to recognize Professor Divert's true nature sooner. I won't deny that. But I do have one question for you. His eyes sharpened slightly, locking onto Si-ha. How exactly did you survive? Your opponent was a full-fledged professor. A second-year student shouldn't be able to face him alone, and come out alive. Hearing those words, Si-ha realized the headmaster had already pieced together most of what had happened. There was no point hiding it now. If I survived, as a beast tamer, I owe it entirely to my team. Mainly it was because of Basil and, well, luck, I guess, Si-ha replied awkward. But Ernest clearly didn't buy that. No, Han Si-ha. You have talent. Thank you, sir, Si-ha replied politely, though he wasn't sure how else to react. It's not empty praise, Ernest added, his eyes narrowing slightly. You'll know soon enough whether I've overestimated you. Once you decipher that note. The headmaster's words made Si-ha instinctively glance down at the cryptic sheet of paper in his hands, a piece filled with incomprehensible mathematical formulas. This note, Si-ha's eyes narrowed in thought. Across from him, Ernest casually explained the paper's origin. I found that on Professor Divert's bookshelf. It's a cipher, a coded message written in mathematical language. But I couldn't make heads or tails of it. The headmaster smiled faintly. Then I thought, perhaps you could crack it. As he spoke, his expectant gaze fell on Si-ha once again, only adding more pressure to the student's shoulders. You really know how to pile the pressure on, Si-ha muttered under his breath. But at the same time, the gears in his head were already turning. A coded message left behind by a dark mage masquerading as a professor. There's a good chance it contains the location of another cube. His eyes hardened with resolve. I'll take a look, Si-ha replied firmly, not once looking away from the sheet of paper. Seeing that calm, determined expression, Headmaster Ernest nodded with satisfaction. That's right, Si-ha. That attitude of yours, facing impossible challenges with eyes as steady as still water, it unsettles people. Makes them suspicious of you. Time passed. In a secluded room somewhere else on campus, another conversation was taking place. Li Han sat quietly across from an unfamiliar girl. So, how's the project with Han Si-ha going? She asked, her voice teasing, her eyes sharp. Li Han paused for a moment, then answered. I still don't trust him. Han Si-ha is suspicious. Hearing that, the girl pouted playfully, clearly unimpressed with his answer. You've been asking me about Han Si-ha since the beginning of the semester, you know, and besides, she grinned mischievously. Didn't you already show Han Si-ha all your cards? What? Who told you that? Li Han blurted out in shock. The girl giggled and pointed to the crystal orb resting beside her. Byulnim did. Ugh, yeah, okay, I can't argue with that, Li Han mumbled, rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly. Fine, I did get clear directions to the cube's location. I guess revealing my cards wasn't entirely wrong. After that moment of reflection, he continued, his tone growing more serious. But, Han Si-ha's behavior during our first year was suspicious as hell. It wouldn't surprise me if he turned out to be a dark mage at some point. The girl tilted her head, curious. Yet now in our second year, he's completely different. Li Han nodded slowly. Yeah, the more time I spend with him, the more I think, maybe he isn't a bad guy after all. But then his eyes darkened with uncertainty. But if you're asking me whether I believe he'd never betray us, that's a completely different story. On the other side of the room, the mysterious girl finally pulled down the hood covering her face, revealing her identity. It turned out she was Jun-ha, a second-year student from the theology department. Alright, so you're asking me to check whether the prophecy about Han Si-ha has changed or not, right? She asked, smiling playfully. Don't worry. You may have bribed me with bread, but I could never refuse a request from such a handsome guy. She paused, her expression shifting into one of mischief. And besides, keep an eye on what's happening around campus. This favor comes with a condition: a daily fresh bread delivery service straight to me. The bread part? That's the service. Li Han blinked in confusion. Yup, Jin-ha grinned. Byulnim just told me something really weird is about to happen. With that cryptic remark, her face lit up with excitement. Meanwhile, back with Si-ha. At this point, both he and Adela were working themselves to exhaustion as part of their community service punishment from the trial. Okay, this 30-hour community service is no joke, Adela groaned, clearly fed up. Yeah, Si-ha responded blandly, still carefully polishing what looked like an egg. His completely indifferent attitude only fueled Adela's frustration further. Unbelievable, I got dragged into this mess by you two, without knowing anything, and you're just polishing an egg. But Si-ha simply shook his head stubbornly. I heard if you polish it every day, it'll grow strong, he explained casually. For your information, this is a pteranodon egg. Honestly though, I have no idea what this thing actually is. Before Adela could launch into another complaint, their orange-haired friend Juan came sprinting toward them, panting heavily. Gee guys, hot news, big news, he gasped, nearly tripping over his words. Huh, what's going on? Si-ha and Adela exchanged curious glances at his frantic expression. One didn't even bother catching his breath before blurting it out. The latest scoop, it's got the whole academy in an uproar. I ran all the way here to tell you too. The monster room in the specimen wing, it's back. For real this time. Adela's eyes widened with excitement, clearly familiar with the significance of that place. Yeah, this time it's legit. One nodded earnestly. That's why Lila went straight to the professor's office. I saw it with my own eyes. Hearing that, Si-ha's expression darkened slightly. Of course he knew what the so-called monster room meant. The specimen room in the basement. The rumors always started the same way: someone screaming about a monster appearing inside the specimen room. At first, everyone thought it was just another typical spooky academy rumor. A monster inside Ardell Academy. But this wasn't some harmless little creature people were whispering about. According to the rumors, a student had nearly lost their life because of it. The whole campus had buzzed with fear and speculation. In the end though, since there was no concrete evidence to back up the claims, the academy dismissed it as nonsense. And Lila, the poor girl who dared to confront a professor over it, had only been left embarrassed for causing a scene. Thinking that far, Si-ha's system decided to torment him again. Main Quest, Episode 3, The Dragon in the Specimen Room, Time Limit, Until Defeat Reward, Random Encrypted Clue Box, Grade D. Si-ha frowned as the system window flickered in front of him. Great, I already know the monster is real. The dragon's primary skill was stealth. If it decided to hide, even the professors wouldn't be able to track it down. Only a handful of students had the ability to see through its camouflage, everyone else remained completely oblivious to its presence. No doubt it was relying on that very skill to evade capture. While Sia was caught up recalling the scenario, Juan, still buzzing from the news, continued sharing information. Apparently Lilo going to the professor caused a huge stir. And now, even the students are starting to do ridiculous things. Adela's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Ridiculous things? Like what? There's a rumor spreading that the monster is a dragon. One leaned in, voice dropping conspiratorially. Sure, it sounds crazy, but think about it. If they catch it, the scales and blood alone would sell for an insane price, right? So now, the students are losing their minds trying to form a hunting party. One explained all this with great excitement, but Saiha just mentally facepalmed. As absurd as that rumor is, they're not entirely wrong. Wow, not a bad guess, actually, he admitted inwardly. But outwardly, he waved his hand dismissively. Come on, it's just a rumor. Who'd actually believe that and join in on something that stupid? At least, that's what he thought. But as it turned out, this academy had far more idiots than he'd expected. Cut to the main lecture hall. Right then, that idiot Derek was standing in front of the crowd, passionately trying to recruit people for a monster hunt. Trust me, I'm serious. If we catch a dragon, we'll get bonus points. Heck, we might even skip straight to year 3. Isn't that worth the risk? Derek's voice boomed with confidence. Come on, what kind of monster couldn't 10 of us students take down? Sia watched, shaking his head in disbelief. This idiot, a dragon isn't some weakling you can gang up on with numbers alone, he thought bitterly. Then Derek turned to a familiar white-haired girl in the audience. Hey, Solia, what do you say? Want to join our hunting party? Siha's eyes narrowed, immediately seeing through Derek's intentions. That little punk, he's not even hiding his motives. But would Solia really fall for that? He thought for a moment. Solia didn't lack money or points. She had zero reason to involve herself in this nonsense. Smirking to himself, Sia was fully confident she'd refuse. But to his complete shock, Solia turned to look at him briefly, her expression unreadable. Then, clenching her fist with newfound determination, she spoke clearly. All right. I'll join. What? Sia practically screamed inside his head. He wasn't the only one. Stunned murmurs of disbelief rippled through the students. Are you kidding? What kind of well-raised student would volunteer for something that reckless? Some gray-haired student exclaimed. But Solia stood her ground, her voice firm. I'm not joking. I'm serious. At this point, Sia was utterly baffled. Did these people all drink expired milk or something? What the hell are they thinking? He knew about the dragon hunt storyline from the original story. Derek and his gang of brainless followers formed a hunting party for an ill-fated adventure. But that was all it ever was. Solia had never been part of that group. And what happened at the end of that episode? Simple. The hunting party never came back. Not a single one of them. Time passed quickly until late afternoon. At this moment, the model student Solia was still diligently studying. But suddenly, for some reason, she let out a long, weary sigh, her expression clouded with frustration. Her father's words echoed in her mind. Purification magic comes from a pure heart, my daughter. The path to becoming a noble mage requires unwavering resolve. Never show weakness to your enemies, and use magic without greed. Solia clenched her fists, silently reminding herself. Father, I've never forgotten your teachings. A noble, strong, and pure mage, you built our family with magic. You always told me that. But her lips quivered ever so slightly. I'm sorry, Father. I don't think I can live up to that. Their family, the proud Arcanine household, had lost its prestige. The legacy her father held dear, the place where she was born, was in ruins. The only way to restore the Arcanine name was for her to succeed as a mage. But now, for the first time, that seemed uncertain. She'd lost her top spot, the rank she had always dominated, to that person. Hansiha. She'd barely managed to survive at Ardell Academy through relentless effort. But her research into magic had hit nothing but failures. And now, with the final evaluation looming, she wasn't confident she could surpass Hansiha. But if I join the dragon hunt and earn bonus points, I might still have a slim chance to turn this around. Her eyes sharpened with resolve as she refocused on the book in front of her. It was a thick tome filled with information about dragons. Dragons, cautious creatures. But they're weak against fire and light. They thrive best in the shadows. That means it's probably lurking somewhere in the underground specimen room. Flipping through the pages, Solia's gaze grew cold and calculating. From what I've seen, none of the kids in that hunting group have real talent. If the dragon truly appears, the best I can hope for is that they don't get in my way, let alone actually help. That made this her opportunity. Her chance to reclaim her rightful place as the Academy's Mage of Light. She had the best affinity for fighting dragons. "I'll seize this chance with my own two hands," she muttered under her breath, determination burning in her eyes. Little did she know, Sia's interference had already pushed the storyline off course. Meanwhile, the sun god himself Han Sai-ha was sprinting off to find Junham for an urgent fortune reading about the dragon hunt success rate. And the result? Jun Ha-yum shook her head firmly. "No way. Solia can't catch the dragon on her own." Siha frowned. "That's what your star told you." Across from him, Jun Ha-um nodded seriously but quickly broke into her usual teasing tone. "Yup. And by the way, you do remember my fortunes aren't cheap, right? A piece of bread doesn't cut it, mister." With no other option, Sia sighed in defeat and handed her a hefty pouch of gold coins. Her face lit up instantly, practically beaming like a sunflower. But after pocketing the money, she tilted her head curiously. "By the way, why are you suddenly asking about Solia's future? Don't tell me you've fallen for her or something?" "Huh." Siha recoiled in horror, quickly waving his hands in denial. "Are you insane? Of course not." But deep down, Siha had a few things he didn't dare say out loud. "Yeah, Solia was actually my favorite character when I used to read Ardell Academy. But that was back when I was just a reader. Now, I just want to stop a capable main character from dying too early, that's all." Because the truth was, there was no way Solia could handle the dragon alone. With that sobering thought, Siha's face darkened as if trying to figure out his next move. Time skipped forward as the reckless dragon hunting group made their way down to the specimen room, just as they had planned. And sure enough, they encountered something huge lurking in the shadows. Shield of Light. Solia's sharp voice rang out as she cast her magic, a shimmering barrier forming right in front of her. But from deep within the darkness, an enormous scaled tail suddenly lashed out, smashing straight into her shield. Though the shield managed to absorb the impact, a large crack now marred its surface. If I hadn't reacted in time and set up a barrier, who knows what would have happened, Solia thought, biting her lip nervously. It was only now that the others began realizing this hunt wasn't nearly as simple as Derek had made it sound. "We should stop, please," a girl from the group spoke hesitantly, her voice trembling. "Two people are already hurt. None of us expected the specimen room to be this dark, or the dragon to be this powerful. Let's just go back." But Derek immediately cut her off. "No way. We can't just leave now. We've set traps all over this room. We're this close to catching it. Once it steps into one of those traps, that monster's finished." But the girl shook her head desperately. But it's been attacking us while avoiding the traps. It's almost like it knows exactly where they are." "That's impossible. Dragons aren't that intelligent." Derek shouted, his voice cracking with panic. "Wait, something's coming," Solia warned, her sharp instincts kicking in. And just as the words left her lips, bam! A massive force slammed into the group, sending them flying like ragdolls across the room. It was only now that Derek's arrogant confidence finally shattered, replaced by fear and confusion. How is this happening? It doesn't make sense. Unless, his voice faltered as a terrifying thought formed in his mind. Unless someone is controlling it. And unfortunately for them, his suspicion was dead on. Hidden within the shadows of the specimen room, cloaked in darkness, stood a lone figure. A man clad in a dark robe, Hugh Stancer, a fifth-year beast tamer. Watching the group of battered, helpless students struggle to stand, Hughes chuckled smugly. "Just as I expected. The professors have been neglecting the specimen room, and the students, foolish enough to wander in on their own. These arrogant little mages from Ardell Academy, they're all the same. None of them realize. This dragon isn't some wild beast. It's under the control of a beast tamer me." His eyes gleamed with cold hatred as bitter memories filled his mind. 15 years ago, those bastards from Ardell mercilessly crushed the Dark Mages during the Mage War. My father lost his life that day. Tonight, I'll have my revenge. Let's see how long you can cling to life when faced with true death. Meanwhile, Solia remained unaware of the true enemy lurking in the shadows. Her entire body trembled as she glanced at the unconscious, unmoving students lying around her. "I knew from the start I'd have to fight alone," she thought, fear gripping her heart. "But what can I do? Can I even win?" No, even if victory was impossible, she refused to sit here and wait for death. She would pour everything she had into this moment. "Please," she whispered under her breath, lifting her wand high into the air. The last of her mana pulsed within her, gathering for one desperate spell. But before Solia's spell could fully take shape, a hand suddenly shot out, grabbing her wrist tightly and pulling it down. "Hey, do you have a death wish or something?" The voice was familiar. Startled, Solia quickly turned her head and looked at the person beside her. "You, Han Siha. Save your mana," Siha warned, his eyes sharp. "Everyone else is already down. You're the only light mage left standing. Get ready to cast your spells at the right moment. Got it?" How did you even get here?" Solia stammered, her silver hair catching the faint glow of her fading barrier. But Siha didn't have time to explain. His eyes darted into the shadows, locking onto the faint outline of the drake lurking in the darkness. Those movements, no doubt about it, someone's controlling it from behind the scenes. Even if the tamer tried to hide their presence, those of the same profession could always sense each other. Fine. If it's a contest between tamers, let's see who comes out on top. Here, chew on this, Siha muttered with a smirk. In one swift motion, he tossed a glowing energy orb toward the drake. And just as he expected, the creature's instincts kicked in. The moment it spotted the rapidly moving orb, the drake lunged forward, jaws wide, and swallowed it whole. Hiding in the shadows, Hugh Stancer, the tamer behind the attack, immediately tensed. What the hell? Why isn't it listening to me? And what was that orb? Meanwhile, Siha's smirk deepened as relief washed over him. The basics of taming, it's all about understanding a monster's habits. Dragons? They bite first. Anything fast-moving triggers their instincts. But you shouldn't just swallow random things given to you by others, little lizard. A faint dizziness began to affect the drake, the orb's hidden effect taking hold. Now's the time. Without hesitation, Siha shouted, "Solia, now. Aim for its heart." Behind him, Solia's eyes widened for just a moment, but she was ready. Judgment of light. With a determined cry, she unleashed a brilliant pillar of radiant energy, blasting directly toward the drake's chest. The attack hit its mark hard, and in that moment, the invisible link between the drake and Hughes visibly snapped. "No way," Hughes muttered in disbelief as panic flooded his face. "The bond, it's broken." Without his connection to the beast, even Hughes knew the situation was turning dangerous for him. "I didn't want to resort to this. It's dangerous, it strains the body." But, backed into a corner, Hughes made his move. Dark, ominous magic surged around him as he unleashed forbidden spells. A faint red mist enveloped the drake's body, its scales shimmering unnaturally under the corrupted magic. Solia's expression turned uneasy. I don't like the look of this. Something's wrong with the drake, it looks worse than before." Siha's eyes narrowed, his face hardening with realization. "Dark magic, that's dark magic energy. Don't tell me that tamer, he's a dark mage. Seriously. Just when I thought I had everything under control, a damn dark mage has to show up." Siha cursed under his breath. Before he could even come up with a new plan, ding. The system's prompt appeared, interrupting his frantic thoughts. "You have awakened a new skill. Do you wish to use Beast Tamer's touch?" "Huh? What the hell is that supposed to mean?" Siha muttered, eyes widening in both confusion and curiosity. System notification. Forced bond enhancement activated. Target, Drake from the specimen chamber. Status, has an existing master. Override possible. Would you like to temporarily tame the Drake? The sudden system message left Siha momentarily stunned. Wait, I can take control of a beast that's already been tamed by someone else. There really wasn't any good reason to say no. But will this actually work? Despite his doubts, Siha didn't hesitate long. His hand quickly tapped the confirmation button. In the next instant, an invisible tether materialized, connecting him to the massive Drake looming in front of him. System notification, temporary taming successful. Almost immediately, the fierce Drake obediently lowered its head, rubbing its snout against Siha's hand like an oversized, scaly puppy seeking affection. Meanwhile, Solia stood frozen, staring at the scene with wide eyes, completely dumbfounded. What the hell? Why is the Drake acting so tame? No way, her gaze darted toward Siha, filled with suspicion and curiosity. Han Siha, don't tell me you tamed it. How? How did you even? Of course, there was no way Siha could just casually explain the system popping up and handing him cheat-level abilities. So, with a nonchalant shrug, he brushed it off with an evasive smile. Yeah, I guess. Turns out I'm pretty good with reptiles, he joked, trying to sound casual. But on the other side of the room, Hugh Stancer, the dark mage and tamer, was having a full-blown mental breakdown. No. I spent so much time and mana taming that drake, it's mine. It belongs to me. Fueled by rage and desperation, Hughes poured his dark magic into the beast. Immediately the drake's eyes shifted to a sinister crimson hue, the visible sign that the dark mage's control had forcefully reasserted itself. The temporary link Saiha had established snapped apart like fragile string. What? Taming failed. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Sia's temple as panic set in. Meanwhile, Hughes let out a manic laugh, utterly pleased with himself. That's right, you're mine, my loyal drake, you foolish brat. Did you really think you could? But his words were abruptly cut short. Without warning, the drake lunged forward, jaws wide, and chomped down directly on Hughes himself. The dark mage barely had time to twitch before he went completely limp, dangling from the beast's mouth like a wet rag. A foul, nauseating stench quickly filled the room. Gee gross, someone, help me, Hughes whimpered weakly. Solya let out a startled shriek at the grotesque sight. Sai, however, could only stare blankly at the scene, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. Damn it, spit him out. That's disgusting. Time passed quickly after that. With Hughes' stancer incapacitated, drained, and overwhelmed by the dark magic he had recklessly abused, the situation resolved itself surprisingly fast. Headmaster Ernest, who arrived on the scene after receiving the report, could not conceal his shock. The realization that a dark mage had been operating inside the academy right under everyone's noses left him visibly shaken. Yet, despite the grim discovery, Ernest personally expressed his gratitude to Sia. It seems the dark mages hiding within Ardell Academy have yet to give up. Thank you, Hansiha. Following the incident, all students who had participated in the reckless dragon taming operation were strictly punished. Siha, however, was treated very differently. Having saved the lives of countless students, he not only received the academy's thanks but was showered with gifts from grateful parents. Now, staring at the mountain of neatly wrapped presents stacked on his bed, Siha let out a satisfied sigh. Guess I won't have to worry about food for a while, he mused, nodding in approval at the generosity of Ardell's prestigious circle of noble mages. After casually rummaging through the pile of gifts, he turned his attention back to what truly mattered: the new skill he had acquired from the battle. Tamer's Touch. A skill completely absent from the original storyline. Its description read: Tamer's Touch temporarily tames monsters during combat by rapidly enhancing bond formation. Limit: only one monster can be tamed at a time. Duration: 3 hours. Effectiveness: only applicable to monsters at least 10 levels lower than the user. Reading through the details, Sia couldn't help but glance toward Basil, who was sulking nearby. It's strange that I ended up with this, a tamer's skill. Honestly, it would have been way more practical to test it directly on that drake, Sia muttered. In the end though, since the skill had a strict time limit, and given how much Basil hated the idea of it, he'd simply turned the drake over to the academy professors after the battle. Still, that wasn't the only reward he'd earned from this little adventure. There was one more. The long-awaited moment had arrived. System notification, main episode 3, specimen chamber drake completed. Random reward chest, grade D to A, ready to be claimed. Would you like to open the reward chest? Siha's eyes lit up. There was no reason to hesitate. Obviously yes. The moment he confirmed, a wooden chest materialized right in front of him. Before cracking it open, Sia clasped his hands together and sent a silent prayer to his ancestors. I don't ask for much, but please, at least grade B. I'll take a B. Just not D. With trembling hands, he pried the lid open. And the gods, or perhaps his ancestors, must have been listening. Inside the chest was a sleek, elegant-looking bag. Its description floated before his eyes: a rank spatial bag. Hell yeah, a grin crept across Sia's face. And a rank item. Not only would this solve his storage issues, but this was also a rare, high-grade item, something most students wouldn't even dream of getting their hands on so early. Today luck was truly on his side. Staring at the reward in his hands, Siha could hardly believe it was real. It was even better than he had imagined. Not only would it be useful in combat, but it would make daily life far more convenient as well. If I tried to buy this outside, it'd cost me more than just a few gold coins, he muttered with a pleased smile, carefully examining the rank spatial bag. But that wasn't all. System notification: as a reward for your outstanding contribution and effort in resolving the recent event, an additional reward has been granted. Bonus reward: for minimizing casualties during the incident. Please check your inventory. Note: no casualties occurred during the event. Siha blinked in surprise at the sudden pop-up but quickly understood why. A bonus reward. I get it now, he whispered. In the original storyline, not a single student returned alive from the dragon hunt. But this time, even those who had been seriously injured were treated in time and survived. Clearly, this was the system's way of rewarding him for completing what amounted to a high-difficulty achievement. His curiosity piqued. Siha flipped the spatial bag upside down. A single red slip of paper tumbled out, scrawled with a strange set of mathematical formulas. What is this? Sia muttered, picking it up and examining the symbols. A note? It looked like some kind of math problem, a formula to be exact. Wait a minute, this is from Professor Divert's lectures, the equations he always sneaks onto the exams. For some reason, the formula looked oddly familiar. Siha's eyes widened as realization dawned on him. A spark of understanding ignited in his mind, startling the tiny dragon Basil who had been sulking nearby. Why didn't I think of this sooner? The string of numbers Headmaster Ernest had given him a few days ago, it had been stuck in his mind, unsolved, gnawing at him. He had been obsessing over deciphering the symbols' meaning this whole time. But that was never the point. It wasn't about the hidden meaning behind the symbols. I just had to solve the damn equation, Siha muttered, half laughing, half exasperated with himself. He had lost sleep for days over a puzzle that, in hindsight, even a middle school student could have cracked. With the mathematical skills of a former doctor, it didn't take long. A few quick scribbles. Some calculations. Don't. The answer 205 and 014. Armed with this new clue, Siha wasted no time. He made his way to room 205 and locker 014 to investigate. Room 205, part of the advanced dark magic department. After discreetly checking the student records at the faculty office, Siha confirmed that student 014 had left the academy long ago, disappearing without a trace. Standing in front of the locker, he cautiously reached out and opened it. A brilliant, radiant glow spilled out, illuminating his face. His lips curled into a satisfied smile. Knew it, this is it. Inside the locker sat another mysterious cube identical to the one the dark mages had been passing around. It was clear now. Professor Divert had received this cube from those dark mages and hidden it away. Without hesitation, Sia slipped the cube into his spatial bag for safekeeping. Carrying this thing around by myself is way too risky. For the next few days, it would be best to stay quiet, keep a low profile, and avoid attracting attention. With that thought, Sia quickly left the classroom, vanishing down the hallway before anyone could notice. But of course, nothing ever went the way Sia planned. A few days later, for reasons unknown to him, the fortune teller Junhaam had been stubbornly trailing behind him everywhere he went, much to his annoyance. Siha, please stop following me already, he groaned, barely keeping his temper in check. Why do you keep rejecting my date invitations? Junhaam asked with an innocent, curious look. Because I'm not interested in you, Sia snapped. But you're interested in me, right? She pressed on, eyes glinting mischievously. Or, are you still hung up on Solia? Siha, walking a few steps ahead, abruptly froze at the mention of that name. His expression darkened as he turned around. Why would you suddenly bring her up? He muttered. Junha shrugged, then immediately returned to her usual teasing. Either way, how about going on a date with me? She suggested, her face full of hopeful anticipation. Too bad that expression had no effect on the protagonist. You call that a date? You've been badgering me into joining the Department of Theology's astrology competition, Siha shot back with an exasperated sigh. Junha tapped her chin thoughtfully. Sounds like you're just choosing the easy way out, Siha. Did the stars tell you to be that lazy? Siha narrowed his eyes. Are you going to answer my question? Or, she conveniently ignored that, and smoothly transitioned into persuasion mode. Speaking of which, she began, the astrology competition only covers basic astrology knowledge. And if you win, you get 3 credits in the theology department with the highest possible grade, I might add. Siha's mind, previously steadfast, began to waver. 3 credits, from another department. That means I could skip a class next semester. The realization hit him hard. That class, specifically, would be Professor Grin's class, the one Siha had been dreading. The more he thought about it, the more tempting it became. Junha noticed the hesitation creeping onto his face and pressed the advantage. Besides, she added, flashing a confident grin, you know how capable I am, don't you? The top student of the theology department, personally offering to guide you through this bus ride. Damn it, Sia cursed inwardly. It really does sound like a golden opportunity. In the end, unable to resist the allure of that tempting offer, he sighed in defeat. Enough with the nonsense. Just tell me what's on the exam, he said reluctantly. Haha, this counts as a date with a handsome guy, right? Junha chuckled triumphantly. From there, the days that followed weren't particularly shocking. Sia found himself buried in theology textbooks, cramming knowledge he never imagined he'd bother with. Time passed in the blink of an eye. On the day of the astrology competition, Sia rubbed his neck with a grimace. His whole body felt stiff and uncomfortable. Did I sleep wrong last night? Or is this that unsettling feeling theology students always talk about? He wondered aloud. Wow, Han-si-ha, look at that judge over there, Junha exclaimed, eyes wide. Why, does he kinda look like you? Sia turned his head, and sure enough, standing among the panel of judges was a young man, sharp features, perfectly styled hair, and an expression cool enough to make people instinctively jealous. Turning back toward Si-ha, the moment his eyes landed on the man with a face eerily similar to his own, his expression instantly soured. Of course he recognized that person. What the hell, seriously? There was no mistaking it, the man standing among the judges was none other than his older brother, Han Si-hook. If I'd known he was going to be a judge, I never would've signed up for this ridiculous competition, Sia groaned inwardly. Dressed head to toe in a sharp black suit, with a perpetually gloomy expression and a strangely captivating voice, Han Si-hook stood out even among the prestigious guest judges. He was the crown jewel of the magic department, famous for his unrivaled talent in astrology, a field he began studying at the mere age of 12. Now, he was celebrated across the Ardell Empire as the greatest prophet of their time. A true prodigy who had walked the path of excellence from the very beginning. And, unfortunately, Siha's half-brother. There was just one problem. Han Si-ha was the legitimate son of Count Han Ta-shu. Meanwhile, Han Si-hook was the illegitimate child born outside the family, raised under the shadow of discrimination and exclusion. Naturally, that left Si-hook with years of deep-seated resentment toward his younger brother. And to be fair, in the original story Han Si-ha was, well, kind of a jerk. The type of spoiled noble brat who never missed an opportunity to belittle his half-brother. You really think you can act like a proper older brother? Please. You're not even a real member of the family. Just clinging to our name, pathetic as ever. That was the kind of trash Sia used to spew at Si-hook in the original timeline. Total villain energy. Recalling all that, Sia shuddered as he met his brother's eyes across the room. That look. Is that how an older brother's supposed to look at his little brother? Now a genius prophet who had clawed his way out of the shadows of illegitimacy and disgrace, Han Si-hook most definitely wasn't thrilled to see him. And if Si-hook decided to be petty and tank his score out of spite, that would be a problem. Not for himself necessarily, but for Junha his teammate. It wouldn't be fair if she lost points just because of family drama, Sia thought bitterly, casting a worried glance toward her. Completely oblivious to the storm raging in his head, Junha smiled brightly and gave him a thumbs up. Do your best out there, Han Si-ha. Yeah, right, Sia muttered, nodding stiffly. All he could do now was tell himself to give it his all. Time passed quickly, and soon the exams of the theology department were underway, ranging from written tests to interpreting prophecies based on constellations, even a test involving object manipulation using magic. Meanwhile, at a fountain near the exam venue, Han Si-hook was having a quiet conversation with a blonde female professor. The magic department team is way ahead. Are you sure there's no chance the test questions were leaked? He asked, his voice low and skeptical. The professor hesitated, clearly uncomfortable. Well, the questions came from an external contractor within the magic department, so leaks are highly unlikely, Judge Han. She paused for a moment, biting her lip before continuing. But what should we do? I understand your concerns about the high scores, but Junha is the top student of the theology department. It's not surprising that magic students would benefit from teaming up with her. Let's stop the suspicion and proceed with awarding the winners. With no legitimate grounds to object, Han Si-hook could only nod silently. Not long after, the blonde professor stepped forward and officially announced the results. Very well. I will now announce the winners of this year's astrology competition, she declared. The first place team is Junha from the theology department and Han Si-ha from the magic department. As expected, the moment they heard their names, both Sia and Junha couldn't help but grin with delight. See? Told you could do it, Junha beamed proudly. Of course, a lot of that was thanks to my brilliance. Then her gaze softened slightly, her smile becoming genuinely impressed. But still, Han Sai-ha, you were incredible. Especially when you identified the object in the box, the shape, the color, the position, even I was impressed. Back to Si-ha. As soon as those 3 precious academic credits were officially his, he let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, thank the heavens. Astrology wasn't just about listening to the stars and pretending it was some kind of mystical science. It involved calculating planetary positions and analyzing constellations through pure mathematics to assess their energy. Once he approached it from a mathematical perspective, everything had fallen into place. As those thoughts drifted through his head, the two of them made their way up to the podium for the awards ceremony. And of course Jun-ha couldn't help but try to recruit him along the way. You really are a genius, how about transferring to the theology department? She teased with a playful grin. Sai-ha rejected the offer without a shred of hesitation. No thanks. I worked my ass off just to get into the magic department. Up on stage, the blonde professor gave them both a congratulatory nod. You'll be receiving your certificates and trophies soon. Oh, and Han Si-ha, Judge Han Si-huk requested to see you privately. Han Si-huk wants to see me. Sai-ha frowned, suspicion flaring in his chest. Time skipped forward. Now, in an elegantly furnished room, presumably the space Si-huk used to host private meetings, Si-ha sat alone, leisurely sipping his tea. Does Han Si-huk even appear in this part of the story? He wondered to himself. Since Han Si-ha was only a minor character in the original plot, his older brother Han Si-huk never received much attention either. So I don't know anything about this. But one thing's for sure, he's not the type to do anything good for me. At that thought, Si-ha's face darkened slightly. Right on cue, the cold older brother entered the room, his low voice cutting through the silence. You're here. Si-ha turned his head to face him, eyes narrowed. Why did you call me here? I have some advice for you, Si-huk replied, settling into the chair across from him. Advice? From him? Sai-ha nearly laughed out loud at the absurdity. Advice, if it were an insult that he could believe. But actual advice? From Han Si-huk? Yeah, right, smirking inwardly, Si-ha prepared himself for the worst. As if reading his mind, Si-huk didn't waste time with pleasantries and got straight to the point. That's right. I don't know what tricks you pulled to get that result, but you're not a child anymore. No one's going to hand you rewards on a silver platter forever. Don't get too full of yourself, Si-huk said condescendingly, voice dripping with superiority. Veins twitched on Si-ha's forehead. There it is, Han Si-huk, arrogant as ever. His personality really was perfectly matched to that cold, sharp face of his. Despite the irritation bubbling in his chest, Si-ha doubted his brother called him here, just to spew nonsense like that. All right, enough. Get to the real reason you dragged me here, Si-ha snapped, voice tinged with frustration. You're still as impatient as ever, Si-huk remarked coolly, his expression unreadable. There's nothing complicated. This summer vacation stay at the Castilla estate. The words made Si-ha practically choke on air, his body jolting forward in disbelief. Huh? Out of nowhere? Why me? Instead of offering an explanation, Han Si-huk simply gave a cold, commanding stare. If I tell you to stay, then you stay. If you're grateful for that victory of yours, you'd better listen. If it were socially acceptable to punch this guy, Si-ha wouldn't hesitate for a second. He really acts like he handed me that trophy himself. Jun-ha and I got the highest scores. The other judges praised us, but the way Han Si-huk talks, it sounds like he personally gifted us the victory. Is that all you had to say? Can I leave now? Si-ha snapped. Han Si-huk simply gave a cold, dismissive nod. You can go. Typical. Si-ha rolled his eyes, not bothering to waste another second in that suffocating room. He turned and stormed out, slamming the door shut behind him with satisfying force. Just like that, a few days passed. The final exams for the first semester ended, and summer break was just around the corner. Glancing down at his magic practice textbook, Si-ha didn't hesitate to toss it over his shoulder. Screw this. I've already got enough credits from the astrology competition. That means I can skip Professor Grint's class next semester. Right then, the ever-curious Adela jogged over to him, eyes sparkling with curiosity. Hey Si-ha. How'd your exams go? Pretty good, he replied with a small nod. What about you, Adela? Of course I crushed it, she declared proudly. Then, her eyes drifted to the packed luggage beside him. Pooh, your bags are full. Heading home, Si-ha explained casually. Yeah, I'm planning to visit my family. Hearing that, Adela lit up with genuine joy. Really? You've made up with your family? That's great. Her beaming smile made Sia falter for a moment. He didn't have the heart to tell her the truth. Yeah, made up isn't exactly the right word. The reality? He hadn't even seen them face to face in ages. But remembering Han Si-hook's weirdly insistent order to stay at the Castilla estate, Sia sighed. Well, he was so annoyingly persistent about it. Guess I'll just go along with it this time. Doesn't seem like there's any grand scheme anyway. Shrugging off the thought, Sia redirected the conversation. What about you, Adela? You heading home too? She smiled and shook her head. They don't really like me being home, so I'll just stay at the dorms. Hearing that, Sia let out a small hum of understanding. She says it like that, but the truth's probably messier than she lets on. In the original story, Adela's family background was vague at best. She was always a little lonely, hard to read. But Sia wasn't the type to pry into someone else's painful past. Waving lightly, he said, "Well, see you after the break." "Yeah, see you in a month." "Take care," Adela replied, her smile soft and warm. Not long after, the son got himself. Sia lugged his suitcase onto the train bound for the Castilla estate. But when he arrived, staring up at the ridiculously enormous, luxurious mansion towering before him, Sia's jaw nearly hit the ground. What the hell crap, Han Sia? Just how loaded is your family? Why the hell did you waste your time messing around with dark magic at school? If I had money like this, I'd chill my way through graduation. Grumbling under his breath, Sia dragged himself to the mansion's grand entrance, where a stern old butler was already waiting. "I'm back," Sia announced. But before he could even take a step inside, the butler raised a hand to stop him. "Please wait here, young master. That is an order from the Count. You are not permitted to enter until I receive further instructions." And with that, the elderly butler stood firm as a stone statue, cold and unyielding. Sia's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. "You've got to be kidding me. They're seriously leaving me outside like this? A kid returning home after a year and a half away, and they're leaving me stranded at the gate." And so, time ticked by until late afternoon. Still no word from the old man inside. Which meant that Sia, along with his mountain of luggage, was still stuck sitting out in the yard like some stray dog waiting for scraps. The pathetic sight of him slumped on the steps wasn't going unnoticed either. A few maids huddled together, whispering behind cupped hands. "He's still waiting out there. If it were me, I'd have gone to find somewhere else to stay by now. Persistent, isn't he?" Their quiet gossip wasn't exactly subtle, and naturally, Sia's ears picked up every word. His face flushed with embarrassment as irritation bubbled up inside him. "Seriously. I can hear you, you know," he muttered bitterly in his mind. Just then, the grand doors to the estate creaked open. Both Sia and the little dragon, Basil, perked up at the sound. Stepping out was none other than Count Han Tezu, Sia's father. "You've arrived." The man's voice was calm, almost gentle. "Come in." But instead of feeling relief, Sia's suspicion only deepened. What's with this sudden hospitality? Even though he had no clue what his father was playing at, Sia obediently picked up his bags and followed the man inside. The dining room was lavish, more food piled onto the table than any two people could possibly eat. But despite technically sharing a meal, the distance between them was ridiculous. The long dining table easily stretched 20 meters, and they sat on opposite ends like two enemies in a negotiation. As they ate, Han Tezu finally spoke. "I heard the Department of Magic caused quite a scandal recently. Enough to spark a formal hearing. Care to explain?" Sia, carving a neat slice of steak, finally understood why he'd been left out in the yard like an unwanted stray. "So that's why I got locked out. I thought maybe he changed his attitude because his son's grades improved, but nope. He probably thinks I got myself into more trouble, and this is punishment." Yeah, that fits perfectly with Count Han Tezu's personality. Amused by the predictability of it all, Sia calmly took a bite of his steak before replying. "You're pretty quick when it comes to catching scandalous rumors, father. But a bit slow on actual facts. I can guess where those rumors came from, though." His eyes flicked toward one of the nearby servants. Based on the staff's behavior, it wasn't hard to piece things together. Some distorted version of the story must have made its way to Tezu through the household grapevine. "What was that?" Tezu's sharp voice cut through the air. Wouldn't a normal father be curious as to why his son enrolled in the Department of Magic in the first place? Sia's tone dripped with faint sarcasm. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire atmosphere shifted. Han Tezu's eyes darkened dangerously. "You dare lecture me?" His voice was ice cold, And despite all his bravado, Siha's body instinctively tensed, a chill running down his spine. God, that's terrifying. No wonder they call him the Blood Count. The first really shouldn't provoke him any further, reminding himself to tread carefully. Saihei immediately adjusted his attitude. Apologies. I didn't mean to disappoint you, father, he said smoothly. So why were you there? Why did you participate in a Department of Magic event? Taezu questioned. I attended the event as an official representative of the academy, Saihei explained, casually passing a document to a nearby attendant to deliver to his father. The moment Taezu's eyes skimmed over the paper, the faint simmer of anger in them exploded into a visible blaze. Is this a joke? His voice was sharp with disbelief. Top of the class in beast taming, top of the class in magical practice, overall ranking, 3rd place. This is your report card. Did you cheat? Suspicion laced every syllable of his voice. After all, no one knew the original Han Siha's pathetic academic record better than his own father. On Siha's side, surprisingly, he didn't lose his temper. Instead, he calmly explained everything. I didn't cheat or fake my grades, father. In fact, cheating on practical exams is nearly impossible. That was my midterm score. I actually did even better on the final exams. The moment those words left his mouth, Han Taezu, the so-called Blood Count, visibly trembled, his entire body shaking with emotion. You actually did it. Siha, you finally come to your senses. The corners of his eyes glistened with tears. Wait, is he crying? Siha stared in stunned silence, utterly baffled. Never in his life had he expected to see that expression on the infamous Han Taezu's face, the feared nobleman nicknamed the Blood Count for a reason. Unaware of Sia's inner disbelief, Taezu continued to weep openly. You've finally grown up, I'm truly deeply proud of you. Meanwhile, Sia couldn't help but feel like the plot itself was starting to break down. Is this the collapse of the original story setting? Time passed, and over the next few days, Han Taezu's attitude did a complete 180. The household staff, who used to ignore Siha, now regarded him with a cautious respect. I'm not that abandoned child of the family anymore, Siha mused. The Blood Count support is enough to lay a solid foundation for my future. I hate to admit it, but Han Si-hook was right. Coming back home for the break was the right move. 2 days later, while sipping tea with his father, Taezu casually asked, Is there anything else you'd like to study? Huh? Beast taming, maybe? Siha replied. Taezu didn't hesitate. He immediately provided him with 10 horses and asked if he wanted anything else. Suits me just fine, Siha thought. His father was feeling generous, so he wasn't going to be shy. I need high-grade gemstones. The finer the grind, the better, Saihei requested. Everything was in preparation for that soon-to-hatch egg. It was almost time for the Pira egg to hatch, and Siha had to be ready. According to beast taming knowledge, baby Piras grow by eating finely ground gemstones, he reminded himself. A Pira egg guaranteed to hatch into a Pitara. The hatch success rate was 99 out of 100. The scene shifted to Siha's private room. To ensure everything went smoothly, he had been watching over the egg like it was his own child. I've set up the perfect temperature, humidity, and environment. Hatching shouldn't be an issue, he thought confidently. There was a reason Pira eggs were classified as grade A. Their combat power was average, but their utility and transportation was unrivaled. Once tamed, they were fiercely loyal, but that loyalty didn't come easy. Taming a Pira is actually harder than taming a dragon, Sia recalled. There are way more variables to consider. A newly hatched Pira could take 1 to 2 weeks to tame. Too long, and without proper taming, they were destructive and unpredictable. While lost in thought, the egg suddenly shook violently, snapping Siha out of his contemplation. I didn't touch it, could it be? His anxiety spiked as the trembling intensified. And just as he suspected, the eggshell cracked apart into pieces. A sudden blast of energy erupted through the room, shattering the window panes. Luckily, Sia reacted just in time, casting a containment spell to suppress the shockwave's impact. Breathing heavily, he stared at the tiny creature now yawning lazily in front of him. A monster, I really got one, he realized. But a monster is still a monster. If I let my guard down, it'll bolt. The Pira hatchling looked small and innocent enough, but Sia wasn't fooled. A containment barrier surrounded the little beast, ensuring it couldn't escape. This little guy, you're not getting away that easily, Siha muttered under his breath, eyes narrowing at the newborn creature. Glancing around the utterly wrecked room, Sia nearly lost his soul on the spot. It looked like a tornado had swept through the place. The raw strength of a newborn one-day-old monster is seriously insane. Even with restraining magic, the little thing had still managed to break free. Thanks to his affinity skill, Siha could usually tame most monsters with relative ease, but not this one. It just hatched, and it's already this feisty. Clearly, a different approach was needed. First, I need to calm it down. It's probably just agitated from being in an unfamiliar environment. Let's hit it with a sleep spell, Sia muttered to himself. Without wasting a second, he cast a gentle sleep enchantment toward the little Pira. Within moments, its fierce little eyes drooped, and its tiny body slumped to the ground like a drunk toddler. Seeing this, Sia cautiously approached, lifting the creature into his arms. It worked. This is my chance. He pressed the baby Patura gently against his chest, holding it close. I need to imprint my scent onto it. Let it know I'm not a threat, that's the key. Man, all that hard-earned experience really comes in handy in moments like this. Taming a monster like this wasn't a one-and-done deal. I'll have to keep this up for about a week. But hey, it's summer break. I've got time. The chaotic, disaster-struck room? Well, that was just how Han Siha's room looked now. It came with the territory. Time passed quickly, and before long summer break came to an end. Back at school, Sia met up with his friend Juan, who nearly exploded when he heard the news. What? You tamed a Ptera? Juan practically shouted. Han Siha, do you even realize how insane that is? Even seasoned tamers can only handle 3 monsters at most. But you? A second-year student taming 2 monsters simultaneously, one of which is a Ptera. Juan's jaw practically hit the floor. Pteras are practically impossible to tame in their infancy. Meanwhile, Sia scratched his cheek awkwardly, clearly a bit embarrassed by all the praise. Alright, tone it down. Let's focus here. We came to register for classes, remember? Beside him, Juan's eyes were already sparkling like car headlights as he asked cautiously, Hey, there's no way I can keep this kind of juicy news to myself. Mind if I tell people? Such a natural-born gossip, Sia muttered inwardly, but honestly, it wasn't exactly some state secret. He had no intention of hiding it anyway. I don't mind. Do whatever you want, Sia replied casually. Wow, thanks man. Juan grinned brightly. Then, as a token of appreciation, he handed Siha a folded piece of paper. To repay you here, I've prepared this schedule for you. It's a carefully crafted timetable that only includes highly rated professors with favorable class hours, a perfect combination. How can someone turn a simple course schedule into a work of art? Sia marveled internally. His eyes lit up like stars as he gave Juan a solid thumbs up. I'm definitely using this. Thanks. No worries, let's both succeed this semester, alright? Juan replied confidently. Setting that aside, Sia glanced around, his eyes widening slightly in disbelief. It's still early. And there's already this big of a crowd. Apparently, registering for courses here wasn't going to be a walk in the park. At Ardell Academy, course registration only opened on a set day and time, all students having to gather at a place called the Arcane Center. The tricky part. The Arcane Center changed locations every single time. To register, students had to locate a specific spot linked to their personal magic circle and the central magic circle to authenticate their identity and access the system. The day before course registration, Juan had already shared some insider information with him. Hey, you know tomorrow's course registration, right? Juan had said. Not all Arcane Center locations are the same. Some have strong mana currents, some don't. Luckily, I got a tip from a senior about a place with insanely good mana flow. Let's meet there, yeah? It's basically like hunting for good Wi-Fi, Sia thought at the time, chuckling to himself. Fast forward to now, standing in that very spot, he could indeed feel the mana currents flowing strongly through the air. The reason everyone was so on edge about registration this semester was simple. Siha absolutely did not want to end up in Professor Grint's class again, the same professor who practically dragged him into that theology competition. The atmosphere was tense, like soldiers about to charge into battle. 10 seconds left, someone announced. The countdown began. 3, 2, 1. The Arcane Center's portal lit up, and simultaneously, every student received the system notification. Course registration for semester 2 has officially begun. The moment the notification appeared, no one bothered reading the details. Everyone frantically spammed the confirm button, their fingers flying as they desperately prayed. Please, please, please let me get the class I want. Where is it? Basic flight magic. Someone nearby groaned. Clearly, a few unlucky souls had already lost their spots, and were wailing in despair. Meanwhile, our protagonist, calm as ever. These amateurs. How pathetic to be this slow, Sia thought, his lips curling into a faint smirk. I've been at this academy for 6 years now. I'm faster, sharper, more precise than anyone here. Even in this chaotic mess, I know exactly what to grab and what to avoid. If something's hopeless, ditch it immediately. Efficiency above all. His fingers moved like a machine, registering course after course with practiced precision. Meanwhile, poor one clearly hadn't been so lucky. His face looked like he'd just swallowed a bitter melon as he turned towards Siha. I'm doomed, I panicked and accidentally registered for Professor Grint's class, one confessed with a miserable look. What about you, Han Siha? All done, Siha replied with a bright grin, proudly displaying his successful list of classes: Basic Flight Magic, Introduction to Transfiguration, Monster Psychology, Advanced Beast Taming Studies. Seeing the flawless schedule, one could only stare in awe. Amazing, I've never seen a schedule this clean and perfect in my life. How the hell did you pull this off? Did you practice registering for classes at home or something? It's nothing special, Sia replied flatly, eyes completely dead inside. But if you spend 6 years clicking your mouse at an internet cafe, you kinda develop this kind of skill. One blinked, completely failing to grasp what Siha was implying, but didn't press further. Time passed quickly, and even after the stressful war that was course registration ended, Siha found no peace. The plot of this ridiculous filler-ridden novel refused to give him a break. The system's next message popped up in front of him like a bad joke. Main Scenario Chapter 4. The Dark Mage of the Dormitory. Time limit. Until the enemy is defeated. Reward: Ardell's staff failure penalty. Death. Are you kidding me? Siha groaned as he stared at the message. No sooner had he returned to the academy than the next major scenario had kicked off. No rest. No breathing room. The Necromancer of the Dormitory. It was an event where students from the summoning department, corrupted by dark mages, recklessly summoned skeletons right on school grounds. Originally, this whole scenario wasn't supposed to happen until year 3, but thanks to Siha constantly screwing up the dark mages' plans, they'd apparently decided to speed up the timeline. Worse yet, this event carried a high risk of casualties. Understandably, Siha was tense. Fortunately, dabbling in holy magic during that annoying theology competition had paid off. Plus, the presence of the original protagonists, the classic overpowered hero squad, helped clear the event faster than expected. The reward? Pretty decent. Ardell's staff. A faint mystical energy radiates from this birchwood staff. Durable and refined, it allows the user to cast more than 2 spells simultaneously. A limited edition artifact crafted by Ardell himself 25 years ago. Pretty sweet, honestly. But just as Siha let his guard down, life smacked him in the face. What the hell is this? Horror dawned on him as he stared at the latest update to his class schedule. Basic Flight Magic. Instructor Professor Grint Butler. What? Siha nearly choked on his own spit. I specifically avoided any classes taught by that man. He'd done everything in his power to dodge Professor Grint Butler, the same professor who forced him into that theology mess, and now the guy had somehow wormed his way back into Siha's schedule. Why is he here? How is this happening? I triple-checked everything. The sudden, unexplained change left him fuming. His anguished cries echoed throughout the dormitory. Nearby, Basil, Siha's spirit companion, watched the scene unfold with an all-too-familiar expression. Looks like my master's losing his mind again, Basil muttered, not even bothering to hide the exasperation in his voice. In any case, no matter how much Siha screamed at the unfairness of fate or cursed the meddling professors, time marched on. Before he knew it, the camping expedition had arrived. A traditional event for all second-year students at Ardell Academy, where they were sent beyond the Empire's borders with upperclassmen for a so-called camping trip. In reality, it was more like being thrown into a survival training camp in the wilderness. Think of it as an extreme YouTube survival challenge, but with magic, monsters, and far less consent. This year's destination: the Keisha Highlands. A brutal stretch of rocky mountains where students had to work together to survive. Officially, the event was designed to promote cooperation and growth between second years and their upperclassmen. In practice, it was the perfect opportunity for seniors to bully the living daylights out of their juniors. And with grades, reputation, and significant rewards on the line, no one could afford to slack off. Want me to continue with the Keisha Highlands survival chaos next? At that moment, a harsh, arrogant voice cut through the air. Everyone, stand up straight. If you don't want your grades to plummet, you'd better start acting properly. Got that, brats? The one barking orders was Kason, a third-year student with an air of entitlement practically radiating off him. I've heard the rumors about how hyped the second years are every year, Kason sneered, crossing his arms. But I didn't expect your attitudes to be this bad. He paced in front of them like some self-important drill sergeant. By tradition, when we arrive at the campsite, juniors are supposed to roll out the red carpet for their seniors. That includes offering up your food rations from the survival kits, Kason declared smugly. Upon hearing this ridiculous demand, Adela couldn't help but speak up, her expression showing clear disbelief. But our survival kits are meant to last us several days, she pointed out logically. If we hand over all the food to the seniors, what exactly are we supposed to eat? She didn't even get to finish her sentence. Shut it. Kason cut her off sharply, a smug grin plastered across his face. Back when I was a second year, that's how it was done, he scoffed. How dare you question your seniors, sirs? Your attitude is beyond unacceptable. His eyes scanned the group before landing on a random student near the front. Hey, you front row. Hand over all your food and anything useful from your bag. Around them, the other second years could only stay silent, their expressions tight with frustration as they reluctantly began unpacking their supplies. Seeing their obedience, Kason looked even more pleased with himself. See? That's how it should have been from the start, he sneered. Hurry it up. Unless you want to drag your luggage back home early, or finish this camp with the lowest score possible. Just as he finished his little power trip, his gaze landed on one particular person, the only one completely unfazed, standing still like a statue, arms crossed with an utterly disinterested look plastered across his face. Han-Si-Ha, hey you. Why are you just standing there like a statue? Kason's eyes narrowed. Planning to ignore my orders? You think us third years are a joke or something? At those words, Sia finally lifted the corner of his mouth into a sharp, mocking grin. That's right. What did you say? Kason's eyes widened, pure disbelief written across his face. Realizing that might have been slightly too provocative, Sia casually corrected himself, the smirk never leaving his lips. Oh no, that's not what I meant, he replied, feigning innocence. It's just, watching you seniors act like this is, well, kind of hilarious. Truthfully, Sai-Ha understood. This third-year student wasn't exactly a bad person. He didn't really have a reason to bully the underclassmen, it was just that this year, the second years were far too eye-catching. Naturally, all the key characters of the original novel were concentrated in the second year. Facing that level of talent probably frustrated the seniors to no end, which explained this little power trip. Sai-Ha muttered to himself, quietly observing the situation unfold. Meanwhile, the senior Kason was still standing there, face twisted in frustration, grinding his teeth as he glared at Si-Ha. Did I hear that right? You've got some nerve, talking back like that. He paused for a second, eyes narrowing as he took a closer look at Si-Ha's face. Ah, now I get it. You're Han-Si-Ha, aren't you? Lately all anyone talks about around campus is you. Last year, you were practically crawling on the ground, and now you've barely climbed to the top and you're already this arrogant. Where's that confidence coming from, huh? Must be your family, right? Kason let out a condescending laugh. So, did your dear old dad finally decide to care for you after dumping you for so long? Is that why you came crawling back all smug? His words were dripping with mockery, but unfortunately for him, his cheap jabs weren't nearly sharp enough to outmatch Si-Ha's tongue. Yeah, you're right. My father treats me very well, so well in fact, that if he ever hears you running your mouth like this, I doubt he'll let it slide, Si-Ha retorted smoothly, flashing an innocent smile. What the hell are you talking about? Kason snapped, the veins in his neck bulging. But Sia didn't even flinch. Calmly he decided to play his trump card, his connections. Come to think of it, before this trip, the headmaster personally called me into his office for a little chat, Si-Ha said casually, brushing imaginary dust off his sleeve. He emphasized how important teamwork and cooperation are on this trip. But now, I'm not so sure if what you're doing counts as cooperation, or straight-up intimidation. He let the words hang in the air, his voice seemingly light, but laced with thinly veiled threat. I wonder, when I report back to the headmaster, how should I explain this situation? Si-Ha mused aloud, tapping his chin dramatically. Kason's face contorted in pure rage. His fists clenched. You crazy bastard, he lunged forward, his hand shooting towards Si-Ha. But before he could lay a finger on him, a blur of movement shot out from Si-Ha's backpack. Basil. The little dragon darted out like a bolt of lightning, jaws snapping down hard on Kason's hand. Arkha. Kassan howled in pain, his face turning purple as Basil clamped down mercilessly. "Why, you little monster!" he shrieked, thrashing wildly. Siha, worried the overprotective Basil might actually chew his entire hand off, hurriedly reached out, tugging the dragon back. "Basil, that's enough. Let go," Sia commanded softly. Blood trickled from the bite mark, the smell sharp and metallic in the air. "Somebody, get the medics!" A panicked shout rang out from the crowd. Turning back to Kassan, who was clutching his injured hand and glaring daggers, Sia only offered a casual shrug. Kassan's pride was shattered, his hand bleeding, and yet, all he could do was grind his teeth and growl weakly. "Han Siha, if this leaves a scar, I swear I won't forgive you." And with that pathetic threat hanging in the air, the defeated senior spun around and stormed off, humiliated. At Siha's half-hearted muttering, his tone dripping with sarcasm, "Oh wow, so scary," he reached down, casually patting Basil's head, the little dragon happily purring under his touch. With Kassan finally storming off, another student cautiously stepped forward, voice low and nervous. Han Siha, about our supplies." Hearing this, Sia turned back toward him and nodded without hesitation. "Yeah, let's pack up everything and head back to our tents." Scene transition: third-year student tents. Inside one of the larger tents, Kassan sat down with a heavy thud, clutching his bandaged hand, his face twisted in barely contained rage. "I swear, I'm going to make that bastard pay," he hissed through gritted teeth, the veins on his temple throbbing. Next to him, a blonde student glanced over, watching him with a look that was part confusion, part exasperation. "Seriously, what the hell's gotten into you? Did you eat spoiled food or something? Why are you so dead set on picking a fight with Han Siha?" He crossed his arms, shaking his head. "Sure, that guy's annoying, but even I'll admit his skills have improved a lot lately. Enough lecturing. Just help me sort this stuff," Kassan snapped, gesturing to the supplies in front of them. "Even though I'm only supervising, sorting food for those second years is a pain in the ass." But the fury boiling inside Kassan wasn't something that would simply fade away. A moment later, a wicked idea flickered across his face as he turned toward his friend. "Hey Ravini. You're in charge of distributing supplies to Han Siha's group, right?" "Yeah, but what are you planning now?" Ravini asked warily, instantly suspicious. Without answering, Kassan snatched the supply bag from Ravini's hands. "Brats like him need to be taught a lesson. We can't let them disrespect their seniors forever, right?" His voice was thick with malice. If he's really as good as people say, he should be able to survive for a while without food or water. Ravina's eyes widened in horror. "Wait, are you insane? 5 people surviving 6 days with just a single bottle of water?" But Kassan was long past reason. His pride was wounded, and his temper had taken the wheel. "What's your problem, Ravini? Don't tell me you're siding with those disrespectful second years now?" Ravini's brows furrowed as he muttered under his breath, clearly uncomfortable. "Even so, taking everything and leaving only a bottle of water? That's going way too far. That's just your opinion." Kassan smirked coldly. "These brats need to learn things the hard way. Tough it out, losers." Scene transition: the next morning. From this moment, 6 days of survival began. Making it through without injury or giving up would be considered a success. But anyone who got seriously hurt or quit early, failure. As Sia's group checked the supplies handed to them, a heavy silence fell over them all. "Is it just me, or does our bag feel suspiciously light?" one of them muttered. One opened the pack with trembling hands. The contents: 1 water bottle, a single rope, a heating stone, a cooling stone. "What the hell is this?" Juan's voice cracked with disbelief. Sia frowned, equally dumbfounded. "Survive 6 days with this," he muttered, staring at the pitiful items. But it didn't take him long to connect the dots. "Guess this is because of me." At his side, Adela shot him a sharp glare, her eyes filled with thinly veiled annoyance. "Every time I get involved with you, things always go downhill." At this point, I'm sure it's not my imagination. Feeling the faint chill run down his spine at her words, Sia gave an awkward, sheepish smile. "Well, but you gotta admit, hanging around me does come with some benefits too, right?" His voice trailed off under Adela's cold stare. At that moment, the ever-energetic Natalie chimed in, her bright, sunny voice cutting through the tension. Well, if we turn back now, it basically counts as a failure. Guess we've got no choice but to keep moving forward. Let's do our best, everyone." "Yeah, at least we all know each other. That makes it a little less miserable, right?" One added with a hopeful smile. The group turned toward a wooden signpost up ahead. A fork in the road. Which way now? Someone asked. Left, Siha answered without a moment's hesitation, casually pointing down the left path. One furrowed his brows, clearly puzzled. Wait, how can you be so sure? We don't even know the terrain, shouldn't we be more careful? No need. I know the terrain. Siha's confident response only made one even more confused. Huh? How's that possible? Of course, the truth was, Siha had been given special intel. The headmaster, Ernest, had personally called him into his office and shared details about the training area beforehand. But obviously, Siha couldn't just say that outright. I read about it, in a book. It's a place I've always been curious about. Hearing his casual explanation, Natalie's eyes sparkled with admiration. Wow, amazing, that's so like you, Siha. You always know the most random things at the perfect moment, she exclaimed. One chuckled, clearly relieved to have what felt like a tour guide in the group. Whew, good thing we've got you. Makes this whole trip feel a little less hopeless. The group pressed onward, spirits lifted for the time being. But reality wasn't about to let things go smoothly. As time dragged on, dusk began to settle over the forest. The group trudged along, their exhaustion obvious. Hey, don't you guys feel weird? One student muttered, voice strained from fatigue. It's like we've been walking in circles. Yeah, the trees, the grass, everything looks exactly the same. Concern spread among them as their surroundings grew eerily repetitive. Meanwhile, trailing behind the group, Siha's eyes narrowed as his gut told him something was wrong. Something's not right. The left path. Ernest specifically said it was the safest, fastest route. No way the headmaster would lie about that, so why? At the third year's campsite same time panic flared in Ravini's voice as he stared at the object in his hand. We're screwed, Kasen, you took their guidance stone. Kasan's face twisted with denial. What? No way, I didn't do it on purpose. It must've gotten pulled out when I took their supplies earlier, that's all. His words tumbled over each other as cold sweat beaded down his forehead. The guidance stone was the most basic safety measure for this survival training. The only reason students were allowed to wander the forest was because the stones tracked their locations, allowing for immediate rescue if something went wrong. And now, thanks to Kasen's reckless stunt, Siha's group was out there with no way to be tracked. Ravini's expression darkened, his jaw clenched tight. What the hell were you thinking? You hate them, sure, but leaving them stranded out there? Without a guidance stone? Kasan's bravado faltered. His hands shook. Don't look at me like that. What do you want me to do? Yeah, I hate them, so what? But I never meant for them to get lost like this. His voice cracked with desperation. But the guilt was written all over his face. They're strong. They'll find their way back eventually, Kasen tried to justify, though even he didn't sound convinced. Revina's stare remained sharp as a blade. If something happens, if even one of them gets hurt, we'll both be suspended, maybe worse. The weight of responsibility crushed down on Kasen. He forced himself to straighten up, masking the fear with forced confidence. Just give it 3 days. I'll report it myself after that. Until then, just leave it be. His trembling body betrayed the calm in his words. 3 days, it's only 3 days, what's the worst that could happen? Desperately, Kasen prayed the universe wouldn't answer that question. Just like that, time flew by until the next night. But of course, nothing ever goes smoothly for Siha. As expected, the cursed novel wasn't about to let him rest. A new system notification popped up. Main Episode 5, Survival Secret Objective. Uncover the secret of the missing camp. Time limit, 7 days. Reward, unknown. Failure penalty, unknown. Back to Siha. His face screamed deadpan misery. Why am I not surprised? By this point he fully expected crap like this to happen. It wasn't some random side quest. It was a main episode. Meaning, trouble. Big, unavoidable, plot-driven trouble. This damn cursed novel, Siha muttered mentally as his gaze shifted toward the 3 figures walking ahead of him. A faint frown formed on his face. Those guys, they've barely had a proper meal since we started this stupid trip. After walking for days with practically no rest, it was no wonder everyone looked like they were about to collapse. And on top of that, the reason they'd been going in circles this whole time. A damn illusion spell blanketing the area. Siha's eyes darkened as his brain churned. Illusion magic. This isn't some natural optical illusion. Someone set this up. And there's no way Ardell Academy would deliberately trap their students with magic like this, right? If he had to come up with a reason, only one made sense: sabotage. But the real headache was, Siha couldn't even narrow down who wanted to screw him over anymore. There's too many suspects, crap, I have too many enemies to keep track of now. While other students were probably roasting marshmallows, laughing by the campfire, his group was, well, actually trying to survive. The realization only deepened his frustration. But right as Siha was mentally cursing his fate, one's excited voice suddenly cut through the gloom. Hey, over there. That looks like a cave. The group's heads whipped toward where one was pointing. Sure enough, there it was. A cave. Looks like we finally got out of the illusion zone. Adela cheered, her energy returning for a brief moment. Nice. If we can take shelter from the wind and rain in there, maybe even set up a campfire, suggested the orange-haired guy, hopeful. The group's mood visibly lifted, relief spreading across their tired faces. Unfortunately, reality wasn't about to let them have their little moment. A heavy, rumbling sound echoed from the depths of the cave. Thud, thud. A massive shadow emerged from within, accompanied by the sound of heavy breathing. And there it was, a wild boar. Correction, this thing wasn't just a boar. It was the size of a freaking small truck. The group froze on the spot, completely stunned. Looks like this cave already has an owner, one stammered, his voice cracking as he took a cautious step back. Staring at the massive wild boar, Siha quickly guessed that it had made its home near the cave. And judging by the beast's aggressive expression, and the way its sharp hooves were tearing into the ground, even Siha couldn't help but grimace. That thing looks seriously pissed, but after a brief pause, a different thought crossed his mind. Still, it's just a pig, isn't it? Shouldn't be a problem for us to take it down, right, Basil? Go get it. As he spoke, Sia casually unlatched the chain wrapped around his little companion Basil, the baby dragon. Despite still being newly hatched, Basil was a legendary creature. Even as a hatchling, a dragon was a force to be reckoned and more than capable of overpowering your average wild beast. No way we're losing to some oversized boar, Sia nodded to himself confidently. But before he could finish that thought, Basil zipped past him, only to get flung straight back like a rag doll, tumbling through the air. Basil, hey, get your head together. Siha shouted, wide-eyed. The little dragon lay sprawled on the ground, its face contorted in an expression that practically screamed, I, a proud dragon, got tossed aside by a pig. One blinked in disbelief. Wow. That really just happened? Huh. Siha sighed in exasperation. Yeah, you got tossed all right. Now get up, you little brat. What the hell, did I overestimate Basil? Or, is that boar actually stronger than it looks? Sia wondered silently. Meanwhile, Adela, the sword-wielding, clearly wasn't planning on waiting for Basil to recover. Seeing the baby dragon momentarily out of commission, she drew her sword with determination. Basil can't handle this, I'll take care of it. Without hesitation, she charged at the boar, aiming straight for its heart. Just one clean strike to the heart, she thought, focusing all her strength into her attack. But the moment her blade collided with the boar's hide bowing, it felt like slashing into an overinflated rubber ball. Adela's eyes widened as she instinctively leaped back, her landing shaky. Something's not right, my sword couldn't pierce it, she muttered, frowning in confusion. Her eyes narrowed as she came to a realization. It's been magically enhanced, that boar isn't ordinary. The moment those words left her mouth, both one and Natalie turned pale. Wait, what? You mean that thing's been magically strengthened? Out here? In the middle of the damn forest? Sia chuckled dryly at their panic. I'd like to know too, things just keep getting better and better. With that, he turned his attention back to Basil, who was finally shaking off the humiliation of being swatted like a fly. Hey Basil, you feeling better? How about giving it another go? Sia coaxed, patting the little dragon's head. Not a wide-range attack this time, use that move we've been practicing. Recently the two had been training a new technique focusing all of Basil's destructive power into a single, precise strike. Sure, wide-range flame attacks were flashy, but nothing beat raw, concentrated force when dealing with a tough opponent. Honestly, they hadn't expected to use the skill so soon, but this seemed like the perfect chance to show it off. Come on, Basil. Let's show them what we've got. Sia shouted, holding the little dragon out in front of him. Basil closed his eyes, wings trembling as he focused. And then boom. A pillar of flame mixed with crackling lightning shot down from the sky, slamming into the wild boar with devastating force. The beast writhed violently under the onslaught, screeching and flailing. After just 2 seconds, it collapsed onto the ground in a smoldering heap, unmoving. The others, now that the danger seemed to have passed, cautiously approached the fallen boar. "I've seen that move before, but it still amazes me every time," one muttered, his eyes wide with awe. "A baby dragon that can unleash that kind of power, unreal. Basil's not just some ordinary baby dragon, is he? That's seriously impressive," Natalie praised with genuine admiration, making the little dragon puff up with pride, practically glowing. Setting that aside, a mouth-watering aroma suddenly filled the air, making everyone's stomachs rumble in unison. "Hey, do you guys smell that? Tonight we're having roasted wild boar," Siha declared, wiping the drool that was practically pouring down his chin. And so, after nearly an entire day and night of wandering and exhaustion, the group finally managed to sit down to a proper meal. But as Siha stared at the enormous wild boar sprawled out in front of him, a subtle frown crept onto his face. "So, I was the one who hunted it, and now I'm the one who has to butcher it too." Out of the whole group, Siha was probably the only one who had studied proper anatomy and dissection techniques. "Seriously, I didn't study at the academy to end up carving meat like this." Grumbling to himself, he still reluctantly rolled up his sleeves and got to work because, well, his growling stomach left him no choice. Eventually, after finishing the butchering process, Siha glanced back toward the others. "All right, done. Is the fire ready yet?" "Yeah, Basil helped light it," Natalie replied cheerfully. In short, the three of them basically hadn't done a damn thing. Pretty much all the work had fallen onto Siha and his little dragon. Soon enough, they carefully skewered pieces of meat onto sharp wooden sticks and placed them over the crackling fire. It didn't take long for the rich, savory scent of roasting meat to fill the entire area, making everyone's mouths water uncontrollably. "I think it's done. Let's eat." Finally. "I thought I was going to starve to death." The group eagerly dug in, and the moment they bit into the first piece, visible joy bloomed across their exhausted faces. "Damn, this is way better than I expected," Siha praised, nodding in satisfaction as he tossed a few pieces to Basil as a reward. Meanwhile, one was practically crying as he chewed. "I seriously thought we were gonna starve to death, but now it feels like I've come back to life." Hearing that, Siha let out a soft chuckle. After walking around all day without proper food or water, they were all completely drained. Thinking that, he turned to the others and suggested, "Let's rest here for a bit. I'll go check the surroundings. You guys lay out the sleeping bags near the fire." "Got it," they all nodded. While the others settled down, Siha wandered off to scout the area. As he walked, his mind naturally drifted to their current situation. What should we do tomorrow? It would take time for the academy to receive reports of their situation. That's assuming those third years even noticed something was off and bothered to report it to the professors immediately. But realistically, it would take at least a week. And in the meantime, they'd likely run into more illusion magic, or other magically enhanced creatures like that wild boar from earlier. "I should do something. But it's hard to see a clear path forward," Siha sighed in frustration. Just then, Adela's voice called out softly behind him. "Sahay, what are you doing, looking all gloomy by yourself?" Turning around, Siha relaxed slightly upon seeing her. "Oh, it's you, Adela. Couldn't sleep?" "Yeah, so, want to stargaze with me?" she offered, pointing up toward the night sky. There, 3 streaks of light shot across the heavens, shooting stars. "Looking at shooting stars always makes me think of something," Adela mused quietly. "You know how they say magic reflects the heart of the person using it? Sometimes I wonder, because I'm an earth mage, maybe it's because I've always felt more connected to the ground than the sky. It makes me feel ordinary, I guess." Her voice trailed off slightly, before she turned and smiled at Siha. "What about you? Why did you choose to become a beast tamer? It's not exactly a popular choice, you know." Hearing that unexpected question, Siha's eyes practically rolled back in his head like he'd just been possessed. "Well, in my previous life, I was a veterinarian, and then I woke up inside this damn novel as a beast tamer." But obviously, there was no way he could say that out loud. Thinking quickly, he threw together a half-baked excuse to dodge the question. "Simple, I chose it because it's easier to sit back, relax, and have someone else do all the hard work." "Oh huh, so that's why you make Basil do all the heavy lifting, huh?" Adela replied, her face lighting up like she'd just stumbled upon some profound life philosophy. "If you can delegate work to others, why would you bother doing everything yourself?" Seeing how genuinely enlightened she looked, Siha couldn't help but chuckle internally. But her words sparked another thought in his mind. In this world, magic always finds those who truly desire it. That's the unshakable law here. Then why does Adela possess such overwhelming power? Power that's second only to the protagonist himself. He pondered for a moment, but before Sia could spiral any further down that rabbit hole, Adela's voice quietly broke the silence, sharing her own story. Han Siha. The truth is, I know exactly why I became a mage. Her tone had shifted, and so had the air around her. When I was a kid, before I even understood what magic was, my entire village was buried underground. Her words were simple, but they carried the weight of something far heavier. Everything completely gone, not a trace left behind. Sia stayed silent, listening as her voice wavered slightly, but she kept going. Afterward, the rumors started. People whispered that a dark mage had been hiding in our village, or that the entire place had been cursed. She shook her head lightly. But none of that mattered to me. The only thing that mattered was that the villagers, the people who never did anything wrong, just vanished, overnight. Gone, and I was the only one left. Her words faded into the quiet night, but the weight of them lingered heavily in the air. Her expression was hard to describe, a fragile mix of bitterness, loneliness, and quiet strength. A girl with short brown hair, dressed in a school uniform, stood facing the strange symbols hovering in front of her like fragments of a puzzle finally coming together. It feels like all the pieces have finally fallen into place, Sia thought quietly to himself as he observed the scene. It all made sense now, why Adela had never once mentioned her family in the original story. Her cold eyes, always carrying that hint of distance, now seemed to reflect a deeper loneliness that Sia could finally understand. Why had someone like her, with no place to return to, always stayed behind at the academy during vacation, devoting every spare moment to relentless training? Watching her through the faint glow of his phone screen, Sia couldn't help but wonder to himself, why does it feel like she never had a choice in the matter? The moment was quiet, yet brimming with complex, layered emotions. Those deep blue eyes of hers, carrying the weight of isolation, subtly revealed an unwanted maturity, one, born not from ambition, but from circumstances beyond her control. Seeing that, Sia's eyes softened, tinged with hesitation and quiet concern. Adela, before he could finish his sentence, something happened that made his expression stiffen. Cracked, the sound echoed ominously as the ground trembled. Sia froze, eyes wide in disbelief. What is that? A sudden explosion erupted. Massive chunks of rock came crashing down from above. The peaceful scene was instantly replaced by chaos, dust filling the air, the ground shaking violently, debris scattering everywhere. Sia's body was slammed backward, landing awkwardly on a small boulder. Grimacing, he rubbed his head. Ugh, feels like my bones are about to shatter. From behind another rock, Adela's voice called out, filled with tension. Han Siha. You saw that glowing thing on the ground just now, didn't you? Sweat beaded on his forehead as he hesitated. Why yeah, it looked familiar somehow, but I can't quite remember. Furrowing his brows, he pulled a small piece of paper from his pocket, holding it gently as he spoke with a cold, composed expression. Remember that strange note Ian found last time, in the secret tunnel under Ardell? The symbols on the ground looked just like the ones on that paper. Adela nodded firmly, her eyes sharp. Didn't Han say he found that while tracking the dark mages on campus? The two exchanged a stunned glance, realization dawning on them simultaneously. Could it be? Their attention snapped to the large, oddly shaped boulder nearby. Only it wasn't a boulder. Embedded in what appeared to be its chest was a glowing, crimson gem pulsing with an eerie light. It's here. Siha's eyes widened in shock as he instinctively reached out, grabbing the cube-shaped artifact. Almost immediately, both he and Adela realized the so-called boulder was moving. No way, don't tell me it woke up because we took the cube. Cracks snaked across the creature's rocky surface as it slowly began to shift and stir. Adela stood frozen behind him, stunned by the sight. Siha's mouth fell open in disbelief. First the wild boar, now a damn golem. I'm so exhausted I can't even react properly to this anymore. He let out a strained laugh, caught somewhere between panic and resignation. There's no way we can beat that thing. What are we supposed to do now? Adela, ever composed despite the chaos, responded coolly. Stop asking pointless questions. Come here and grab my hand. Startled, Siha's cheeks flushed a deep red. Why do I have to hold your hand? It was only then that he noticed the wand clenched tightly in her other hand. The look on her face screamed seriously. You still don't get it. Without waiting for permission, She grabbed him by the wrist and bolted, pulling him along at full speed. Siha clutched the cube tightly as they ran, the two of them darting through the collapsing cave. We need to run. In her haste, Adela didn't notice the low-hanging ledge ahead until she slammed her forehead straight into it. Siha stumbled, nearly collapsing as he groaned in disbelief. The hell is wrong with this place? That rock thing flies so fast it made me smack my head on the ceiling. Still wincing, he glanced up at the narrow gap in the rocky roof. Seriously, of all places there's even a hole in the damn sky. Adela, rubbing her sore forehead, shot him a mildly annoyed look. Unbelievable. I save your life. And you still find the energy to complain this much. She looked up, her expression deep in thought, clearly calculating the worst possible scenario. Hey, Han Siha, I just imagined the absolute worst thing that could happen to us right now. Siha sighed in agreement, rubbing the back of his neck. Yeah, me too. A towering, crimson monster, violent and radiating murderous intent. A furious golem. Awakened from its long slumber, now rampaging without restraint, just because they'd stepped on the ancient floor earlier. It was smashing everything in its path, and the entire cave was on the verge of collapse. Realizing how dire the situation was, the two immediately took off, sprinting as fast as they could. Yeah, this is definitely realistic enough. Run faster, Siha shouted, trying to match Adela's pace. Meanwhile, back at the campsite near the fire, Juan and Natalie were quietly warming themselves when Siha and Adela suddenly burst onto the scene, panting and clearly in a rush. One looked confused. Hey, what the hell did you two do to get here so fast? And what's with the ground shaking like crazy? Their expressions were full of panic, but there was no time to explain. Forget that, just get outside. Now. Sihe ordered urgently. Everything around them was dark and unsettling. The group's anxiety was palpable, but Adela remained calm and composed. Wait, stop. She raised her hand, signaling everyone to freeze. We can't go any further. Beyond here the illusion magic takes effect. One, visibly nervous, glanced between them. Then, what the hell do we do? You said something huge was chasing us, right? Adela's sharp, determined gaze flickered in the dim light. Her presence radiated confidence. There's only one option left, we face it. Stay calm, she silently reminded herself. She analyzed the situation. It's slower than I expected. Without hesitation, she unleashed her spell, powerful and precise. Stone impact. Her attack hit the golem square on, but it barely flinched. The situation grew more precarious. I hit it with everything I had, but it didn't even leave a scratch, Adela admitted, her voice tight with frustration. If physical attacks are useless, then we need. In that moment, a glimmer of realization sparked in Siha's eyes. Adela, thank you. She blinked in surprise. What? I didn't do anything. But Siha wasn't listening. An idea had clearly struck him. Of course, that's another pointless option eliminated. But thanks to you I got the hint. If Adela's strength is useless, then Basil's power here doesn't matter either. Against a golem layered with reinforcement spells, even a firestorm wouldn't do much. Natalie, come here. I need your help. Natalie looked startled, her confidence visibly shaken. Me? I can't cast strong spells like Adela. But Siha smiled reassuringly. That's not what's important. What matters is your water affinity. His words caught everyone off guard, even Adela. Wait, Han Siha, are you insane? She questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion. Earth and stone type monsters have high resistance to water magic. But Siha's focus never wavered as he encouraged Natalie. I said it's fine. Trust me. Natalie, though clearly anxious, nodded with quiet determination. Alright, Han Siha, if it's you, maybe this crazy plan will work. With everything she had, Natalie cast her spell. Water burst. The spell landed square on the golem, drenching its entire rocky frame. It stumbled, dripping wet. Natalie grimaced. Great, I basically just gave it a refreshing bath. Are you sure this is? But Siha beamed with satisfaction. Perfect. That's exactly what I needed. His eyes sharpened as he turned toward his final trump card. Your turn, Closty. His companion spread its wings, lifting off the ground with ease. Its eyes gleamed with determination and a fierce, predatory sharpness. Adela's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, what the hell is that? A chilling sensation ran down her spine as realization dawned. She could barely believe what she was witnessing. Siha's plan was simple but brilliant. If you can't break it, freeze it. And then, a layer of ice rapidly spread across the golem's massive body, freezing solid in an instant. Hansiha's movements were sharp and decisive, not a single motion wasted. Shatter it. It was such a simple principle, so obvious yet so effective. Water expands when it freezes. Sia smiled to himself, satisfied with how perfectly the plan unfolded. What a fantastic debut for Closty. No matter how big that rock is, if it's frozen suddenly, it'll crack and crumble. The golem's massive frame shattered under the pressure of the ice, breaking apart completely. The battle was over. Siha, however, was barely standing. His body swayed as exhaustion overtook him, and he collapsed onto the ground. I'm honestly relieved that worked, he muttered weakly. Creel and Adela rushed over, panic written all over their faces. Hansiha. Natalie knelt down beside him, eyes filled with worry. Are you okay? Siha let out a weak groan, his expression still strained but conscious. Yeah, I overdid it with the magic. Feels like I'm about to die, Adela frowned, scolding him as she helped prop him up. Then no, you're not okay. But suddenly, her expression tensed, her sharp instincts kicking in. Wait, I hear footsteps. From somewhere. A moment later, Kassan and Ravini came sprinting over from seemingly out of nowhere, their faces pale and anxious. Hey kids. The entire scene was a chaotic mess, but Kassan rushed toward them, shouting nervously. Finally. We found you. His guilty face and trembling hands betrayed him immediately. I know you probably have a lot to say, but I messed up, okay? Kassan's voice cracked with regret. I seriously didn't think things would get this bad. I didn't mean to take the guiding stone, I was just worried about you guys. That's all. Even as he rambled, his eyes darted nervously around the destroyed cave. But why the hell was there a golem like that near the outskirts of Ardell? Siha shot him a death glare, clearly not buying the lame excuse. His clenched fist trembled with restrained frustration. Maybe I should just punch this idiot right now. But, he let out a deep, tired sigh, brushing the thought aside. Instead, a sly smirk curled on Siha's lips. Calmly he pointed down at the ground in front of Kassan. How about this, why don't you just kneel right there? He grinned devilishly. I feel like watching you on your knees might help relieve some of my stress. Siha's frustration boiled over as he glared at Kassan. His voice was low but sharp, like a knife against the skin. Why don't you go ahead and kneel down? The words sounded casual, but the dangerous glint in Siha's made it clear this wasn't a suggestion. It was an order. I think I'll feel much better watching you kneel and apologize. Kassan's jaw dropped, his eyes widening in shock. What? What are you even talking about? Siha's cold, burning gaze never wavered. His whole presence radiated the kind of quiet fury that made it feel like he could crush Kassan's face at any moment if he wanted. The tension crackled in the air like static. Kassan's entire body stiffened under the weight of Siha's glare. Sweat beaded on his forehead as fear overtook him. Hurry up. Kneel. Faced with the overwhelming pressure from Siha, Kassan's bravado shattered. His legs buckled instinctively, and he dropped to his knees like a beaten dog, trembling all over, hunched over like a pathetic servant groveling at his master's feet. His clenched fists trembled as his mind spiraled in panic. He couldn't even lift his head. Even though he was kneeling, Kassan's pride was too large, and the words of apology barely made it out of his throat. But there was no denying it now. Under Siha's dominance, Kassan had completely submitted. I was wrong. A pitiful, cowardly admission. That's all Kassan could muster. Pathetic. The aftermath of the incident spread quickly, forcing the Academy to issue an emergency order. Even before the 1-week period originally set by the Academy ended, an evacuation order was sent out. The stunning spell cast to imprison the golem lit up the entire night sky. A central pillar of light shot straight into the heavens, wrapped in swirling blue bands of energy. Brilliant arcs of lightning crackled around the magic, making the spectacle even more awe-inspiring. It was so magnificent that students across the forest, and even back at the Academy, couldn't help but marvel at the spell's power and beauty. The golem was sealed. Order was restored. No one seemed to pay too much attention to the incident now that everyone was safe. The Academy would likely deal with this quietly, with nothing more than a few disciplinary actions. The higher-ups had issued clear instructions to handle everything discreetly. They mentioned investigating how a wild boar and a magically reinforced golem had suddenly appeared, but how far they're really willing to dig, I honestly have no idea. Hansia thought to himself, his eyes drifting to the item in his hand. The glowing red cube. I've got one. Li Han approached swiftly, his eyes sharp as ever. I heard the whole story, Han Sai-ha. You've been through a lot. Without hesitation, Sia-ha handed over the cube, but deep down, unease stirred in his chest. In the original storyline, the third cube wasn't supposed to be found here. It was still in the hands of the dark mages. Sia-ha's eyes narrowed as his thoughts raced. If the cube originally belonged to the dark mages, and they hid it here in the forest, Li Han carefully inspected the cube, completely focused. Sai-ha's sharp instincts pieced things together quickly. If we found and removed the cube, then the illusion magic, the barrier, the wild animals, even the golem, it all makes sense. Suddenly, Sai-ha turned to Adela, his expression serious. Hey, about the illusion magic, while we were wandering around the forest, didn't you feel something strange? Out of place? Adela's eyes widened slightly as realization hit her. Ah, yes, now that you mention it, it's hard to explain, but I definitely sensed an unfamiliar magic I've experienced before. Li Han immediately joined in, his sharp voice cutting through the conversation. From what I know, that kind of magic can't be cast from a distance. Everyone froze for a moment as the implications settled in. Han Si-ha fell silent, his expression turning grim. Adela, her voice low and heavy, continued the thought they all shared. Which means the person casting that magic was somewhere in the forest. Han Si-ha's sharp instincts flared as a sense of danger crept over him. The dark mages, for some reason he could feel it, they were getting closer. Closer than ever. His frown deepened as he mulled it over. At this rate, not only the cubes but our lives will be at risk. But then, unexpectedly, his expression shifted. His furrowed brows relaxed, a faint, knowing smile curled on his lips, and his eyes sharpened with determination. Ah, what perfect timing. No one could tell what exactly was running through his mind, but one thing was certain: Han Si-ha had thought of something. Everything began to click into place in his head. This is the sixth main story arc, isn't it? It hit him instantly, the storyline. Main Arc 6. The Ardell Holy Order protects the cubes from Dark Mage Cagent. Recommended participants, 6 people. A grin tugged at his lips. The Holy Order of Ardell, I've been waiting for this moment. His mind raced to recall the plot in detail. Originally, this was a team Li Han was meant to form. But with the timeline already out of sync, Han Si-ha knew better than to rely completely on the original version of events. If something's already gone off script, I need to take control now, starting with the cubes. This was no time to hesitate. The enemy they were about to face was no ordinary foe. In fact, Sia remembered exactly who it was. Art. The Dark Mage Art. Know your enemy, know yourself, and you'll never lose. Han Si-ha was putting that old saying to good use. Art wasn't just another villain. He was a critical character, practically a mid-boss in terms of importance. A specialist in stealth and thievery. A master of stealing things that didn't belong to him. That meant no matter how many cubes they gathered in advance, as long as Art was around, they were never safe. He could take them at any moment. Han Si-ha clenched his fists, his mind rapidly calculating the risks and benefits. With the unexpected cube they'd obtained, their side now had more resources than he originally anticipated. His keen instinct surged. It was time for the enemy to make their move. He calmly ended the meeting. Let's wrap up for today. You've all had a rough time. Get some rest. On the surface it seemed casual. But in his mind, the gears never stopped turning. If we follow the recommended course from the system window, we'll need to select the right people. That was the key to everything. As Han Si-ha walked down the long hallway, his thoughts kept swirling. 6 recommended members, that means 5 besides myself. One by one, familiar faces from the original story filled his mind. First, Li Han, Adela, Solya, those 3 are non-negotiable. That left 2 more slots to fill. He pondered for a moment. Natalie. In the original storyline, Natalie was the brains of the operation. A reliable supporter of Li Han and a sharp strategist. She was a solid candidate. Then, unexpectedly, another name surfaced in his mind. Yonya. He wasn't sure why, but Yona was the first person to come to mind. After all, they had already been through a fair share of dangerous trials together, dungeons, competitions, and other encounters. In the original timeline, Yuna only learned about the cubes much later, next year, or even after that. But from what he had seen firsthand, she's a genius. Her talent always caught people's attention. And Si-ha was no exception. Top of the theological department, never once losing her spot as the top student. The professors adored her. She was, in many ways, a perfect addition to his team. That filled one more gap. But there was still one spot left. His mind turned to Seymour. Seymour, that guy's complicated, troublesome, unpredictable, and his position in the storyline wasn't entirely clear. But for better or worse, Seymour had potential. But the things Han Si-ha had done in the past had clearly changed Seymour. Ever since that day when Si-ha helped him escape from that underground prison, Seymour had been different. The boy who once revived the Dark Magic Club, the troublemaker who stirred chaos in the shadows, that person no longer existed. These days Seymour simply lived quietly, keeping to himself, observing the world with cautious eyes. To Han Si-ha, he was the perfect missing piece for the team. Seymour had always possessed outstanding potential. And more importantly, the Seymour of today, there was one crucial condition that made Sia certain Seymour would never betray him. Of course, Sia couldn't shake the lingering anxiety. The moment I started deviating from the original story, the future became unclear. He wasn't sure anymore if assembling a team different from the one in the original plot was the right decision. But then again, even if he followed the storyline step by step, trouble was inevitable. Rather than blindly following a script, Sia had decided to carve his own path, the path he believed in most. If I want to survive this brutal story, I need to be prepared thoroughly. Han Sia's true goal was to use the talents of these gifted individuals to completely alter the ending of the story. By finding these geniuses early, by pushing the main events forward ahead of schedule, would it affect the story? Of course it would. Dragging them into the heart of the narrative this early would create massive ripples in fate. It was a gamble. A turning point that would lead to an outcome completely different from the original tale. But Han Si-ha, I believe in this choice. The first step was complete. The team assembled. Now, what's next? Blinding sunlight streamed down from the mountain peaks as he muttered to himself. Let's run a little experiment. He approached the entrance of a cave tucked away in the barren wilderness. Huh? What's this? Everything so far had gone smoothly. Si-ha had already entrusted Ihan with managing the cubes they had collected. Inside the cave, a complex magical system hummed to life. The cubes hovered in the air, encased in an impenetrable magical barrier. Chains of light wove together, connecting intricate magical arrays. In the outskirts of the desert where even ants wouldn't dare wander, Han Si-ha couldn't help but admire the handiwork of the story's original protagonist. I don't know when they built this, but this place is ridiculous. A hidden facility complete with layered magical traps and barriers. Well, what else would you expect from the protagonist after all? His gaze locked onto one of the glowing cubes floating inside the barrier. There you are, you've done well, the cube. His eyes gleamed with meaning as he studied it carefully. The cube pulsed faintly, glowing with an eerie, almost divine light. Si-ha couldn't help but reflect on the brutal ordeal he had faced to obtain them. After crawling through hell and nearly dying, he had only managed to collect 3 cubes so far. But he knew exactly what these things were. The dark mages only used 5 cubes to draw out unimaginable power. With just 5 cubes, the dark mages unleashed overwhelming magic capable of shaking the entire world. Sia knew that because he had read the original novel. These cubes weren't just ordinary magical artifacts that absorbed mana. They demanded a price in return. If you wanted the power they offered, you had to pay for it. A steep, painful price. Even the protagonist, Li-han, wasn't exempt. In the original story, Li-han sacrificed his eyesight to gain power from one of these cubes. That sacrifice, that bitter price, was the very reason they won the final battle. Han Si-ha clenched his fists, the memory of that ending burning in his mind. We won, but the cost. And now, standing before the cubes, the weight of the choices to come pressed down on him once again. Han Si-ha let out a long sigh as he stared at the cube floating in his hand. He had no intention of using it. Not now, not in the future. But still, it wouldn't hurt to explore whether there was some way to utilize this cube without paying a heavy price. If there's even the slightest chance this thing can be used differently, I should at least try to find out. This object, the legendary artifact that every major faction in the world desperately wanted. It wasn't just a magical battery. It couldn't be. If the cube could connect to something beyond being a mere vessel for mana, then maybe, just maybe, Han Si-ha had already thought of a plan. From now on, the cube floated higher into the air, radiating with a brilliant, almost divine glow as a bold idea sparked inside his head. I'll tame the cube. Yeah, tame it. Just like any other magical beast or entity. He was going to tame this damned cube. Stop being so aggressive, let's settle down first, Hansia muttered to himself as if trying to calm both the cube and his own nerves. The most basic rule of taming is communication. Saiha desperately hoped his absurd plan would work. Let's start by building a barrier. Awkwardly, he tried to call out to the cube. Hey, the cube of course, floated silently in midair. No reaction. Hansia sighed in defeat, slumping to the ground in despair. Useless, completely useless. The cube hovered there, almost as if mocking him with its silence. Yeah, fine, guess I deserve that. His head spun with frustration. Obviously that didn't work. But his pride as a beast tamer wouldn't let him give up here. After all, Hansiha had buried his head in countless books. There was one lesson that every taming manual emphasized, the absolute, fundamental rule written in bold red letters at the start of Chapter 1, Section 1. Building trust through active communication. It was practically burned into his memory. So determined to try again, Sia reached out toward the cube. Hey, listen, I'm coming in peace, answer me, will you? Silence. Figures. He was literally trying to reason with a rock. Of course there was no response. Hansiha groaned, tugging at his hair in frustration. His thoughts spiraled. Wait, when taming other creatures, didn't their friendliness level go up when I actually called them by name? Yeah, they seemed to like that. Nervously, Hansia glanced at the floating cube. He hesitated. Cube. He called it the only way he knew how, by its shape. It's a cube, so cube. Hansia scratched the back of his head, grimacing at how ridiculous this all felt. What the hell am I doing? Have I completely lost it? But then ding. A system notification popped up. Friendliness has increased. Huh. Ding. 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 Friendliness has increased. Friendliness has increased. Friendliness has increased. Hansia stood frozen, staring blankly at the floating system messages. Wait, seriously? His mind blanked out for a solid moment. Calling it cube actually worked? He stared at the cube in disbelief as it hovered innocently in the air. Was this real? Is this some kind of cosmic joke? And yet, the friendliness level really was increasing. The system popped up a new message. Do you want to tame Squarey? With a grumpy expression, Hansia pointed at the screen, annoyed. Of course I do. His finger jabbed at the screen repeatedly as if trying to hammer the confirmation into existence. Taming confirmed. Squarey has no independent thought. It is classified as a level 1, non-sentient entity. Stats: mana, 100 agility, 0 intelligence, 1 strength. 1 Hansiha froze for a second, eyes narrowing as a strange thought crept into his mind. Hold on, did I read that right? 100 mana. His brows furrowed. Even Basil, a baby dragon renowned for having terrifying mana far beyond most monsters, only had 70 mana. A mana stat in the triple digits. That was the kind of thing even dark mages would kill for. Hansiha's lips curled into a subtle smile. Seems like I just stumbled onto something huge. But then his expression twisted as realization dawned on him. Wait, 100 mana. Triple digits. Sweat trickled down his temple. His smile stiffened as the consequences of what he'd done sank in. Don't tell me I seriously just tamed a cube. The cube floated up beside him, glowing faintly with golden light, as if basking in victory. Hansiha could only stare, utterly dumbfounded. A literal cube. Moments later, a grand palace-like structure materialized in front of him. And just like that, the secret project Operation Tame the Cube had officially begun. The first cube, red in color. Taming the first one, Squarey, hadn't been too difficult. But the second cube, gleaming with a golden hue, that was when the real challenge began. Friendliness increased. Friendliness increased. Current friendliness, 1.5%. Friendliness increased. Current friendliness, 1.8%. Hansiha sat there, resting his chin in his hand with a half-impressed, half-exhausted look on his face. Wow, that's ridiculously slow. But still he couldn't complain. With Basil, Closty, and now Squarey under his control, Siha's power level had already surpassed what most beast tamers could ever dream of. His rank had long since broken the ceiling for a typical tamer. Even so, Hansia let out a small sigh, thinking to himself, if I start whining about it now, beast tamers from around the world would probably come after me with pitchforks. Extending his hand toward the cube, he guided it gently through the air. This one's the Void Cube. After taming it, Saiha discovered that each cube came with its own unique ability. The Void Cube, in particular, possessed the special power to create small pocket spaces by consuming mana. Hansiha smiled, feeling rather pleased. Just knowing it's not some ordinary mana amplifier, that alone makes this worth it. Holding the Void Cube in his hand, he kept a nonchalant expression. Either way, I'll need to carry this thing around for a while to build up friendliness. Besides, with the Rebellion Army storyline creeping ever closer, who knew when or how this cube might get stolen? It felt much safer to keep at least one of them on him at all times. A faint rustling sound interrupted his thoughts. Hansia turned his head, eyes narrowing. A creature with a long tail and a completely blue body appeared, catching his attention. Oh right, Basil. The little dragon, its scales now a deep-sea blue, trotted over cheerfully. Hansiha suddenly remembered the recent system notification. Basic transformation unlocked. Transformation magic, the ability to alter one's appearance. Hansiha scratched his head, unimpressed. Basic transformation. That's it. The so-called transformation only changed Basil's color from ocean blue to leafy green. Hansia sighed, visibly disappointed. So you can't change your shape at all, just your color? The little dragon looked thrilled with itself, prancing about proudly. Despite himself, Hansia tilted his head, intrigued. You even changed the jawline outline. Facing the dragon directly, Hansiha cracked a bewildered smile. From red dragon to green dragon, what kind of transformation is that? But then his eyes lit up as realization dawned on him. Wait, even small changes could be useful. Hansiha's eyes sparkled with excitement as a new idea popped into his head. His whole face lit up with curiosity, practically glowing with anticipation. Basil, who had been quietly observing him, broke into a cold sweat at that expression. Basil, Siha called, still clutching the golden cube tightly in his hand. Does this mean your transformation magic can apply to other things too? His gaze drifted to the cube in his hand. If I'm going to carry this thing around, I can't exactly walk around with it, looking like a giant neon sign that screams hey, look. I'm a magical cube. Saihei's lips curled into a mischievous grin as the idea fully formed. Basil, can you make this thing a little rounder? Basil, now back to his red coloration, widened his eyes in shock, clearly concerned where this was going. System message friendliness 2.1%, and just like that, the second cube was officially dubbed Roundy. Everything seemed chaotic after that. Recruiting members for the Rebellion Army turned out to be much harder than expected, especially Yoon Hale. The image of a girl with long brown hair, arms crossed, glaring at him with clear irritation flashed through his mind. Saiha had been so sure it would be easy. She's a good person, she's close with Li Han, I figured I could win her over without much trouble. But Hale's suspicious eyes and that weird, ominous comment about bad omens made the whole process painfully exhausting. Still, Hansia remained confident. He pointed upward dramatically, spouted some inspiring nonsense, and eventually, Hale sighed and agreed to join. Siha remembered standing there, victorious. Seymour, of course, had accepted the invitation just as planned. I guess he still thinks joining the rebellion is his shot at redemption, Saiha thought to himself. Surrounded by darkness, standing alone in a quiet room, Hansia reflected quietly. And with that, he had successfully completed episode 6. The scene shifted. The world outside was peaceful. Blue skies stretched endlessly overhead, trees rustling gently as golden leaves fell with the wind. A young man sat beneath one of those trees, reading a book. A girl approached him. He remained focused on the book until her voice rang out. Oh, Hansaiha. What are you doing here? He looked up, surprised. Oh, Natalie. Just reading a book one borrowed from the library. She beamed with excitement, holding a small kitten in her arms. Hansia blinked. What's with the cat? Natalie explained enthusiastically. I went home for a bit, and found this little thing shivering in the rain near my house. Her eyes softened as she spoke. It reminded me of Basil. I couldn't just leave it there, so I brought it home. Hansia's expression froze. His thoughts ran wild. What about this reminds her of Basil? They're not even the same species. Before he could argue, the kitten leapt into his lap. Hansia stiffened, looking bewildered. Ah, right, there's technically no real pet culture in this world. Maybe, to her, cats and baby dragons fall under the same cute creature category. The kitten curled up comfortably in his lap, purring. Natalie stared, half amazed, half jealous. Wow, it really likes you, Han-si-ha. It took me days to get it to trust me. She narrowed her eyes, suspicious. Is this because you're a beast tamer or something? Han-si-ha chuckled softly, scratching the kitten's head. Maybe. It was only then that Natalie seemed to notice the book in his hands. You're reading? She asked, glancing at the pages. I'm not disturbing you, am I? Han-si-ha responded casually, his tone completely natural. No, not at all. It's not schoolwork or anything serious. Just something I'm reading for fun. As if sensing the shift in conversation, the kitten suddenly leapt from his lap and darted under the bench. Sia glanced down at the book again, explaining lightly, I borrowed it because I thought, if I want to handle these cubes better, I should learn more about artifacts from this world. His eyes narrowed slightly as he added with a wry smile. To be honest, there's barely any proper material on artifacts. And the ones that do exist, they're written so over the top it's impossible for beginners to make sense of them. It's frustrating. Natalie sat down beside him, curiosity lighting up her face. So, you actually like this stuff? She asked, leaning over to get a better look at the book. Seems complicated. Han-si-ha replied calmly, like you said, it's complicated enough that I don't understand half of it. Natalie moved a little closer, peering at the pages with interest. Then, let me help a bit. She pointed to a section in the book. For example, here's the classification of brooms. And without hesitation, she launched into an explanation. She described how the way a broom is crafted determines its function. Long brooms are for domestic use, short brooms are for sports. Han-si-ha blinked in surprise, practically frozen in place at how easily she rattled off the details. Wow, you know a lot about this. Natalie blushed slightly at the praise, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Well, of course, she admitted sheepishly. My dad helped me make one before. Han-si-ha's expression shifted to one of shock. You made an artifact yourself. His mind spun. There's an expert right next to me. And I had no idea, Natalie continued eagerly, explaining each item shown in the earlier chapters of the book. They were mostly basic artifacts, simple enough to craft but essential. Si-ha followed her finger across the page as she pointed them out. This one enhances magic staffs, and this dagger here, it has a special enchantment effect, she explained. Then, on the next page an unusual illustration caught their eyes, a small, peculiar bottle. And that is a ridiculously expensive potion. Han-si-ha gawked in disbelief at both her knowledge and the content of the book. Natalie kept going, flipping to the next page. There, an unmistakable image appeared. A cube. Beneath it, rows of small, handwritten notes filled the page. Though marked as untitled, it was obvious the page contained information about the cubes. Han-si-ha's heart skipped a beat. No matter how much Natalie knows about artifacts, there's no way she knows about. Before he could finish the thought, she leaned closer, eyes sparkling with curiosity as she inspected the page. Oh, cubes, his expression darkened with panic. Wait, she recognizes them? Si-ha's face fell as dread pulled in his stomach. He'd slipped up. I should have pretended I didn't know anything. The cubes, they were still top secret. Even within the academy, only a handful of people had ever heard of them, let alone seen one. And yet, in his moment of flustered shock, he'd blurted out the word without thinking. Natalie, however, remained calm. She gently turned her gaze to him. Yes, she answered softly. I know about them. The atmosphere shifted, tension creeping into the space between them. Natalie narrowed her eyes ever so slightly, a mix of curiosity and suspicion in her voice. But how do you know about the cubes, Han-si-ha? Hardly anyone knows they even exist. Si-ha hesitated, his mind racing. Well, before he could fumble through an excuse, Natalie's hand tightened on the edge of the book. Her gaze grew distant for a moment, her voice softer now but tinged with something heavier. Because, her blue eyes met his with an unguarded sincerity, her words quietly falling into place. My grandfather, he's the one who created them. Natalia's hand tightened slightly over the page, her expression heavy with something deeper. Her eyes, filled with quiet conflict, met his. The person who created the cubes is my grandfather. Han-si-ha froze, completely caught off guard. His voice wavered with shock. Your grandfather? She nodded, looking both cautious and curious. That's right. So now, answer me, Han-si-ha. Her eyes sharpened. How do you know about the cubes? Han-si-ha's thoughts tangled. Should I tell her the truth? His mind drifted back to what he remembered about Natalia from the SL Academy. She was always portrayed as a good person, occasionally helping the protagonist, but never deeply involved in the core of the story. That meant, she won't abuse the cube's power. And this is my chance. Siha clenched his jaw, eyes sharpening with determination. This wasn't the time for hesitation. He needed information. And to get that he'd have to be honest. With a calm but steady tone, he pointed to himself. I know. Because I have one of the cubes. Natalia's eyes widened in shock. You have a cube. Their eyes locked. The tension slowly shifted into mutual curiosity, questions quietly unraveling between them. Natalia was the first to break the silence. I only know what my grandfather told me. That the cubes were stolen. And someone out there is using them for the wrong reasons. Her expression darkened as she continued. That's why I've always been so cautious about this. He made me promise to keep it quiet. Hansia nodded slowly, trying to process everything. Her grandfather, a tall, enigmatic man known for his craftsmanship, had built the cubes. But how had one ended up in Siha's possession? At this point, keeping secrets from Natalia seemed pointless, especially considering what he already knew. The system notification flashed in front of him. Main Episode 6 Complete Ardell Alliance. Protect the cube from Dark Mage Karkant. Recommended team size, 6. Sia exhaled quietly, then looked directly at her, serious now. Natalia, I have a proposal. I need your help. In his heart, he could only hope this wouldn't spiral into something worse. System message recommended team size, 6, exceeded by 1 member. He continued explaining everything. The dark mages were after the cubes, and they had no time to waste. Eventually, the two of them found themselves in an empty classroom. Siha carefully explained everything he knew, all the strange events surrounding the cubes. As expected, Natalia didn't hesitate. She agreed to join him, offering to share everything she knew in return. With a piece of chalk in hand, Siha sketched a rough outline of a cube on the blackboard. Natalia stood beside him, explaining clearly. The cubes were originally designed as a kind of energy core. My grandfather wanted to build a magic-powered train, instead of using regular steam engines. Siha blinked, surprised. A magic-powered train. His mind wandered briefly. Now that I think about it, the development of technology and magic in this world feels inconsistent. Some things feel centuries ahead, others way behind. Maybe it's because magic twists what's considered possible here. Natalia carefully sketched a blueprint of the magic train on the board. It fell into the category of things that couldn't be achieved by magic alone, she explained. To move something as heavy as a train, you'd need an enormous amount of magic energy. It just wasn't practical. Her eyes softened as she added, my grandfather. He struggled for years trying to make it happen. In the end, he came up with an idea, create a compact artifact, a cube that could generate a near infinite supply of magical energy. Natalia spoke with quiet pride as she described him. My family, the Willow family, has produced artifact craftsmen for generations. But my grandfather, he went further than anyone else. He traveled across the continent, searching for the rare materials needed to make this work. She explained how it took years, sifting through dangerous forests, harsh mountains, until finally he discovered a rare gemstone. Glowing stones, rich in condensed magic energy. He crushed them, refined them, and from that, the first cube was born. Her understanding of the process was impressive. But what fascinated Sia most, depending on the combination of materials, the cubes express completely different abilities, she concluded. Siha's eyes lit up with realization. So that's how each cube has its own unique power, Natalia spoke with unwavering certainty, as she looked straight at him. That's right, but that's a massive secret. So tell me, how exactly do you know about this? Siha let out a small breath, thinking to himself. There's no way I can tell her I've already tamed one of the cubes. So, with a casual shrug, he replied lightly, just a guess. Natalia didn't seem fully convinced, but she let it slide for now. Correct. The original goal wasn't to grant them overwhelming power. It was to control the cubes. The creators imposed restrictions, refined their unique abilities, bound them with rules. Restrictions? Siha echoed, curious. I wasn't the one who made them, so I don't know the specifics, she admitted. But her expression turned thoughtful as she described it, hands gesturing to illustrate her point. Think of it like a lock, surrounded by chains. She continued, when you carve magic formulas into artifacts, there's always a price to pay. Even simple items like wands have their limits, they always demand something in return from the mage. Sia nodded slowly, his expression growing serious as he absent-mindedly stroked the small kitten in his arms. I get it now, he thought, recalling the original story. Like the soul cube. The one that could bring the dead back to life, but demanded the user's life as the price. The thought left him uneasy, but his mind organized the puzzle pieces. The cube started off as nothing more than convenient magic cores. Just artifacts to supply energy. Natalia nodded, confirming his silent deduction. Exactly. Plain and simple, that was their purpose. But things rarely stayed that simple for long. Siha pictured a terrifying scene: explosions, fire engulfing everything. His thoughts drifted to history. It's like dynamite. Nobel created it as a safer explosive, but look how it ended up, killing countless people. The cubes were no different. Originally meant to power magical trains, but warped by greed and dark intentions, their purpose had been corrupted. Natalia waved as she jogged off, ending their conversation for now. Watching her leave, Sia couldn't help but think, I really lucked out getting that much information about the cubes. His mind replayed recent events. If Natalia hadn't randomly sat next to me on that bench today, if Yoon Hale hadn't stumbled across that book for me in the library yesterday, hands in his pockets, Sia strolled down the long academy hallway. Everything's just, oddly lining up for me. As if on cue, a familiar voice called from behind. Han Siha. Finally found you. Sia smiled wryly. Speak of the devil. Yoon Hale came running over, her face bright with excitement. Devil, she repeated, confused, before her gaze landed on the small kitten in his arms. Looks more like a cat to me. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. What's a cat doing at the academy? Or wait, don't tell me, is this another monster you've tamed? It's just a normal cat. Sia chuckled, explaining. Natalia found this kitten abandoned in the rain. She's been taking care of it for a while, and asked me to look after it for the day. Hyul nodded knowingly. Right, she's been buried in coursework lately. Holding her hands out eagerly, she asked, Can I hold it? Sai eyed her, skeptical. You, seriously? His doubt was obvious. Natalia spent ages getting this little guy to trust people. You sure a loudmouth, like you won't scare it off. Hyul huffed, determined. Hey, just because I'm a tamer doesn't mean I only know how to deal with wild beasts. Even if I am good with animals. With a teasing smile, she repeated, So, can I hold it or not? Sai hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly extended the kitten toward her. The kitten slipped right out of Han Sai-ha's arms, leaping straight into hers as if it had been waiting for the moment. It curled up against her, purring affectionately. Yoon Hale's face lit up with pure joy, her laughter spilling out so easily that tears welled up at the corners of her eyes. You completely tamed it? Huh? She teased between laughs. Hansia scratched his head, clearly a little flustered. All right, cut it out. The kitten snuggled deeper into her arms, utterly relaxed. Looks like it likes me, Hale beamed, her eyes sparkling. And I like it too. She turned to Siha with a hopeful look. If it doesn't already have an owner, can I keep it? Hansia paused, the question catching him off guard. Huh? His thoughts drifted for a moment, replaying the events that had led up to this. Considering the kinds of dangers that seemed to follow him everywhere, maybe the kitten really would be safer with Hyul. Especially with her being, well, a prophet. Better with a prophet than with me. He gave a small nod. Yeah, Natalie was actually looking for someone to take care of the poor little guy. Hyul's face lit up like the sun, unable to contain her happiness. Perfect. She held the kitten close, beaming as she whispered softly, From now on we're family, little one. Sia found himself smiling along with her. Natalie already picked a name for him. The kitten's bright eyes shone as it gazed up at Hale with gentle affection. His name's Joy, Sia added. Joy, she lifted the kitten up in front of her face. That's such a cute name. She gave Joy a soft kiss on the nose. Nice to meet you, Joy. Sia chuckled softly to himself. A prophet and a kitten, not a bad combination. His eyes softened as he watched them for a moment. But then he remembered something. Right, why were you looking for me in the first place? Hale blinked, realizing she'd gotten distracted. Oh, that's right. Her expression turned serious as she leaned in, lowering her voice slightly. I've got big news for you. Big news? Sia raised an eyebrow, curious. She nodded, then asked carefully, You remember your brother? The one we saw at the astrology competition. Sia's eyes darkened slightly, but his tone remained casual. Yeah, Hyul's gaze sharpened. Well, Professor Han Si-hook, he's been officially appointed. The scene shifted in Sia's mind, the memory of his brother's cold, calculated expression playing like a film. Back in his office, Han Shi-hook sat alone. His demeanor remained as unreadable and frigid as ever, eyes sharp as blades. Hyle's voice echoed faintly in Siha's thoughts. Appointed as an investigator for Ardell. Adela couldn't believe it, so she asked again, her tone filled with suspicion. Han Siha, you really didn't know? She deliberately emphasized the next part, watching his expression carefully. Investigator Han Si-hyuk, he's been appointed as the new professor for magical artifact research. Adela explained everything to him, her voice casual, as if it was common knowledge. But he's not just teaching, she added. He's still working for the Ministry of Magic. He set up an office right here at the academy and continues his investigator work. Shahi's expression darkened, his voice low and cold. You seem to know a lot about this. Adela grinned proudly. Of course I do. She looked pleased with herself as she continued. I'm his part-time assistant, you know. Got a scholarship out of it too. Plus a little extra cash for living expenses. Pretty sweet deal, right? Hearing that, Hansia couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. Wow, you really don't believe in living an easy life, do you? But then, something felt off. His brows furrowed. Wait a second. Suspicion crept into his voice as he asked. Why didn't you tell me? Adela blinked, tilting her head. You mean the part-time job, or the Han Si-hyuk thing? Both. Adela frowned slightly, her tone turning defensive. I figured you already knew. Her eyes narrowed. Besides, do I really have to report every little thing I do to you? Shia opened his mouth to argue. But the words died on his tongue. Fair point. Right, she doesn't owe me an explanation for everything. But despite that logical thought, an unfamiliar, uncomfortable feeling simmered in his chest. Then why does this still bother me so much? Trying to shove the feeling aside, Sia forced a shrug. Never mind, just strange that he's an investigator and suddenly decides to show up here. Adela's eyes glinted with curiosity, but she explained calmly. Oh, it's because of that old case. The unsolved one. Han Si-hyuk's been after it for years. Apparently he's planning to juggle teaching and investigating. She spoke so nonchalantly, as if it wasn't a big deal. But Sia's instincts were buzzing. He didn't tell me the details, of course, she added. Said it wasn't for students to know. But judging by how long he's been chasing this case, it must be complicated, right? Just as those words left her mouth, a faint sound echoed in Sia's ears. System notification. Confused, he froze for a second. Huh? What's with the system pop-up? A translucent screen appeared before his eyes. Side quest. The Catablom, Colorado case. Assist Han Si-hyuk in uncovering the truth behind the Catablom, Colorado incident. Shia's eyes widened. Side quest. The scene shifted. Inside a dimly lit office stacked with towering crates and endless piles of paperwork, Han Si-hyuk sat at his desk, exhaustion etched across his face. He sighed heavily, flipping through the case file in his hand. The Catablom case. Over a decade ago, an entire village vanished without explanation. Han Si-hyuk had been tracking this case for what felt like forever. It had become an obsession and unsolved puzzle that haunted him. The Empire calls me their greatest prophet, Si-hyuk thought bitterly, rubbing his temples. He understood the true meaning of prophecy better than anyone seeing fragments of the future. But he believed it was more than that. Prophecy wasn't just prediction, it was a tool. A weapon to change outcomes. By mastering prophetic magic, Si-hyuk had uncovered countless truths before anyone else could. That was how he rose to fame. How he earned the Empire's respect, and the Ministry of Magics. But not everything was so simple. His status as an investigator gave him access to many secrets, but some doors remained firmly closed. Especially this one, Si-hyuk thought, his eyes narrowing at the case file. The ministry itself had covered up the Catablom incident. No one dared challenge the ministry's authority, which was why this case stayed buried for so long. But Si-hyuk wasn't one to back down. I can't walk away from this. His thoughts drifted back to his childhood, the memory of a glowing purple sphere burned into his mind. A vision he'd had when he was just a boy. Staring at that orb, Si-hyuk had known. This wasn't over. Han Si-hyuk stared at the image in stunned silence. Inside the crystal orb, he could clearly see Han Sia and Han Taizu, a vision of the future tied to Catablom, the very place where he'd once seen them. This was it. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now that he'd been invited to teach at the academy, it was the perfect chance, a chance to investigate the Catablom incident freely, away from the prying eyes of the Bureau. His chest swelled with determination. I will uncover the truth behind what happened in Catablom 10 years ago. But even as the resolve settled in his heart, A lingering unease hovered in the back of his mind. After I learn the truth, will I even be able to continue living the way I do now? Elsewhere, Hansia stood alone in a quiet corner of the campus, deep in thought. A side episode, he mused. As far as he remembered, the original storyline followed the Academy arc closely. Most of the episodes involved black magic, complete with clear rewards and risks. But now suddenly there was a side story. And it was about Catablam. Catablam, he remembered it all too well. That was the village Adela had mentioned back in the cave. After thinking it through, Hansia pieced it together. In the original plot, Adela had developed a deep hatred for black mages after the Catablam incident 10 years ago, and eventually, she killed Hansia after he strayed down the path of black magic at the academy. So this was it. The system wanted him to uncover why the original Hansia was executed by the protagonists. Hansia sighed, unsure. Well, this sounds messy. But I am curious. And I could share useful info with Adela. But then he looked more closely at the mission briefing. Side episode: The Catablam Incident. Support Hansiyuk in uncovering the truth behind the Catablam Colorado case. His expression instantly soured. Support Hansiyuk? Seriously? Why do I have to get involved with that guy outside of class hours? Was our last encounter awkward enough? Just then a voice called out from across the corridor. Hansiha, Hansiha. Natalie shouted. Investigator Han Si-hyuk is looking for you. He said to come to his office right now. Hansia let out a long, exhausted sigh. Can I not get a moment to breathe around here? Inside Han Si-hyuk's office, the atmosphere was heavy with seriousness as Si-hyuk cut straight to the point. We'll be attending the royal banquet. Hansia froze in place, completely blindsided by the statement. What? His mind scrambled to catch up. Hold on. Can you explain what's going on? Si-hyuk handed him a file, his expression unreadable. It's part of the investigation. Sia opened the folder, flipping through its contents. It didn't take long for him to recognize the keywords inside. Catablam. Of course. Before Sia could ask more, Si-hyuk continued, his voice calm but authoritative. Don't get ahead of yourself. You won't be handling the complicated stuff. Just gather intel while you're there. Si-hyuk's eyes sharpened as he added, as you already know, I'm a public figure. Si-hyuk rolled his eyes internally at the sheer arrogance, but Si-hyuk kept going, unfazed. If I go around asking questions about a case from 10 years ago at a formal gathering, it'll raise suspicion. Wow, Si-hyuk thought dryly. He really just praised himself in third person. Si-hyuk's tone remained composed, but there was no room for argument. That's why you'll be doing it for me. Si-hyuk's brow furrowed, his suspicion deepening. Why me? Si-hyuk answered easily, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. You're young, bold, talented. The magical world's got its eye on you. But at the end of the day, you're still just a kid. No one will expect much. Si-hyuk stared blankly, watching his brother outline this so-called perfect cover. On top of that, Si-hyuk added, legally, you're my little brother. You're the ideal assistant for this job. At least he still remembers we're related, Si-hyuk thought, a hint of reluctant amusement slipping in. Guess he's matured enough to use family ties properly. Truth be told, Si-hyuk had already made up his mind to accept the side quest. But a banquet. Si-hyuk's voice dropped slightly as realization hit him. You mean the whole deal? Fancy suits, food, dancing, that kind of party. His face twisted in clear discomfort. Si-hyuk simply nodded, utterly unbothered. Exactly. Si-hyuk stared at him, appalled. Yeah, no, you should have started with that part. I would have said no immediately. Han Si-hyuk nodded firmly, confirming the obvious. Exactly. This is a royal banquet hosted by the emperor himself. So, try not to draw unnecessary attention. He didn't forget to add, with a pointed look, and don't cause any trouble. Then, with a faint, knowing smirk, he added, that includes grabbing adults by the collar just because they made you angry. Hansia couldn't help but gape at him, utterly speechless. What kind of person does he think I am? He took a deep breath, caught somewhere between exasperation and resignation. Meanwhile, Si-hyuk chuckled softly to himself, admitting silently, well, considering your track record, maybe I'm not entirely wrong. And just like that, time passed quickly. The day of the banquet arrived before Si-hyuk could mentally prepare. The venue was beyond extravagant, a breathtaking display of opulence. Every corner sparkled with luxurious decorations, and the entire space buzzed with lively chatter and elegant laughter. As the royal banquet officially began, Han Si-hyuk and Han Si-hyuk entered the grand hall, both dressed in formal attire that exuded elegance and authority. Shi's eyes widened as he took in the scene. Wow, this place. His gaze swept over the glittering chandeliers, the towering marble pillars, the nobles draped in silk and jewels. It really feels like I just stepped into some kind of fantasy world. The grand noble banquet carried on as expected. Hansia couldn't help but be amazed by what he saw. A chocolate fountain? Seriously? Of course, this wasn't just any party, it was hosted by the emperor himself. He'd expected it to be extravagant, but still, seeing it in person was on another level. Xia glanced around, quietly observing. Yeah, you probably need some real social experience to blend into a place like this. In his previous life, Hansia had led a painfully mundane existence stuck in classrooms, buried in books. Even during his internship, he'd been cooped up inside a hospital, still studying non-stop. He chuckled to himself at the memory. But suddenly, "Are you Hansia?" A calm, confident voice called out to him. Xia turned, and to his pleasant surprise, standing before him was none other than Professor Bruce Miller. Perfect timing. Since I'm already here, might as well make use of it. Bruce Miller approached with a polite smile. Fancy meeting you here. This isn't exactly the kind of place an ordinary academy student can waltz into. How'd you end up here? Xia bowed politely, replying with practiced formality. I'm here as an assistant to investigator Han Si-hyuk. I came to gain some field experience and assist with the investigation. Bruce Miller's eyes widened slightly in surprise. An investigation? You really do wear a lot of hats, Hansia. What case are you involved in this time? Without hesitation, Xia answered honestly, the unresolved Catablam case. Professor, have you heard anything about it? Bruce Miller stroked his chin, frowning thoughtfully. Apologies, but I'm not very familiar with the details. Xia silently observed him, trying to gauge his reaction. I was planning to dig for clues, but it looks like he really doesn't know much. Just as he was about to change the subject, Bruce Miller suddenly spoke again. By the way, his expression grew more serious. You and investigator Han Si-hyuk, are you too close? The unexpected question caught Xia off guard. What's with that question? But after considering it for a moment, he realized there was no harm in answering. Xia nodded politely. I wouldn't say we're close, but I respect him. I look up to him. Bruce Miller nodded thoughtfully, seemingly satisfied with the response. I see. Then, with a strangely cautious tone, he added, You're a talented student, Hansia. So let me give you a word of advice. People who dabble in prophecy, they often have a darker side to them. Be careful not to trust them too blindly. Xia listened quietly, noting every word. Bruce Miller chuckled softly. Of course, that's just the rambling of an old man. You can ignore it if you want. But Xia shook his head with quiet determination. No, I appreciate your advice. I'll keep it in mind. Before leaving, Bruce Miller smiled kindly. Enjoy your time here. Xia watched the professor's back as he disappeared into the crowd, his mind swirling with questions. Why would he suddenly bring up Han Si-hyuk like that? Unsettled, he scanned the banquet hall once more, searching for leads. But if even Professor Miller, with all his connections, knows nothing about this case, where am I supposed to start? His gaze drifted from person to person. All right, since I don't know anyone here, I'll just have to judge by appearances. He sized up a few well-dressed individuals, eyes narrowing slightly. Someone who looked important but approachable, that was ideal. Just as he was lost in thought, a gentle hand landed on his shoulder. A soft, playful voice spoke from behind him. Parties like this are no fun if you're standing all alone, you know. Xia turned around, startled. A blonde woman with an elegant air smiled at him. Young people shouldn't look so lost at these things. As soon as Xia saw her, his eyes lit up. Found one. I can't see her face clearly, but she definitely looks like someone influential. And she doesn't seem unpleasant, either. The woman tilted her head slightly, studying him with curious eyes. You're after a moment, she smiled knowingly. Hansia, right? She straightened up, replying quickly, yes, that's me. But as he registered her words, his eyes widened. Wait, how do you know my name? The two of them moved to a quiet corner. The woman striking up the conversation first. You're Taezu's son, aren't you? Hansia, keeping polite, nodded slightly. Ah, yes I am. The woman smiled faintly, her tone calm yet carrying a strange familiarity. Perhaps you don't remember my face, do you? Caught off guard, Xia answered honestly. No, I'm sorry. I don't. But his mind was already racing. If she knows my face, and casually mentions Han Tae-soo's name like that, she must be someone significant. Probably a friend of Dad's. The woman continued, unfazed by his uncertainty. You've grown so much. I almost didn't recognize you. She paused for a moment, then added naturally, you came here with your brother, right? Shia stiffened, eyes widening slightly. Not many people know that Han Si-hyuk is my brother. The fact that she did, along with everything else, suggested she knew quite a lot about him. But thinking about it, if she'd known him since he was a child, it made sense. Shia composed himself and answered politely. Yes, I came with him, as his assistant investigator. I'm here to help him with an investigation. Before he could finish, the woman cut him off with a playful smile. Isn't it a bit of a waste? Getting caught up in stiff, official duties at such a lively party. Then, casually she asked, what are you investigating anyway? Sia didn't hesitate. The unresolved Catablam case. The moment the words left his mouth, he sensed it. The air shifted, subtle but undeniable. The atmosphere turned oddly tense, and Sia picked up on it immediately. He didn't bother dancing around the subject. Do you know anything about the case, Mom? The woman paused for a second, her eyes distant as if considering something. Then, a faint, amused smile curled at her lips. How interesting, that you'd be the one asking me about it. Sia's suspicion only deepened. What is that supposed to mean? But he didn't lose his composure. I'm not some prophet like Han Si-hyuk or Yu Hal, but intuition, everyone has that. Observing her carefully, the slight tilt of her head, her tone, her eyes, Shiha could tell. No one speaks like that unless they know something. Without backing down, he pressed further. Are you connected to this case in some way? The woman let out a soft laugh, clearly unfazed by his persistence. I wouldn't say that. But Shiha wasn't giving up. Please just tell me what you know. You definitely know something, don't you? For the first time, the woman's playful demeanor slipped. Her voice lowered a notch, calm but sharp. Han Tae-soo's son, can I ask you something? She stepped a little closer, her gaze steady and unreadable. If the Empire had to choose between saving 1,000 ordinary citizens, or saving you, a mere student, who hasn't even graduated yet, who do you think they'd pick? Shia froze, momentarily confused by the question. I don't understand what you're asking. But the woman wasn't done. Let me rephrase it. Her voice was even colder now. If 1,000 people had to die to save you, who would the Empire choose? It was blunt. Brutal. But Sia didn't flinch. They'd save the 1,000. The woman raised an eyebrow, mildly impressed. And why do you think that? Inwardly, Sia sorted his thoughts. I'm just some rookie student who hasn't even graduated. Those people, the farmers, the merchants, the soldiers, they're the foundation of the Empire. He met her gaze firmly, his answer unwavering. I'm not worth more than 1,000 lives. The woman chuckled lightly, as if amused by his honesty. Mim, you say that so confidently, yet it feels a little lacking. Shia kept a polite smile, though inside he couldn't help but feel irritated. Sure, I know I'm not worth much, but hearing it from someone else is pretty annoying. But he didn't shy away. If you don't mind me asking, what about you? How do you see yourself in that scenario? The woman's smile widened ever so slightly. Me and 1,000 people. She didn't even hesitate. That's easy. Calm, arrogant, certain the Empire would choose me. Even over 1,000 lives. Shia let out a small, amused scoff. You're awfully confident. The woman shrugged, completely unaffected by his sarcasm. Confidence comes from reality. Then her expression darkened just a touch, voice low but firm. Let me give you some advice, son of Han Tae-soo. She leaned in slightly, her words cutting through the noise of the banquet. 1,000 means nothing. You'd do well to stay away from this case. For your own good. For the first time, a chill crept down Sia's spine. The words weren't just a warning, they were a threat. What does this case have to do with 1,000 people? Sia's eyes narrowed as countless possibilities filled his mind. But one thing was clear, he had just stumbled into something far more dangerous than he'd realized. Han Sia's eyes suddenly widened in realization. Right, the case file. The Catablam incident, nearly 1,000 victims. And she knew that. The woman, still calm and arrogant, continued, your life isn't so precious that it's worth sacrificing 1,000 commoners for. Her voice was composed but sharp, dripping with disdain. It's just that their lives were never worth much to begin with. If sacrificing lowly lives like theirs can stop a dark mage, of course the Empire would make that choice. In that moment, everything clicked for Xia. So that's why Adele fears and despises the nobility so much. It wasn't complicated. It was disgustingly simple. To people like them, human lives meant less than insects. Xia clenched his fist slightly, his gaze cooling as he remembered life at the Ardell Academy, a rare space where status didn't dictate your worth. But here, beyond those walls, the real Empire reminded him how different things were. The woman's voice cut back in, casual yet suffocating. This case isn't worth getting tangled up in, not for you or your mediocre brother. You should go home. Focus on your studies, son of Han Taizu. But instead of backing down, Xia let out a quiet, mocking chuckle. How disgusting. The woman's eyes narrowed, caught off guard. What did you just say? Unfazed, Xia met her gaze, his voice unwavering. I said, that mindset is disgusting. His words carried no fear, only biting contempt. I'd never claim my life is worth more than 1,000 others. But how can you talk about human lives like they're nothing? Xia took a small step forward, unflinching. How valuable is your life, exactly? Before the woman could retort, a soldier hurried over, clearly flustered. Ah, there you are, your highness. Xia froze. What? The soldier approached the woman, lowering his voice but still audible enough. You disappeared. Saying noble banter was tedious. Do you know how long I've been looking for you? Cold sweat prickled down Xia's back. Your highness? The woman smiled leisurely, clearly entertained by his reaction. Relax. She waved a hand dismissively. I'm having quite an interesting conversation here. Xia stiffened, completely thrown off. Wait, no way. Slowly the woman removed the small decorative hat from her head, revealing her face clearly for the first time. Her gaze locked onto him, sharp and composed. Han Taizu, she smiled faintly. You've raised quite an entertaining son. Xia's mind raced, but the answer was obvious now. The Emperor Linya. The realization sent a chill down his spine. And for the first time, Han Xia understood exactly how dangerous the ground he was standing on had become. Han Xia froze in shock. The Emperor. It finally hit him, the most powerful person in the Empire, standing right in front of him. His mind raced as he frantically replayed everything he'd just said. I actually questioned whether her life was worth more than 1,000 others. The realization sent a wave of cold sweat down his spine. What the hell have I just done? Across from him, Emperor Linya calmly stared at him, the corners of her mouth curling into a faint, mocking smile. Let me ask you again. She leaned back slightly, her voice laced with quiet amusement as she taunted. 10,000 citizens of the Empire. Or you, all by yourself, who do you think deserves to be saved? The grand ballroom around them sparkled with chandeliers, twin marble staircases curling elegantly on either side, fountains flowing like something out of a fairy tale. Yet the atmosphere was suffocating. Emperor Linya sat comfortably, one leg crossed over the other, a faint smirk on her face as she toyed with him. Xia and his brother Si-hyuk sat stiffly on the ornate chairs before her, the tension nearly unbearable. Si-hyuk pressed his fingers to his temple, clearly frustrated and anxious. Suddenly, Linya spoke, slicing through the awkward silence with ease. Han Xia. Xia flinched, struggling to keep his composure. Why yes, her golden eyes sparkled mischievously as she leaned forward ever so slightly, her voice low and dripping with mockery. I've been wondering, should I cut off your hands, your legs, or your head first? Care to give me a suggestion? Xia's mouth went dry. His body froze in place. Linya narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing him as though inspecting a curious little insect. Even after hearing that, he still looks at me like that. He doesn't even bow his head. She tilted her head slightly, recalling their earlier exchange. The second son of Count Han Taizu, how fascinating. I've never met anyone quite like him before. Meanwhile, Xia's internal panic reached new heights. Damn it, please, just let me live. Outwardly, he sat frozen in place, but inwardly, his thoughts raced wildly. Seriously. First life died from overworking. Second life execution. How impressive. How the hell do I survive this? Do I just fall to my knees and beg? Xia's thoughts spiraled into despair. In the original novel Soul Academy, Emperor Linya only played a minor role. But even as a side character, the description of her had left a lasting impression: a ruler untouchable, undefeated, a tyrant willing to sacrifice thousands to get what she wanted. In short, a madwoman. A ruthless, bloodthirsty despot who could order someone's death on a whim. And now Siha had pissed her off. Just great. Beside him, Sihyuk suddenly spoke up, cautiously choosing his words. Your Majesty. Shia turned, startled. Sihyuk, hesitant, raised a hand slightly, his expression tense. Please forgive me for speaking out of turn, but that boy, he's still just a child. Xia's eyes widened in disbelief. What? His arrogant, constantly condescending older brother? Defending him? Xia stared at Sihyuk, inwardly scoffing. Don't mess up your words or we'll both lose our heads, trying to play the good big brother all of a sudden. Emperor Linya turned her sharp gaze to Sihyuk, amused. A second chance for that boy. Sihyuk quickly nodded. Yes, so please. And then he casually dropped a suggestion that left Xia dumbfounded. If you must execute him, please, make it quick. Painless, clean. Xia nearly choked on air. Forget everything good I thought about you, Han Sihyuk. You're insane. Completely insane. Linya let out a soft, delighted laugh. Ha ha, ha, her amused, cold laughter echoed through the grand hall. The emperor suddenly waved her hand dismissively. I'm not going to kill you, at least not yet. Her crimson lips curled into a taunting smile. You're far too entertaining, you arrogant little brat. With that, she casually snapped her fingers. Bring me the hourglass. One of her attendants promptly stepped forward, placing a beautifully crafted hourglass on the table before them. The sand inside glittered faintly as it began to fall. You've got 3 minutes, the emperor declared coldly. Then she leaned forward slightly, her sharp eyes gleaming with amusement as she mocked, convince me. Tell me why your life is worth sparing. Han Xia clenched his jaw, glaring at her, his pride burning. Han Tezu's son reduced to this. Xia instinctively reached up, brushing his neck. Still intact for now, he sat there frozen, his mind racing. 3 minutes, great lucky me. A nervous laugh almost escaped him, but panic crept in. Damn it, I'm really going to die. Memories of his reckless outbursts earlier slammed into him. His stupid mouth, questioning human lives right to the emperor's face, practically signing his own death warrant. How the hell am I supposed to talk my way out of this now? The emperor's cold voice cut in again. 2 minutes. Xia squeezed his eyes shut, his face buried in his hands. Shit, 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 his pulse hammered in his ears. Out of the blue, a translucent screen flickered to life in front of him. System message. Xia froze, wide-eyed. This isn't a joke, you've got to be kidding me. But then realization dawned. Wait, this status window, it always appears when my life's on the line. His breath quickened. It's a hint, it's guiding me. The hourglass sand was running dangerously low. I have to say something, anything, inhaling sharply. Shiha blurted out. The reason I deserve to live is because I'm an irreplaceable talent of the Ardal Empire. The emperor quirked an eyebrow. Unconvinced. Do you truly think there aren't more talented people than you in Ardal? Xia cut her off, speaking quickly. My intellect surpasses theirs by far. She smirked, amused by his desperation. Oh, you're claiming you're the smartest in the empire. Panicking, Shiha shouted. I'll explain, just stop nitpicking, there's still 2 minutes left. The emperor's eyes widened slightly at his boldness, clearly entertained. Sihyuk, sitting beside him, looked utterly horrified. You're insane. Shiha's heart pounded violently. I've got 2 minutes to live. Do they really expect me to stay calm? Forget pride. I'll say whatever it takes. Without wasting time, he jumped straight to the point. From the few words exchanged with Your Majesty just now, his eyes locked onto hers, steady despite the terror crawling up his spine. I've pieced together the truth about the Katablam incident. The emperor's gaze sharpened, intrigued. The unsolved Katablam case? Xia's mind worked fast. If this situation is tied to one of the hidden side plots, mentioning Katablam to the emperor is the safest bet. He continued, voice tight but unwavering. The villagers of Katablam, they weren't cursed by dark mages, were they? Adele's words resurfaced in his mind. The buried village, the misunderstanding, the empire's apathy toward common lives. Xia's eyes narrowed. Those people were buried alive, under Your Majesty's orders. The emperor's faint smile faltered, her eyes darkening as realization flickered across her face. Sihyuk whipped his head toward Xia, pale with horror. What? The entire hall fell into a suffocating silence. Xia glanced at his older brother and silently confirmed what he already suspected. This was a possibility Han Sihyuk had never considered. The investigation files clearly stated that the empire had no choice but to bury the cursed villagers of Katablam. But no matter how thoroughly Sihyok had dug into the case, the so-called curse remained nothing more than rumors, no solid proof, no witnesses, just silence and uncertainty. If the truth couldn't be found no matter how deep you dug, then maybe it's time to question the entire premise. Sha's lips curled into a faint, almost cocky smile. His eyes gleamed with quiet confidence as he looked at the emperor. You ordered the burial of that village for a specific purpose, didn't you? His voice was calm, sharp like a blade beneath silk. Because sacrificing worthless, insignificant lives for a grander cause, that's nothing to someone like you, your majesty. The emperor's golden eyes flickered with intrigue. A slow, dangerous smile crept across her face. You remember my words well, she murmured, amusement evident in her voice. But tell me, she leaned forward slightly, her expression unreadable, sharp as glass. Why do you think that's what happened? Sia exhaled softly, his gaze steady, his mind racing. If your majesty had acted directly, no matter how secret the operation was, there would be traces of it in the imperial records. You would have needed someone close to you, someone powerful, trustworthy enough to carry out such an operation flawlessly. The emperor didn't deny it. She simply watched him, her eyes calculating. The 5 counts, Shia continued. Your most loyal high-ranking nobles. His fists clenched, a nervous tension simmering beneath his confident facade. And among them, the one with the greatest achievements, the one you trust most. Shia paused, lowering his gaze briefly, as if struggling to speak the words. So instead of making a statement, let me ask. A bitter smile touched his lips as his mind conjured an image: his father, Count Han Taizu. The one who led the covert operation to bury an entire village. His eyes locked onto hers, unwavering. That wasn't it, our father, Count Han Taizu? The emperor's expression didn't change at first. She simply tilted her head, amused, interested. Her eyes glinted with the same dangerous curiosity as before. After a long, suffocating silence, she finally responded. How did you figure that out? Shia replied without hesitation, his voice low but steady. It's just intuition, he admitted. But your majesty, you seem particularly interested in the second son of Han Taizu asking questions about Kata Blom, aren't you? The emperor chuckled under her breath, leaning back in her chair. My, this is why old people always say kids are such a headache. Her words were laced with dark humor, but beneath them, a quiet acknowledgement. Shia's thoughts raced as pieces of the puzzle finally clicked together. This entire thing, it was airtight. The Magic Bureau's records, the fake investigation reports, everything manipulated. Even if Katablom was a small, remote village, burying an entire population alive, that couldn't go unnoticed. Not without high-level cover-ups. Now I see why this side quest brought me here. The true mastermind behind the Katablom incident was the Emperor herself. The Emperor crossed her arms, casually watching Sia as if amused by his little deductions, a quiet, condescending smirk playing on her lips. Sha clenched his fists beneath the table, his mind racing. 5 minutes. That's all it took, to unravel this much of your majesty's little secrets. He met her gaze boldly. A faint smile on his lips, despite the tension in the air. And you still believe there are countless people more talented than me in this empire? For a brief moment, the emperor's smile deepened, her eyes flashing with faint amusement and recognition. But Sia knew he couldn't push her too far, not yet. So he leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice with calculated confidence. If your majesty gives me just 5 more minutes, I can uncover even more. He let the words hang in the air like a loaded weapon, his expression calm but his heart pounding. Come on, bite the bait. Take the conversation in the direction I want. Shiha tried to buy time. If your majesty gave me another 5 minutes, who knows? I might have uncovered even more, he said, his voice casual but calculated. Aren't you curious? Empress Linya, seated gracefully on her throne, exuded effortless elegance even while staying perfectly still. At his words she let out a sharp, amused laugh. It was the first time Han Sia had ever seen the Empress laugh so freely. You've got guts, she chuckled. Blunt, sharp-tongued. I like that. Leaning back in her seat she waved her hand. I'll spare your life, and, with a flick of her wrist she gestured to her attendant, who brought over a small envelope and handed it to Sia. A little gift, as a reward for speaking so boldly in front of me. Sihyuk, seated beside him, carefully opened the envelope. His eyes widened slightly. This is, the Empress's gaze shifted toward Sihyuk, her tone layered with hidden meaning. I'm handing over the Katablom case to you. The room fell silent for a brief moment. That envelope contains classified information no one else has access to, Linnea continued. You don't need to report back to me. Handle it however you see fit. Her crimson lips curled into a thin smile. You understand, don't you, investigator? Si-hyuk bowed his head, his voice steady. Yes, Your Majesty. The subtle message was clear. This matter was to remain strictly between them. And if possible, Linnea added casually, make sure no one but you reads what's inside. Si-hyuk nodded again without hesitation. Understood. Linnea's eyes drifted back to Sia. She seemed to be enjoying this far too much. I think you'll like your gift as well, son of Han Taizu. Go ahead, open it. Xia froze, staring at the small box handed to him. Inside was a fountain pen. For 5 full seconds, his brain just stopped. A pen. The Empress's brow lifted in mild annoyance. That reaction isn't exactly the gratitude I was expecting. You do realize this is a gift from the Empress, don't you? Flustered, Sia scrambled to respond. Sorry, it's just, I've never spoken to the Empress directly before, so. He trailed off, awkward and panicked. Thank you, Your Majesty. Linnea chuckled, shaking her head in mock disappointment. Han Taezu clearly raised his son like a flickering candle, always one gust away from going out. Then, suddenly her tone turned curious. So tell me, why do you think I gave you that pen? Xia inwardly groaned. Great, another riddle. On the outside though, he forced a charming smile. You really enjoy watching me struggle with these puzzles, don't you? It's not for studying, I assume. His eyes narrowed thoughtfully. A pen from the Empress can't just be a pen, and considering this case involves dark magic, he thought through every possibility. Could it be an artifact? Something to help track the dark mages? After piecing it together, Xia's eyes lit up with realization. This pen, it's designed to help capture the dark mages, isn't it? Linnea's satisfied smile said it all. Exactly. Her voice was cool, confident. With how much you like to talk, I trust you'll figure out how to use it properly. Keep it safe. Sunlight poured through the tall windows of the Grand Palace. The next morning inside Count Han Taizu's estate, the Count sat stiffly, his expression unreadable. I've heard the Empress spoke rather highly of you, Sia. Taizu's voice betrayed his disbelief. She doesn't hand out compliments lightly. What exactly happened? Xia shrugged, playing it cool. I went to the banquet with Hyuk, helped with his investigation. The Count's jaw clenched. You casually strolled into a royal banquet, didn't recognize the Empress, and ran your mouth? His voice rose with each word, but he forced himself to stay calm. His fury wasn't entirely anger, it was fear for his son. And yet, Taizu's eyes scanned Sia, noting how calm and composed he remained despite everything. Your head's still attached, so somehow you pulled it off. There was a faint flicker of pride buried under his frustration. Still, Taizu couldn't hide his concern. And this investigation you're tangled up in, what exactly is it? Sia met his father's gaze evenly. The Catablam case. The Count's expression darkened immediately. His lips pressed into a thin line. I see. Han Si-hyuk clenched his jaw, his eyes fixed on the case files in front of him. Count Han Taezu's cane struck the floor with a sharp, heavy thud, breaking the tense silence. Si-hyuk, you're still stubbornly clinging to that case, aren't you? Taezu's expression was cold, but his voice carried traces of resignation. The Count wasn't a fool, he'd already guessed what happened. You met with Her Majesty privately, which means she's given you access to something. Si-hyuk didn't confirm or deny it. His expression remained guarded. Only to a certain extent. Taezu didn't press further. He simply exhaled, shoulders stiff. I see, then there's no use hiding this any longer. Si-hyuk stayed silent, but his mind was racing. His brother couldn't sit still and let this go, not after what happened. 1,000 innocent lives, buried, wiped from existence, under the Emperor's direct orders. That's why the official reports were so vague. That's why the case was never properly closed. But that wasn't all. Si-hyuk's gaze sharpened as he skimmed the documents again. There was something far more important buried beneath the surface. His fingertips trembled slightly as he flipped through the aged pages. Only the Emperor and Taezu had seen these records. Records sealed away for over a decade. She told me there was something in here I needed to see. Si-hyuk's heart pounded as his eyes traced the faded ink on the classified reports. These weren't the sanitized investigation files he'd read before. No, this was the raw, brutal truth. The words blurred for a moment as cold sweat trickled down his back. A dark mage had infiltrated Catablam. Urgent measures were deemed necessary. The report detailed how a dark mage named Nox, a specialist in concealment and infiltration, had embedded himself among the villagers. Identifying him was nearly impossible. The first strike team, led by Reincarnated, completely wiped out. A second team, under Kastika, over 100 casualties. The devastation painted a clear picture. Nox had intended to use the entire village as a sacrificial offering for a massive catastrophic ritual. Siyuk's chest tightened. The Empire had made a choice. To sacrifice 1,000 villagers, to protect countless others. His hands trembled, the paper crackling between his fingers. So that's it, they couldn't defeat the dark mage hidden in the village, so they buried everyone. Bile rose in his throat. He thought knowing the truth would bring closure. But all it brought was disgust. He had to steady his breathing, forcing his emotions down. Calm down, think clearly, finish reading, there might be more. The report continued: the entire village buried alive. No survivors. Verification of the truth nearly impossible now. But then, something caught his eye. Siyuk's sharp instincts flared. Wait, hold on, the old grainy photographs attached to the file were low quality, blurred with time, but one image stood out. A child. A young girl, barely recognizable. Yet, somehow, Siyuk's eyes widened in disbelief. No way, he didn't need clearer pictures to piece it together. That child was Adela. His own assistant at the bureau. A gifted earth mage. A rising star at the prestigious Ardell Academy. Siyuk sat frozen for a moment, the weight of the realization sinking in. So that's it, that's where she comes from. The day the village fell, that's when her latent magic awoke. But at what cost? Her home, her family, everything gone. And now, Adela had no place to return to. Siyuk closed the file with trembling hands, his expression clouded with quiet guilt. No wonder she never talks about her family. The pieces of the puzzle were finally coming together, and with them, a whole new layer of complexity. But more than anything, Siyuk cared about the future of this country. And now that he knew the truth, if she were to find out, if that girl learned, the ones responsible for the destruction of her hometown, the people who left her with nothing but a tragic past, were none other than Han Taezu and the Emperor themselves. With her growing power, with her magic, would she really stay quiet? No, she could easily destroy Kastika. She could take her revenge, and no one would be able to stop her. Siyuk clenched his fists, steeling his resolve. That cannot be allowed to happen. He had to get to the bottom of this. The Catablom case needed to stay unresolved. He needed to identify the second survivor. Then, destroy these documents. Let's see, but something in those files made his entire body jolt with shock. The case files slipped from his trembling hands, scattering across the floor. His eyes widened in disbelief as they landed on a photograph. This person, suddenly, Taezu's voice filled the quiet room, carrying the weight of a truth Siyuk had never imagined. Shah. The Count's tone was calm, eerily so. When the order to surround Catablom was issued, I had no intention of being involved. Siyuk whipped his head around, confused, his heart racing. I remember it clearly, Taezu continued, his voice steady, but distant, like he was lost in the past. Nox, he was a terrifying dark mage. We had enough soldiers, enough hunters to deal with him. I didn't need to be there. Siyuk narrowed his eyes, his confusion growing by the second. Then why? But before he could finish, Taezu spoke again. Because a prophet came to see me. Siyuk's heart sank. No way, the Count's face darkened as he recalled the memory. That prophet told me something that froze me to my core. Taezu's eyes clouded over, haunted. One of the survivors from that village would one day kill my son. The room fell deathly silent. Siyuk's lips parted, but no words came out. Taezu let out a long, bitter breath. After hearing that, how could I leave it to anyone else? His voice cracked slightly, despite his composed expression. Call it foolishness, call it the blindness of a father, but I had to be there. I had to see it with my own eyes. Siyuk's pulse thundered in his ears. Taezu's next words made his blood run cold. And I did. The Count's gaze drifted distant, lost in the memory. Even after everything, after the smoke cleared, after the bodies were buried, his eyes darkened further, a deep, unspoken sorrow flickering beneath his calm. There was still a child left behind. Siyuk's throat tightened. He could see it now, the image playing vividly in his mind. A young boy, small, fragile, drenched in blood and dust, sobbing uncontrollably. Taezu knelt beside the child, arms wrapping around his trembling form. The moment their eyes met, the Count knew. This child, is the one the prophecy spoke of, Taezu whispered. the one destined to kill my son. The fear that gripped him that day, it never truly left. But I couldn't just leave him there. Taezu's voice grew colder now, his eyes sharp with ruthless pragmatism. So I erased his memories. Si-hyuk's eyes widened in horror. What? It was illegal, I know that, the Count admitted, unflinching. But I didn't care. I had to keep him close. Keep him within reach, so I could watch him. Si-hyuk's lips trembled, 1,000 thoughts crashing into him all at once. His heart felt like it would burst from his chest. Father, what are you saying? But deep down he already knew. The case files, the photographs, they all pointed to the same, terrifying conclusion. Taezu met his eyes, gaze steady, unrelenting. I adopted that child. The Count's voice was low, resolute. I gave him a name, Han Si-hyuk. Si-hyuk's entire world shattered. The truth, laid bare, hit harder than any spell or blade ever could. He was the survivor. The one destined to kill himself. And the man he'd called father all these years was the one who'd buried his home. Si-ha confronted Si-hyuk, who stood quietly, leaning on his cane, his eyes fixed on the distant horizon. You regret it, don't you? Si-ha asked, his voice low but sharp. Si-hyuk let out a soft scoff, answering without turning his gaze. Of course I do, but don't get the wrong idea. His expression barely changed, but the weight behind his words made Si-ha tense. I don't regret destroying that village, Si-hyuk continued, his voice eerily calm. I don't regret killing those innocent people. For a brief moment, a faint look of regret flashed across Si-hyuk's face, but not for the reason Si-ha expected. What I regret, Si-hyuk paused, his eyes hardening, is not finishing the job. Si-ha's eyes widened, stunned by his brother's callous words. The two survivors, they could kill you one day. The words hit Si-ha like a punch to the chest. You, Si-ha's voice cracked as anger and disbelief clashed in his mind. That was your biggest mistake. You call that your only regret? Si-hyuk finally turned to face him, his gaze cold, devoid of emotion. Si-ha, whether you hate me or not, I would do the same thing all over again. His voice carried an unsettling finality. Back then, it was the best decision. Si-ha's fist clenched in frustration. No, it was the worst decision, he snapped. You keep calling it the best option, but look around. That best option turned into the worst possible outcome. He took a step back, leaning against the wall, eyes filled with bitter disbelief as he watched his brother justify himself. You're not a prophet. You couldn't predict the future. Before Si-ha could say anything more, Si-hyuk walked to a nearby cabinet. With a quiet clink, he opened it and pulled out a long, sheathed sword. Turning to Si-ha, he held it out in front of him. Take it. Si-ha froze, his eyes darting between his brother and the weapon in his hand. What? Si-hyuk explained, voice low but clear. It's the earthquake blade. His eyes darkened. A weapon forged to bring the earth itself to ruin when all else fails. Si-hyuk's words echoed in the silent room as he unsheathed the blade slightly, revealing its eerie, pulsing core. That sword is the same one that buried Katablom 10 years ago. Si-ha's throat tightened as he hesitated, fingers brushing the blade's hilt. He pulled his hand back. I don't know how to use a sword. His voice cracked with uncertainty. Why? Why are you giving this to me? Si-hyuk's reply was chillingly simple. You'll have to learn. His gaze turned icy once again, his grip tightening on the cane. There will come a day when you'll need its power. Si-hyuk's cold eyes bore into him, sharp and unwavering. Si-ha, he paused, voice low but firm, a warning more than advice. Stay away from Han Si-hyuk and Adele. Si-ha's brows furrowed in suspicion. That moment, the moment he accepted the sword, hesitation filled his chest. In Si-hyuk's sharp, calculating eyes, Si-ha could tell. He knows. Si-hyuk must have figured out the truth buried in the documents handed down by the emperor. But as long as Count Han Taezu handled things like he always did, maybe it wouldn't matter. The real problem, Si-ha's thoughts drifted, unbidden, to Adela's bright, innocent smile. Should I tell her the truth? The question gnawed at him like a thorn under his skin. His heart clenched, uncertainty swirling inside. No, yet. Adela had worked tirelessly to grow stronger ever since enrolling at Ardell Academy. All for one reason. To avenge Katablom. To avenge her family, her home. Si-ha clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white, his chest twisting with guilt. I can't tell her. Not yet. Not that the Empire buried her entire family alive. At the very least, I have to wait. Until she's strong enough to handle it. A bold, dangerous thought crept into his mind. A solution. The only one left. His eyes darkened as a cold, bitter smirk twisted across his face. Then there's only one thing I can do. His expression grew grim, filled with determination. I'll just have to keep lying to her. The morning sun poured through the windows, illuminating every corner of the grand estate. The sky was impossibly clear, a sharp contrast to the storm brewing in Siha's heart. He lifted the earthquake blade, its weight settling into his palm. A tired, bitter sigh escaped him. So I actually brought it with me, huh? The blade shimmered faintly as the sunlight caught its edge. The earthquake blade, a tool of destruction. A key to survival. And a constant reminder of all the lies yet to be told. Siha stood quietly, arms crossed, his eyes fixed on the sword hanging high on the shelf. Someone had once told him, if you're not using it, keep it as far from the ground as possible. The dirtier it gets, the weaker it becomes. Even though time had stripped it of its full strength, the blade still held enough power to destroy the entire dormitory, if the wielder's will was strong enough. But then Siha cut off his own train of thought with a bitter smirk. This is the sword that buried thousands of people, polishing a blade like that, keeping it spotless. What did that even mean? His gaze lingered on the weapon, eyes darkening. It's already soaked in blood. Suddenly the door burst open with a cheerful thud. Han Siha, you're back. It was Wan, his face lit up with excitement. Siha turned, startled. Wow, long time no see. Wan approached, grinning. Everyone freaked out when they heard you got dragged off to Kastika territory. Did your dad come find you or something? Siha quickly shut the cabinet, shaking his head. No, nothing like that. Before Siha could say more, Wan handed him a folded piece of paper. Oh right, this. Siha frowned as he took it. What's this? Adele asked me to give it to you, Wan explained casually. Siha opened the note and read it carefully, his expression shifting as each neat, handwritten line came into view. I miss Basil. Bring him to the dorm tonight. Siha's jaw dropped in disbelief. Oh, so Basil's the excuse now, huh? A small chuckle escaped him. Guess she missed that little guy while I was gone. As Siha folded the note, he suddenly noticed a small, eager face peeking at him from behind Basil. The little dragon blushed, practically vibrating with excitement. Adela. You're going to see Adele. Siha shot the creature a deadpan look. Who do you think you are, huh? Some VIP. But as the words left his mouth, doubt crept in. Wait, is that really Basil? That evening, in front of the dormitory, Adela's face lit up as she spotted the dragon. Basil. She immediately scooped him into her arms, hugging him tightly. I missed you so much, you little rascal. Siha stood to the side, momentarily frozen. She really only wanted to see Basil. Trying to play it cool, Siha quickly tried to wrap things up. Alright, you've seen him. Guess I'll head back now, but Adela blocked his path, a nervous, almost shy look on her face. Wait, if you're not busy, do you want to come with me? Siha blinked, caught completely off guard. Come with you? There's a cherry blossom festival going on in the plaza, she added, avoiding his eyes. Or, something like that. Sia's mouth fell open in shock. A cherry blossom festival. We have that here. Moments later his eyes widened in awe. It's real. Petals floated through the air, painting the plaza in soft pink and white hues. It was beautiful. Adela beamed as she led him along the path lined with blooming cherry trees. Pretty, right? Meanwhile, Basil was left completely abandoned. The two of them strolled leisurely beneath the cascading blossoms. The night filled with gentle laughter. Last year I couldn't come, had to focus on training, Adela admitted, her cheeks slightly flushed. But this year I had to see it. Siha chuckled. You into stuff like this? Adela turned to him flustered. What? Am I not allowed to like this kind of thing? Her pouty expression made Siha grin, a teasing spark in his eyes. Allowed? Sure you are, I just thought you were more of the rip branches off trees type. His teasing subsided as his gaze lingered on her face, noticing the soft pink tint on her cheeks. Actually it suits her, she's kinda cute. Suddenly his thoughts came to a screeching halt. Wait, cute. Siha stood there, mouth slightly agape, his mind frozen as he processed that unexpected realization. Feeling flustered, Siha awkwardly slapped himself across the face, quietly scolding his own reflection. What the hell is wrong with me? Am I losing my mind or something? Adela, standing a few steps behind him, watched in confusion. Han Siha, what are you doing over there? Are you talking to yourself again? Ignoring the awkwardness, the two continued walking beneath the endless row of blooming cherry blossom trees. After a moment, Adela tilted her head and asked curiously, "Hey, remember what I told you at school? About how if you catch a falling cherry blossom petal, your wish will come true?" Siha nodded, playing along. "Oh yeah, that's totally real." The moment she heard that, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Then I have to try." Adela eagerly darted forward, trying to catch the drifting petals as they floated through the air. Sia reached his hands up as well, attempting to catch a few petals of his own, though his mind was somewhere else entirely. "Honestly, I don't even know how to control my expression anymore." As his hands hovered mid-air, an unwanted image surfaced in his mind: his father, the cold, emotionless man. If a girl learned that her hometown was cursed, destroyed, that her entire family was wiped out by that so-called curse, only to later discover the curse was really just the empire burying an entire village alive, and even worse, if she found out the man behind it all was the father of her friend Han Taizu, the hero of the kingdom. Siha's gaze softened as he watched Adela joyfully chasing after the petals. She'd be devastated, completely shattered. She looked so strong on the surface, but he could tell, underneath it all, she was fragile, far more fragile than she let on. As he watched her smile, reaching out to catch another petal, his chest tightened. If she ever finds out the truth about what happened that year, she won't lash out at others. She'll blame herself for not recognizing the enemy sooner. The delicate peace he had built, the fragile, temporary harmony meant to help him survive, was tightening around both of them like a noose. If I were just some nobody, it'd be easier. She could go after the culprit, get her revenge, and that would be the end of it. But they had gone too far now. His train of thought was suddenly interrupted by her voice, cheerful and bright. "Han Siha, look. I caught one." She held out her palm, a single pink petal resting gently on her skin. Siha's eyes softened. "So what are you going to wish for?" If only that day, 10 years ago, had never happened, maybe I wouldn't be living like this, trapped in despair." Adela clutched the petal, smiling brightly as she walked toward him. "Aren't you going to try? Don't you have a wish too?" But Sia hesitated, lowering his head. The petals continued to fall around them, caught in the soft spring breeze, swirling gently through the air. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "Adela," she froze, blinking in surprise at his serious tone, her eyes quietly searching his. Their reflections shimmered together on the surface of the lake, the moonlight casting a faint glow over the still water. "I have something I need to tell you." Han Siha sat alone in the library, his chin resting on his hand, completely disconnected from the cheerful chatter and bustling energy of the students around him. His tired eyes drifted toward the window, blankly watching the sunlight filter through the glass. Before long he closed his eyes, his mind slowly wandering as sleep threatened to overtake him. The image that surfaced wasn't of the library, but of that quiet spring evening beneath the endless rows of blooming cherry blossom trees. He could still hear Adela's soft voice beside him. "You said you had something to tell me. What was it?" Siha had hesitated, fumbling for words. But before he could finish, his eyes darted toward the crowd behind them. The words caught in his throat. For a long moment he stood there, silently struggling with himself, weighing the courage it would take to speak the truth. Finally, he blurted out a different question altogether, his voice low and uncertain. "If someone was the reason your whole life fell apart, do you think you could ever forgive them? Could you still keep them by your side?" Even as the words left his mouth, Siha thought bitterly to himself, "There's no way I can actually say that out loud." So, in the end, he forced a stiff smile and changed the subject entirely. "Hey, next year, for the Cherry Blossom Festival, do you want to go with me?" Adela's eyes sparkled with excitement as she grinned. "Sure. I'll go with you." Her bright, cheerful response was followed by her own proposal, her voice filled with quiet hope. "Let's go together again next year, Han Siha." Looking at her radiant smile, Siha could only swallow the truth buried deep inside him. "I can't tell her, this guilt, this unbearable weight, it's the punishment I, Han Siha, son of Han Tai-su, have to carry." But no matter what happened to his relationship with Adela, there was still something he had to do. The main story. To survive in this brutal, unforgiving world, he had to complete the main story. Li Han, Adela, Solia, and every single member of the Ardell Suicide Squad, they were all marching toward the inevitable battle against the Dark Mages, enemies born from the plot itself. And as someone who already knew how these events would unfold, someone who understood the scope of what was coming, it was up to him to lead them. Only then would their chances of survival increase. But most importantly, according to the timeline, the Dark Mage's attack on Ardell Academy was drawing near. Even though his presence had already caused small deviations in the flow of events, some things couldn't be avoided. This arc wasn't supposed to happen for another 2 years. But the Dark Mage's sudden fixation on reclaiming the cube meant they had discovered its hidden power. The situation was deteriorating fast. Dark Mages were terrifyingly strong. Defeating even a single high-ranking Dark Mage required nothing short of a miracle. And right now, their inexperienced Ardell squad, it would take dozens of miracles for them to protect the cube. In the original novel, the main characters fought tooth and nail to guard the cube. In that brutal battle, Solia had died. Adela had been gravely injured, and Li Han had fallen into utter despair. I have to stop that. Fortunately, having read the unfinished novel all the way to the end of part 1, Si-Han knew how to avoid that tragic fate. The ultimate goal of the Dark Mages, once they gathered all the cubes, was to activate the magical device known as the Heart of the Machine, which amplified the cube's power and extracted every drop of magical energy from them. With that power, they intended to wipe out the White Mages and usher in an era of dark magic. Han Si-Ha absent-mindedly twirled a paintbrush in his hand, his thoughts sharp and focused. In that case, right from the beginning, I have to find the heart of the machine and destroy it. Creating a magical device complex enough to extract the full energy from the cubes had required the Dark Mages to operate in secrecy for over a decade. According to the novel, the one who engineered the heart of the machine had died of exhaustion shortly after its completion, meaning it was highly unlikely they'd be able to build another one anytime soon. Han Si-Ha let out a heavy sigh. So basically, all I have to do is find the heart of the machine and destroy it. Simple enough, right? Just smash the thing. But of course nothing was ever that simple. Clenching his fist, his teeth grinding in frustration, he muttered under his breath, "Yeah, and how the hell am I supposed to explain that to the others?" He pictured it now sitting the group down, clearing his throat, and casually dropping, "Hey guys, so, turns out there's this thing called the heart of the machine." The Dark Mages planned to shove the cubes in there and suck every drop of magic out of them. Crossing his arms, Han Si-Ha quietly scoffed at himself. Right? That'll go over well. Best case scenario, they think I've completely lost it. Worst case, they think I'm some undercover Dark Mage trying to mess with their heads. With a groan, he covered his face, his pen rolling between his fingers as he rocked back and forth in his chair. Damn it, no, I can't give up yet. I just need to think this through. If I can't openly tell them about the heart of the machine, then I'll just accidentally discover its location. If we all find it together, they'll figure out the rest themselves. They're not idiots. Han Si-Ha rose from his seat and slowly approached the map pinned to the wall, eyes narrowing in thought. Alright, first, I need to pinpoint where that thing actually is. In the original storyline, the location was mentioned, but so vaguely it was practically impossible to track down. But there was one solid clue. The heart of the machine was hidden, at the Dark Mage's base. Pressing his lips together, Han Si-Ha clenched his fist. So that's my next move, I have to find their base and strike first. The Dark Zone. The stronghold of the Dark Mages. Known to most as simply Nag. A bitter laugh escaped him. Guess it's true what they say, attack first, and you've already won half the battle. Meanwhile, far from the cheerful festival streets, deep within the shadowy heart of the Nenke towering, ominous castle loomed over the cursed land, its jagged towers twisting unnaturally into the darkened sky. Inside, 5 high-ranking Dark Mages sat gathered around a round stone table, their faces grim. One of them slammed his hand down in frustration. Our forces have taken heavy losses. Too many mages sent to retrieve the cubes, never made it back. Grinding his teeth, he added with venom in his voice, if it weren't for the fact that we have to stay hidden within the Empire, we could have wiped them all out with a single blow. Another mage across the table spoke cautiously. Then, what do you believe is the biggest obstacle standing in our way? The first mage's eyes darkened as he clenched his fists. There are many, but the most troublesome of them all. A familiar image surfaced in his mind, one that filled him with rage. That brat, Han Si-Ha. His voice practically spat the name. He's guarding the cubes more fiercely than we anticipated. How the hell does some useless academy kid even know about the cubes to that extent? Another mage leaned in, his eyes gleaming with cold intent. Should we just kill him? But before they could act rashly, a bearded mage interjected smoothly, calm yourself. Even if we managed to kill Han Si-Ha, we'd be crushed by the Kastika family before we had time to celebrate. His lips curled into a wicked grin as he continued, besides, Han Si-ha is more cautious than he looks. I wouldn't be surprised if he's hidden the cube's locations from even his own allies. The mage across from him looked stunned. If that's true, there may be no one left on the entire continent who knows where the cubes are. The bearded mage nodded. Before, we still had time. But now, things have changed. His voice lowered to a grave whisper. Abaddon has awakened. The others fell silent, the weight of those words pressing over the table like a storm cloud. We must be extremely careful and gather the cubes as quickly as possible. A female mage, her voice as smooth as silk but laced with venom, spoke softly. In that case, why don't we lure out Han Si-hyuk? Another mage stared in shock, his voice laced with disbelief. You mean Han Si's brother? Han Si-hyuk. The group fell into silence for a moment as the weight of that name settled in. The man hesitated before voicing his doubts. I know he possesses power. But at the end of the day he's still Han Tae-soo's son. The Blood Marquis is the one who single-handedly wiped out an entire Dark Mage battalion. His voice dropped, uncertainty creeping in. Do you really think he'd ever cooperate with us? A female mage responded coolly, her tone completely unfazed. Why not just kill him? Her casual suggestion sent ripples of tension through the room. Another mage's face darkened as he snapped. Kill anyone who doesn't do what you want. What are you, a beast? The woman stepped forward, her eyes gleaming with quiet conviction as she replied. Lord Abaddon made us a promise. He promised a world where we would no longer be looked down upon. Her voice sharpened, turning cold and biting. If that's the world he envisions, shouldn't we, as his followers, also decide which ideals that new world should be built upon? The others exchanged uneasy glances, murmuring ideals that we should pursue. Sapia's lips curled into a dangerous smile as she lifted a hand to the brim of her hat, pushing it back to reveal her beautiful, deceptively delicate face. Exactly. She spoke slowly, deliberately. This revolution, this vision of ours, it won't be fueled by the blood of allies or enemies. Turning her back to them, arms crossed, Sepia's expression hardened as she stared coldly out the window, the moonlight casting a sharp silhouette across her figure. I've made my decision. With a wicked smile, her voice carried through the room like a chilling breeze. We'll capture Han Si-ha and make a deal with Han Si-hyuk. Han Si-ha fell silent, lost in thought. Han Si-hyuk, the son of Count Han Tai-soo, and at the same time the disgrace of that family. His eyes darkened, growing lifeless as he stared at the swirling energy glowing faintly in his palm. And yet, thanks to his overwhelming magical abilities and that rare gift of foresight, the ministry now treats him like some prized prodigy. Still watching the glow in his hand, Han Si-ha's expression remained cold, his mind restless. An illegitimate child, how the hell does someone like that end up with so much power? Haven't you ever asked yourself that, Han Si-hyuk? Suddenly the sound of approaching footsteps echoed. A figure, completely covered by a dark cloak, entered the room. A voice called out softly, Lady Sepia. A faint, dangerous smile curled across Sepia's face as her voice carried across the room, filled with hidden meaning. Great power always comes at a price. Her eyes glittered with malicious glee as she added, once the nightmare begins, Han Si-hyuk will inevitably stand in our way. She tilted her chin upward, her voice laced with arrogant confidence. That power, I planted it inside him, long ago. Raising a pale hand in front of her, as if summoning something, she whispered to herself. A power that will lead him straight to his own destruction. Her hand hovered in the air, glowing faintly as her voice turned cold. Whether he wants to or not, Sepia's sinister smile widened. He'll join us, sooner or later. The scene shifted to a small, cluttered workshop packed with magical tools and blueprints. It was Natalie's personal workspace at Ardell Academy. Outside the workshop, the group gathered, tension thick in the air. In a quiet, uncertain voice, Seymour Parker whispered to Natalie, Why did Han Si-ha bring us here, of all places? Natalie, equally puzzled, nodded in agreement. Yeah, this place, it's the same location where the final battle happens in the original story. She frowned slightly. It's been mentioned a few times, but always vague, like some ominous villain hideout. The location of the NGC, the Dark Mage Stronghold, was always shrouded in mystery. Kassan, arms crossed, fell into quiet thought. The only thing we ever got in the original novel was that it's somewhere on the outskirts of the Ardell Empire, in some cursed wasteland or whatever. He clicked his tongue. In other words, even I, someone who's read the entire damn book, Don't know exactly where the neck is. After a moment of silent reflection, Kassan finally concluded, so our best option is to follow the original storyline, step by step. As they discussed the plan, the group's reactions were immediate. We're attacking the neck. What? Just like that. Voices of shock and protest filled the room. But Natalie's eyes sparkled with unexpected excitement. Wait. It's not like we can just walk into that place. Kassan smirked inwardly. Just as I thought, their reactions are all within expectations. He cleared his throat and addressed the group with a serious tone. Considering our past encounters with the dark mages, I believe it's best to prepare thoroughly and ambush them, rather than sitting around waiting to be ambushed ourselves. His gaze sharpened. Besides, we already have the cubes. It's only a matter of time before conflict finds us, whether we like it or not. Yoonhae hesitated, her voice wavering as she spoke. Still going straight for them. That's pretty. She paused, then unexpectedly blurted out with admiration, bold. You're really cool, you know? Pretty gutsy. Adela blinked in surprise. Huh. Before Haim could say another word, Adela strode over, wrapped her arms around her, and tightened her grip with a teasing frown. You're being too loud. Haim winced. Ow, hey, that hurts. What the heck, Adela? Amid the commotion, Kassan slapped a rolled-up map onto the table with a firm thud. Enough. Unrolling the map, he pointed to a marked area and continued his explanation. Remember what Natalie asked earlier? About whether we can just stroll into the neck. He glanced around the room. That's a valid question. After all, we're talking about the headquarters of dark mages. It's not exactly open to the public. Seymour Parker flipped through a small, worn book he'd brought along, mumbling, actually, even normal people can't set foot there. Holding up the book, Seymour explained, I brought this with me. It's a restricted internal text, basically a dark mage training manual for summoning. He tapped the page for emphasis. According to this, entering the neck requires a special kind of dark energy. Only dark magic can unlock the path. Adela frowned slightly, curiosity flashing in her eyes. Dark energy? Seymour Parker nodded confidently. Yeah. It's a type of power only dark mages can sense and control. They call it magi. Kassan fell silent for a moment, deep in thought, before finally offering his opinion. Then I think our first priority is figuring out how to deal with that magi. Suddenly Seymour burst out laughing, clearly enjoying himself. What if I, study a little dark magic? That might help, right? I'm pretty confident. But before he could get carried away, Solia quickly cut in, her voice sharp with warning. Seymour, Adela, standing beside her, clenched her fist, her expression deadly serious as she fixed a cold glare on Seymour. If you don't want to die at the hands of your own teammates, watch your mouth. Seymour flinched, chuckling awkwardly. All right, sorry. Despite the playful exchange, Seymour refocused on the book in his hands, flipping through its pages as he explained, technically, even if you're not a dark mage, as long as you carry something infused with magi, you can sense it for a short period of time. Kassan, who had been quietly listening this whole time, finally chimed in again. Then we need to find that something first. At that, Solia's face fell slightly, unease creeping into her voice. That place is, she trailed off, her eyes drifting to the map laid out before them. Taking a deep breath, she continued, the old Arcanum mines. They're located up north, in Kastika territory. Some people call them the Obsidia mines. Her tone grew serious as she explained further. They say the place is flooded with magi, and the only thing that can help control it temporarily is obsidian stone, which you can find there. A chill ran through the group as Solia added, the magi currents that run through that place, they're intense. Some records even say that ordinary people feel sick just being near it. That's why they call it the cursed ground. Kassan absorbed the information, his expression unreadable, before voicing his concern. But didn't I hear that the Obsidia mine collapsed a long time ago? Solia hesitated, looking uncomfortable. I'm not sure. But if it's Arcanum, my father probably knows a thing or two about it. Seymour nodded, seemingly satisfied. Good. That'll save us the trouble of fumbling around in the dark. At least we don't have to mess with cursed dark magic ourselves. Solia agreed softly. Yeah, but still, this conversation could drag on forever. We might as well go talk to him directly. Kassan pulled up the system interface, quickly scanning for available times. Alright, so, when's the best time to before he could finish, his eyes darted towards Solia, and he called out loudly, "Hey, Solia." A mischievous grin crept onto his face. "Are you ready to skip class?" The moment she heard those two words, Solia's expression froze in pure horror. Huh? Her fists clenched at her sides, lips pressed tightly together as she stammered, "Hey, this is my first time ever skipping class, you know." Kasan couldn't help but chuckle at her nervousness. "Skip. It's just a dance lesson, that's all." But Solia remained unconvinced, her anxiety plain as day as she let out a long sigh. What kind of student sneaks out of class like this? Kasan inwardly smirked, shaking his head. Knew it. The perfect, straight-laced student, completely terrified of cutting class. "It's not the end of the world. You know, I skipped almost an entire semester and I'm still alive." Gently, Kasan reassured her, "Relax. No one takes attendance in the big lecture halls anyway. Besides, this way we can even hitch a ride on the carriage." Still, Solia clenched her fists tighter, the nerve showing no sign of fading as she muttered under her breath, "That doesn't make me feel any better." Hansi-ha. The wagon wheels kept turning as they traveled along the long winding road. Eventually, they arrived at the old Reincarnated territory. Solia finally let out a long sigh of relief, smiling softly as she announced, "We're here." She took a moment to look around, her gaze lingering with a touch of nostalgia. This is where I grew up," she said, her voice warm and quiet. "It feels comforting, seeing it again after all these years." Hearing that, Kasan's lips curled into a gentle smile. He couldn't help but feel a sense of sympathy. Even after her family lost everything, even after they were stripped of their land, Arcanant used to rule over this vast region. But now, watching Solia come alive as she spoke about her childhood home, Kasan thought to himself, she really does look different here, more alive somehow. Kasan cleared his throat and asked casually, "So, where's your dad staying these days?" Solia pointed off into the distance. "Up there, just a bit further." Following her gaze, Kasan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait, your dad's living in that run-down shack on the mountain?" His eyes stayed fixed on the shabby little cabin nestled awkwardly among the trees, a trace of disbelief still lingering on his face. Even if they lost their title, that's a bit much, isn't it? Hiding away in some tiny shack, on land that technically still belongs to their family. Noticing the awkward look on his face, Solia chuckled awkwardly and explained, "Yeah, I thought it was weird too. I mean, I hadn't been back here since enrolling at the academy. I didn't even know he was living up there until recently." As they walked, she continued, "Usually my dad isn't here at all. But ever since he started cooperating with Kastika territory, he moved back temporarily." Kasan nodded, his expression turning more understanding. "Yeah, losing your land must have been a massive blow for a noble like him." Their conversation flowed easily as they continued walking until suddenly, Solia came to a stop. Her eyes drifted upward as she asked, "Hey, do you want to check this place out for a sec?" She gestured enthusiastically toward a nearby street. "This is the market near the village gate. The land here isn't exactly fertile, so trade was always the main source of prosperity." Kasan's curiosity was piqued as he smiled playfully. "Oh, thriving trade, huh? I bet they've even got their own industrial district." Solia grinned, nodding knowingly. "Exactly, typical Hansaiha reaction. Yep, this place is also known for its crafts. For example," she launched into a detailed explanation. "The Wallow family, Natalia's family, they have a relic workshop here too." Sounds cliché, I know, but seriously, small world, right? For a moment, her tone turned hesitant, her voice slightly tight. They're probably still operating somewhere around here." Kasan tilted his head, puzzled. "Huh." Before he could ask more, Solia suddenly broke into a jog. "I remember there being a workshop over this way." Seeing her anxious expression, Kasan hurried after her. "Solia, where the hell are you running off to?" She eventually came to a stop, panting lightly as she stared at the street in front of them. This doesn't make sense." Catching up, Kasan looked around in confusion. "What doesn't?" Taking a steadying breath, Solia explained, "There used to be an apothecary here, right on this street." Kasan looked around, raising an eyebrow. "Doesn't seem like much of anything now. Maybe you just misremembered." "It's been years, hasn't it?" Solia shook her head firmly. "No way. All the shops used to be packed together along this road. It was the biggest market in all of Arcanant." Her words made Kasan pause. He glanced around at the eerily empty streets, furrowing his brow. "Biggest market? This place. But it's completely deserted." Spotting a passerby nearby, Kasan shrugged. Instead of guessing, why not just ask that person over there? Without hesitation, Solya walked briskly toward the woman passing by. Excuse me, ma'am. Can I ask you something? The middle-aged woman frowned, turning toward Solya. Him? What is it, dear? Trying to keep her composure, Solya quickly asked. Do you know what happened to the old street down there? The one with the apothecaries, the Merchants' Guild headquarters, all their herbal shops. The woman's frown deepened as her expression turned serious. Apothecary Street? Huh? Haven't heard anyone call it that in ages. A heavy silence hung between them. The woman continued, judging by your face, you haven't been back here in a long time, have you? Solya's eyes widened in shock. Wada wouldn't let out a small sigh, her tone somber. All the merchants, the shopkeepers, everyone who used to live here, they all left. She shook her head slightly. Said they couldn't make a living off this barren land anymore. So they packed up and vanished. Hearing that, both Solya and Kassan froze in stunned silence. They all left. The streets around them suddenly felt colder, emptier, as the words sank in. Solya's eyes widened in shock. Wait, you mean everyone really left? They all just packed up and left? The passerby let out a heavy sigh. Of course they did. It's because of the new count. Who else? The woman's expression darkened with frustration as she explained. He made life unbearable for the merchants here. Started charging ridiculous fees just to sell goods. And if your shop wasn't on his approved list? Well, let's just say you wouldn't be able to stay in business for long. Solya hesitated, a worried look crossing her face. Wait, the current count. Then that means, the woman gave a bitter nod. The biggest reason your family lost its influence over this land. No doubt about it, it was the war. The war, the endless conflict between the Empire and the Dark Mages. Other noble families, including the Casticus, suffered heavy losses during that time as well. But things got even worse for Reincarnated, because the famine hit them at the exact same time. And in their moment of desperation, someone extended a hand to help. Baron Dwayne, the second son of Count Brad. Under the pretense of investing in the devastated Reincarnated territory, Baron Dwayne slowly tightened his grip over the region. The famine, the war, Reincarnated had no choice but to accept financial aid. Solya's voice grew quiet, filled with bitter realization. My father, he thought he had no other choice. That opportunity seemed like a lifeline at the time. But by the time her father realized what was happening, it was too late. Dwayne had already wormed his influence into every corner of the land, controlling trade, the military, and eventually, the people themselves. And when Dwayne finally seized control of both commerce and security, he drove the knife into Count Reincarnated's back. That was the story behind Solya's family. The scene shifted. They now stood in a forest bathed in the glow of sunset. Solya dusted her hands off, bowing her head slightly as she continued. I only recently found all this out. A local official told me the details. Lifting her head, she smiled faintly, though her expression was tinged with sadness. I always thought our family just failed at business. That we went bankrupt because of bad luck. But now... Hansia pressed his lips together, listening quietly as Solya blamed herself. Turns out he planned it all from the start. He approached my father while the family was struggling, took over the army, and already had his sights set on swallowing up the entire region. She clenched her fists, her voice trembling with anger. And like that merchant said earlier, once he got his hands on this land and stole the count's title, he chased away every merchant who didn't submit. Then he bled the rest dry with taxes, all for his own gain. Her whole body shook with frustration as she spat the words, I still can't believe someone like that is ruling Reincarnated now, it's disgusting. Completely unacceptable. Hansia lowered his gaze, his mind racing. I can feel how much this is eating away at Solya, but honestly I can't blame her father either. He was trying to protect the people of this land. Maybe there really wasn't any other option but to sacrifice his own family. Lifting his head, Siha's expression grew serious as he finally spoke. Even before you told me all this, I always felt something was off about your family's situation. He crossed his arms, quickly laying out his reasoning. A territory this vast, there should have been a massive payout when it changed hands. But there's no trace of your dad ever receiving that kind of money. Solya shot a glance over her shoulder, her voice low. Exactly. And my father, he's not the kind of man who would sell off our land just for money. She let out a bitter, self-deprecating laugh. So I kept telling myself it must have been desperation. The war, the famine, what other choice did he have? She fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. I can still remember the look on his face, how he tried to hide his exhaustion. How desperately he fought to hold onto this land. Her voice grew quiet, trembling with emotion. And every time I saw him like that, I didn't know what to say, it just made me angrier. Solya let out a bitter smile. Hansia, what am I supposed to do now? Tears welled up in her eyes, her voice cracking as she continued. I'm so angry, I want revenge. I want to take back that land. People I grew up with. They're suffering there now. Her body trembled as she clenched her fists in frustration. Arcanant's once thriving markets, all gone. All that's left is barren, worthless land and me? I can't do a damn thing about it. Shia's eyes widened in alarm. Solya, he instinctively reached his hand toward her, but it froze midair as Solya spoke again, her voice quiet but steady. No, I have to hold it in. Turning her back to him, she spoke with forced composure. I'm just a third-year student at the academy. I have no right to speak up for a land that's already been taken from us. She wiped her tears away with the sleeve of her uniform, forcing a weak smile. Sorry, Hansia. We're supposed to be here for the Vanguard mission. And now I've dragged you into my personal mess. She turned around, eyes still glistening with tears, and hesitantly suggested. Anyway, let's go talk to my father about the mines. Hansia nodded without hesitation, his eyes steady. Will you be okay holding it in, for now? Then, meeting her gaze with quiet resolve, he asked, do you want me to help? With your revenge, I mean. Solya froze, eyes wide with shock. Huh? Meanwhile, in a lavish, towering office within a grand estate, Count Duane busily shuffled through papers. One of his subordinates stood before him, lips pressed tightly together. The Count's voice broke the silence, full of irritation. Solya Arcanant, what the hell is she doing here? The underling straightened up, reporting quickly, sir. It seems she's been asking around about what happened 7 years ago. Duane clicked his tongue in annoyance, glaring at the papers in front of him. Damn brats, digging up things that should have stayed buried. The subordinate cautiously asked, shall we take care of her, sir? Duane shot him a scathing look. Idiot. What good would it do to target an academy student? Leave her alone. A sly smirk crept onto his face as he leaned back in his chair, eyes narrowing. Yeah, I took that land. And I've got all the legal documents to prove it. His voice was dripping with condescension. She can cry and beg for it all she wants, it won't change a thing. Chuckling darkly to himself, Duane reveled in his sense of security. Solya Arcanant, I've heard of her. She's starting to make a name for herself in the Empire. Isn't she? Talented enough to have nobles lining up to sponsor her. And yet, she chose to come crawling back to this pathetic place instead of chasing her bright future. He shook his head dismissively. Not my problem. I've got bigger things to deal with. Duane slammed the folder shut and barked a command, scare her off. That's all. Just enough to remind her where she stands. The underling bowed quickly. Yes, sir. Understood. But an hour later, the walls of the mansion echoed with panic screams. See, Count, Count. Duane shot up from his chair, furious. What the hell is all that noise? But then, his eyes widened in shock. You're a shadowy figure emerged from the hallway, casually dragging the limp body of one of Duane's subordinates across the marble floor. Another underling cowered behind a doorframe, trembling, too afraid to even move. Hansia approached slowly, his voice laced with dangerous amusement. Evening. I came to see the Count. Count Duane's body trembled with barely contained rage as he glared at the young man. His mind raced with frustration. That look. Saha's eyes gleamed with disdain as he recalled everything that had happened. She's a student at the academy capable of taking down monsters with just a staff. And you sent a bunch of guards wielding swords and spears after her. Did you underestimate her? Or are you just that stupid? Maybe both. Duane's finger jabbed toward them in fury, his voice sharp as a blade. This attitude on someone else's land, you've got some nerve. His eyes shifted to the girl standing behind Sia, narrowing with disdain. Solya Arcanant. So that's your plan, huh? Couldn't face me alone, so you dragged some brat along for backup? How pathetic. Solya flinched, fear and anxiety written all over her face, unable to utter a word. But Sia stepped forward, voice calm but dripping with contempt. The pathetic one here isn't Solya, it's your pathetic excuse for business management, Count. Don't you think? Hanshiha, Solya called out nervously. But Sia remained composed, his arms casually crossed as he addressed the Count with icy arrogance. I'm just a student from the academy. Yet I only had to stroll around your territory once to see how full of flaws this place is. That's why I came, to offer you a few words of advice, Count. Dwayne's face twisted with rage, his voice rising. Huh, acting all high and mighty just because you're from the academy? You barge onto someone else's land, stir up trouble, and have the audacity to talk like that. You must be from some famous noble family. Huh. Well, let me remind you, this isn't a playground for spoiled brats. Sha sneered, his expression brimming with mockery. Don't worry, you'll know which family I belong to soon enough. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. I'm here for one simple thing. Dwayne's eyes narrowed in suspicion. And what's that? Shia took a slow step closer, his voice dropping into a dangerous calm. The contract. Dwayne stiffened in surprise. The contract. Shia nodded, his eyes sharp and unyielding as he advanced. The contract you used to seize this land. The land that once belonged to the Reincarnated family. I came to see it for myself, with my own eyes. His gaze turned ice cold, and the room seemed to shrink under the weight of his presence as he leaned in. I wonder, was that a legal transaction? Or something else entirely? Hansia approached Dwayne's desk, his voice calm but firm. The contract, the one that granted you ownership of this land, that once belonged to the Reincarnated family. I came to verify it myself. He leaned in, narrowing his eyes. To see with my own eyes, whether that transaction was legal or not. One of the bruised, battered guards nearby shouted furiously, "You insolent brat! Do you have any idea how disrespectful you're being? Acting like that when you're nothing but a student." But Dwayne simply raised a hand, waving the guard off as he let out an exaggerated sigh. That's enough. Lower your weapon. A dangerous smile crept onto the Count's face as he leaned back. Well, you're curious about the contract, are you? Fine. Let's take a look, shall we? Moments later, Hansia sat across from Dwayne, reading the contract intently. His expression was unreadable, but his mind was racing. A man who's willing to stab others in the back the moment they fall on hard times. He's got to be cunning. Ruthless. As his eyes scanned the document, a subtle smirk formed on his lips. Seizing land legally isn't wrong in itself. But this contract, even though it's been prepared with meticulous care, it reeks of injustice. It's airtight, but no one can deny how one-sided it is. Hansi has set the document down on the table and spoke plainly. I've read it thoroughly. Leaning his chin on his hand, he continued with measured confidence, and I also know that under imperial law, any contract signed under coercion is null and void. Dwayne stiffened, his jaw tightening. Coercion? Beside him, Solia whispered in surprise. There's a law like that. Shia chuckled under his breath, replying just as quietly. If I knew that earlier, maybe I would have studied law instead. Solia stared at him in disbelief. Then why are you pulling this reckless stunt? Dwayne, now visibly agitated, slammed a hand on the desk and demanded, a contract signed under coercion. And how exactly do you plan to prove that, boy? His eyes narrowed suspiciously. Did the old Count put you up to this? Planning to use his own child to stir up trouble? Solia's eyes flashed with anger as she cut in. Watch your mouth, Count. Dwayne scoffed, pointing a finger at her. Watch your mouth. Who exactly is out of line here? Everything I do on this land is my business. His voice turned cold, dripping with disdain. I even showed you the contract as a courtesy. But even children should know, kindness has its limits. At that moment, Hansia casually reached into his coat and pulled out a fountain pen. Enough. Austin, throw that brat in the dungeon, but Dwayne's command cut off abruptly as his eyes locked onto the pen in Sia's hand. His pupils contracted. That pen, it wasn't just an ordinary fountain pen. It was intricately designed, and engraved on its surface, the royal crest. A chill ran down Dwayne's spine. His mind raced back to his visits to the imperial capital, to the grand banners flying high. He recognized the crest instantly. Why does a random academy student have a pen engraved with the royal crest? The image of Emperor Linnea flashed through his mind. Everyone in the empire knew the emperor was notoriously cautious when it came to bestowing items bearing the royal crest. Hardly anyone outside the royal family was allowed to possess them. Dwayne's throat went dry. A boy casually walking around with a pen like that, there's only one possible explanation. His gaze locked onto Siha, his heart pounding. Don't tell me that kid is royalty. Meanwhile, Hansia simply glanced to the side, thinking to himself, that should buy enough time. Now then, before he could finish the thought, the door to the office burst open. A guard rushed in, panic written all over his face. Count. It's an emergency. Outside, the sound of marching boots and clattering armor filled the air. The beaten guard from earlier added quickly. The knights, from the Kastika territory, they're here. Dwayne's face went pale. K. Kastika. The guard nodded, urgency in his voice. Yes, sir, and there's a lot of them. They've surrounded the estate. They said if we don't open the gates, they'll break them down by force. Hearing the news, Dwayne's face contorted in confusion. What the hell kind of ridiculous stunt is this? Why would the Kastika territory send troops here, of all times? But as the image of the army's leader flashed through his mind, Dwayne's expression stiffened. Marquis Hantaizu, the infamous bloodhound of the battlefield. The man who expanded Kastika's borders with brutal campaigns. But as far as he knew, that man never started wars without cause. So why would someone like that show up here now? His eyes drifted to Hansia, piecing the situation together. It has to be to protect the prince, his mind raced. Another thought creeping in. Wait, is he really planning to escalate this into a war? Hansia casually replied. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what's happening. A storm of unease swirled around Dwayne as he shouted. What? But Hansia remained calm, completely unbothered. I told them I was kidnapped. Dwayne stared blankly at him. Kidnapped? Did you just say, kidnapped? Hansia nodded with a nonchalant smile. Yup. The color drained from Dwayne's face as his mind spun. No. This can't be happening. I've somehow gotten myself tangled up in a royal kidnapping. Panic rising, Dwayne tried to compose himself as he glanced at Sia again. The prince, his highness. But all he could do was stammer. I didn't know, your highness. I had no idea. If you would be gracious enough to overlook this misunderstanding. Perhaps. But Hansia coolly cut him off, turning his head to the side. You're begging the wrong person. Heavy footsteps echoed through the room. Dwayne's heart dropped. The wrong person. The door creaked open as a tall man with silver hair stepped inside. His sharp gaze locked onto Dwayne as he spoke with quiet authority. It's been a while. Dwayne's eyes widened in disbelief. It was the former Count of Arcanet. The rightful lord of these lands. It's been 7 years, hasn't it, Count Dwayne, since the day you stabbed me in the back and stole my land? Dwayne forced a dry laugh, masking his panic. Pathetic former Count, no matter how much you throw a tantrum, it won't make that contract disappear. The Count of Arcanet acknowledged with a nod. You're right about that. But his eyes hardened as he added. But whether there's a contract or not, it doesn't matter anymore. His voice grew sharp. Because I've decided to take back my land by force. Dwayne's mind reeled. Damn it, he's throwing my own words back at me. 7 years ago, Dwayne had arrogantly declared, if I say I'll take your land by force, what can you possibly do to stop me? Now, those words came back to haunt him. The former Count's voice cut through the tension. The net has been closing around you for a long time. You've been clinging to a title and position far beyond your worth. But now, it's time to let go. Dwayne's fist clenched in frustration. Beyond my worth? Are you serious? I made this land prosper more than it ever lies. The Count's cold voice interrupted him. Half the population has fled over the past 7 years. The economy is worse than it was during 6 different wartime periods. The markets are barren. This land is a husk of what it used to be. He took a step forward. If you have even a shred of conscience left, shouldn't you be ashamed? Dwayne froze. The truth in those words left him speechless. But then, fueled by desperation, he stormed forward, pulling a dagger from his belt. Enough of this nonsense. With lightning speed, he seized Solia by the neck, pressing the blade to her throat. Take another step, and I'll kill her. Hansia and the former Count tensed, but neither moved. Dwayne chuckled, feeling victorious. See? That shut you both up. Good. Stay right there, and lightning. Solia's quiet voice cut through the air. A blinding bolt of lightning exploded in the room, illuminating everything in a brilliant flash. The next instant, Dwayne's body flew backward, crashing hard into the stone wall. He slumped to the ground, twitching in pain, smoke rising from his clothes. Hansia couldn't help but smirk. Idiot. Did you really think threatening her would work? She's not some helpless little girl. He sauntered over, glancing down at Dwayne. She's ranked 3rd in the Academy's magic department, you know. Solia approached too, looking down at the defeated Count. Dwayne, groaning, glared up at her. Where did a brat like you get that kind of power? Solia lowered her gaze to meet his. A small bitter smile curved her lips. No wonder you always underestimated me. All those years I kept my head down, endured in silence, followed orders. But her eyes shone with quiet determination as she added. But Hansia showed me that enduring isn't always the answer. Then, her voice grew firm. Return this land, you don't deserve to rule it. Behind her, Hansia chuckled proudly. Sorry to interrupt, but... He pulled out another set of documents and waved them in front of Dwayne's face. I already prepared a new contract to annul the old one. Want to take a look? Dwayne stared at him in disbelief. Hansia, you little... Shia leaned in, grinning wickedly. A contract where you hand over all rights to this land and disappear for good. What do you say? Dwayne sneered through gritted teeth. In your dreams, brat. Hansia's expression didn't falter. He simply smiled wider. Ah, right. You remember what we talked about earlier, don't you? His eyes glinted as he repeated, contracts signed under coercion are null and void. Dwayne's eyes darted around the room in panic. Hansia's voice dropped to a cold whisper. So, smile for me, would you? Hansia watched Dwayne sign the document and couldn't help but tease. Oh wow, what a lovely smile, and such neat handwriting too. Dwayne, utterly defeated, was too bitter to say a word. His mind seethed with regret. Damn it, if only he didn't use that prince trick as a shield. Hansia casually added, well then, kindly get off this land immediately. We'll have a carriage prepared for you. As Dwayne was escorted out, Count Arcanent's eyes lingered on something, his expression unreadable. Hansia called out to him, Count Arcanent. Then, with a respectful nod, Sia offered his congratulations. Allow me to congratulate you on becoming the rightful lord of this land once again. The words left Arcanent momentarily frozen. For a long moment he stared quietly at the reclaimed territory before him. The land stolen from him 7 years ago, finally back where it belonged. His mind drifted to the past, to a memory. He was in the old library that day when a crystal orb flickered to life, Hansia's face appearing within. Count Arcanent, it's me. Hansia, startled Arcanent had asked, what's with the sudden contact? Hansia wasted no time. I've heard a bit about the situation from Solia. Let's use my so-called kidnapping as a pretext to retake the land, with backup from Kastika. Strike now. Arcanent had frowned in suspicion. What? That's a little sudden, don't you think, Hansia? But Sia had simply grinned. Sudden? I wouldn't say so. Solia told me you've been quietly gathering funds and manpower to reclaim your territory for years now. Then he asked pointedly, isn't this the perfect time? You've got the reason, you've got the strength, why hesitate? Arcanent had been speechless. Hansia's voice turned sharp with resolve. Facing cowards requires using cowardly tactics. Back then, Sia had been seated beside Solia as he proposed the plan, his tone light but calculated. Fair's fair, don't you think? The memory faded. Arcanent let out a long breath, thinking to himself, even just remembering it sends a chill down my spine. But in the end, everything unfolded exactly as Hansia predicted. That kind of decisiveness doesn't exist in our family. His gaze drifted to Solia, who was standing beside him. So Solia, he began suddenly, his eyes narrowing playfully. What exactly is your relationship with that boy? Solia blinked in confusion. Huh? We're just classmates, that's all. A sly smile curved Arcanent's lips. Ah, young people, so adorably shy. Solia's mind drifted back to long-forgotten memories. Back then, Father and Uncle Hantezu had often joked about marrying off their kids, a simple, casual promise between two old friends. But when their territory fell into ruin, the engagement naturally collapsed along with everything else. She glanced sideways at her father, who looked quietly triumphant. Getting him to march his army in to help for the sake of another family. That's not the kind of decision you make on a whim. Her father lowered his eyes to meet hers, his expression warm but firm. And my daughter isn't someone easily dismissed. Confused, Solia asked cautiously. Dad, what are you even talking about? The Count chuckled. I'm saying you're far too good to just let go. His voice echoed with quiet pride. I approve, Solia. She stared blankly at him. Huh? What are you even saying now? A little while later, Solia was standing quietly behind Hansia. Shah's thoughts drifted. Man, originally I skipped class just to track down some obsidian. His eyes landed on Count Arcanent, and he couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Who would have thought it'd end with me helping out House Arcanent of all people? Still, he reasoned. In the end, everything worked out. Now I've got a reliable informant fully on my side. That alone makes this trip worth it. Count Arcanant placed his hand on the table, stood up, and spoke. The official paperwork to restore the land will be handled later. Oh right, how could I forget, thank you. The Count bowed his head respectfully to Hansia. Truly thank you, Hansia. Because of you I've fulfilled a lifelong dream. Sia responded with practiced modesty, I just did what I thought needed to be done. But Count Arcanant continued, clearly impressed. Wow, skilled and polite. What a rare combination these days. Then, with an eager glint in his eyes, he added, Ah yes, I heard you had a request. Go ahead, as long as it's within my power I'll grant it. Hansia eyed him cautiously. What's with that look? But outwardly he played along. Well then, Shia began, I've heard rumors that there's an obsidian mine somewhere in Arcanant territory giving off strange energy. Could you tell me where it is? Count Arcanant leaned his chin on his hand, pondering. Obsidian, yes. I've heard of such a place. But obsidian is a dangerous material. Why do you need it? Can't exactly tell him the whole truth, Sia thought to himself. He replied smoothly. I'm taking Professor Hansihyok's enchanted crafting class. I need obsidian as a material. Sorry, Professor, borrowing your name for this one. The Count chuckled, settling back into his chair. If it's for school supplies, I see no issue. It is within my territory, after all, so I know the area fairly well. He pulled out a map, circled a spot in red, and continued, It's been quite some time, so I can't be completely certain, but I believe it's in this area. Hansia marveled at his luck. Can't believe that went so smoothly. Glancing at Solia, he added inwardly, I thought I'd waste days just tracking the place down, and here he is, pointing it out right away. No need to run around aimlessly. Perfect. The Count handed over the map, take this with you, and bring your team back here tomorrow. Solia beamed beside him, got it. The next day, at the mine within Arcanant territory, Hansia and Solia stood before a dark cave. Yunheim waved from nearby. Hansia. Over here. Basilisk perched on her arm, immediately leapt to the ground. It sprinted toward Siha with surprising speed, and launched itself into his arms. Shiha caught it, laughing, Ho Basil, what's the rush? Missed me that much? But instead of replying, Basilisk promptly smacked him across the face. Shia recoiled, hey. What the hell was that for? You see me for the first time in days, and your first reaction is to punch me. Yunheim shrugged with an amused look. That's what you get for neglecting your own monster for so long. Totally deserved, honestly. Basilisk let out a satisfied snort of agreement. Hansia tilted his head, since when did you two get so close? As they approached the mouth of the cave, Yunheim spoke up. Anyway, I came early and asked the locals around here. They confirmed this is definitely the obsidian mine. The three of them headed deeper inside, their steps cautious. Let's not waste time, Sia muttered, let's go. The moment they entered, they all looked around in awe. It's huge. Yunheim led the way while Solia examined their surroundings. Just by looking at this place, it's obvious it's been abandoned for a long time, she remarked. The lingering energy here. Only dark mages can sense or manipulate something like that. She turned to Yunheim. Anything on your scanner? Hayam gripped the device, which looked like a metal detector, and shook her head. Nothing, it's weird. Tightening her hold on the scanner, she added, it's completely unresponsive. The other two exchanged confused glances. What? Hayam frowned, it's like there isn't a trace of obsidian buried here. An eerie silence settled over them as a strange, unsettling feeling crept into the air. Meanwhile, back at Ardell Academy, night had fallen. Adela lay in bed, her eyes shut tight, face tense. She was trapped in another nightmare. In the dream, she stood in a desolate, empty land, her voice trembling as she called out, Dad, Mom, where is everyone? A voice echoed from the void. Adela, we're right here. Her eyes darted around in confusion. Where? I can't see you. And then, a horrifying sight unfolded. Two corpses rose from the ground at her feet, their lifeless mouths moving. Everyone's right here. Adela shot up in bed, gasping for air, drenched in cold sweat. Her mind raced. Again, another nightmare about Catablem. How many days has it been now? She buried her face in her hands, bitter thoughts creeping in. Is everyone appearing in my dreams because they don't want me to sleep in peace? Her memories flashed back, her relentless training fueled by rage and revenge, blinding her for so long. Then came the faces of Hansia and the others. Her expression softened as she thought to herself, but now I finally have friends by my side. A small, genuine smile formed on her lips. I finally learned what true happiness and joy feel like. She remembered the moment she received the flower petal, that tiny fragile gift of hope. Her smile faltered slightly as the weight of her guilt crept back in. They say, if you make a wish, it'll come true. But why? She clutched her head, her voice breaking in the quiet room. Why can't I escape this guilt? Meanwhile, at the Ardell Academy staff dormitory, faint moonlight filtered through the cracks in the window, casting cold, pale streaks of light across the stone floor. The long hallway stood silent and empty in the dead of night. A man slowly dragged his aching body along the wall, his heavy breathing echoing faintly through the stillness. His body folded over as a harsh cough racked through him, one hand clenched tightly against his chest, trying to suppress the pain twisting inside him. Sweat trickled down his temples, his face contorted in agony, his breaths coming fast and uneven. His hand gripped the icy stone wall for support, his shoulders trembling with every labored inhale. His vision blurred from the relentless, gnawing pain as a single thought raced through his mind. Why does it hurt like this every night? A sharp, suffocating pressure squeezed his chest. His hand instinctively clutched at his shirt, his eyes filled with confusion and fear. I wasn't attacked, I don't have any chronic illness. A breath escaped him, low and bitter, whether from exhaustion, frustration, or helplessness, even he couldn't tell. He bowed his head, his hand still pressing firmly against his chest, as though afraid the pain might tear him apart at any moment. This pain that's been haunting me for days, where is it coming from? Just then, a piercing, stabbing sensation shot straight through his heart. His pupils constricted, the air around him freezing. In the blink of an eye, the familiar hallway and stone walls distorted, transforming into an entirely different space. His dry throat barely managed a whisper, a hallway, drenched in blood. The space around him shuddered faintly. His eyes widened in shock as he looked at the walls. Thick drops of blood seeped out, trickling down from cracks, seeping from the depths within the stone itself. The crimson liquid oozed steadily, painting the walls a deep, foreboding red. A violent cough burst from his lungs. His body froze, hand covering his mouth as the red soaked into his vision, flooding his surroundings. A chilling, foreign thought crept into his mind. This isn't real. It's an illusion. A glimpse into the future. His labored breaths came out in faint, misty puffs, dissolving into the crimson haze that surrounded him. In the eerie silence, only the sound of his strained breathing echoed through the corridor. The blood spread further, quiet, unstoppable, without reason or explanation. Only an oppressive unease pulsed steadily in his chest, like an unrelenting tide. What on earth is about to happen? Meanwhile, in a small wooden house, the crackling fire from the hearth illuminated the cozy room. A clay pot boiled gently over the brick stove, steam curling up into the air. A deep voice spoke from beside the fire. Just as promised, we've cleared out the entire area. The light from a crystal mirror shimmered brightly, as though countless tiny stars danced across its surface. But these weren't ordinary crystals, every single one was black obsidian. Juan, Natalie, and Seymour Parker all looked on in shock, their eyes fixed on the mirror brimming with the precious stones. Seymour crossed his arms and asked, but there wasn't supposed to be any obsidian buried in that mine, right? So, where did all this come from? Hansia stared at the pile of black obsidian, his voice steady as he recalled. After that incident, the scene shifted. In the darkness of the cave, two figures stood face to face. Yun Hale leaned in close, her anxious gaze locked onto Hansia's. Obsidian doesn't just crawl out of the ground on its own, she pressed. So why is it that in a mine so strange and dangerous no one dared approach? There's not a single piece left. Xia froze, clear hesitation flashing across his face. Could it be? A tense silence hung between them. Xia furrowed his brow and finally answered, someone got there first, and cleared it out completely. The moment his words fell, Yun Hale's face clouded with worry. Her hands clenched tightly as she asked, then, what do we do now? Xia placed a hand on her shoulder, his voice calm, don't worry. For the past 7 years, he stood slightly to the side, eyes narrowing in thought, fingers resting against his chin, as if weighing his options. There's been someone desperately trying to strike it rich off that place. You remember, right? Hale's eyes widened as realization dawned. Right, Solia? A flashback surfaced. Baron Dwayne, his body trembling, eyes wide with fear as he looked at them. Xia's voice narrated evenly. And so, Baron Dwayne, no. Just plain old Mr. Dwayne now, stripped of his title, tried to escape Arcanid territory. Returning to the present, Xia continued, but we caught him. and got him to talk. The memory of Dwayne's pale face, his hands trembling as he clasped them together, eyes pleading, replayed in his mind. "I'll confess everything, please, spare me, Your Highness." Seymour Parker chuckled teasingly. "Doesn't sound very convincing to me." Then, after a slight pause, he added hesitantly, "And seriously, you've been calling me Your Highness for days now. It's driving me crazy. I'm not a prince, alright?" Hansia raised an eyebrow, eyes widening. "Huh. Then what about that fountain pen? The one with the royal crest engraved on it?" Shia awkwardly averted his gaze, looking off to the side. "Oh, that? His Majesty just happened to give it to me, that's all." Seymour froze, jaw practically hitting the floor. His eyes bulged as he shouted, "What? What?" His furious roar echoed through the entire forest, sending flocks of birds scattering into the sky. Solia crossed her arms with a long sigh. "So many things have happened lately, but anyway." She slowly continued, "Just like he said, during the years when Arcanet was without a proper lord, an anonymous buyer showed up offering sky-high prices for black obsidian near the Adris Mountains." Her expression darkened. Even though everyone could feel the strange, ominous energy, the people of Arcanet were so desperate, they ended up clearing out that cursed mine completely to sell every last piece. Seymour pointed suspiciously at the glittering pile of black obsidian in front of them. "Then, all of this?" Hansia replied without hesitation. "These are the obsidian stones that were gathered before they could be sold to that mysterious buyer." Natalie's eyes sparkled with determination, her voice practically bouncing with excitement. "Then let's use them right now. For crafting a new scanner or something." Sia chuckled softly, raising a hand. "Hua, hold on. There's something more urgent to deal with first." Natalie tilted her head. "Huh? What is it, Hansia?" He suddenly slumped his shoulders, a defeated look spreading across his face as he gestured behind him where a mountain of study materials towered ominously, stacked higher than his head. "Midterms are right around the corner." The air fell completely silent for a moment, before erupting into collective groans. "Nuo." Everyone looked utterly miserable. One slumped forward, hands on his hips, letting out a dry laugh. "There's no escaping midterms." Natalie clasped her hands together, eyes wide with exaggerated dread. "Midterms are a matter of life and death." Seymour just crossed his arms, standing there speechless, while Hansia could only cry on the inside. The academy life is brutal. As the conversation died down, a voice called out, "Let's talk about this, after the exams." Everyone responded in unison, "Yeah, sure, got it." But off to the side, Adela remained quiet, her head bowed, lost in her own world. After everyone else left the room, Hansia happened to glance over and noticed her still standing there, looking distant and absent-minded. Concerned, he walked over. "Adela, are you okay? You haven't seemed well lately, is something wrong?" His words startled her. She quickly looked away, flustered. "Hu?" Frustration flickered across her face as she turned away from him. "It's nothing. Don't worry about it. You should just focus on studying." Realizing her own tone, she softened her voice. "I'll head out first." Shia nodded. "All right, take care." She quickly walked out of the room, leaving him standing there, watching her retreating figure. His eyes followed her down the hall as she disappeared from sight. What's going on with her? In the dark, empty hallway, the faint moonlight outside cast long, black shadows beneath her feet as she quietly walked away, her heart heavy with unease. "I lied to Hansia," she thought bitterly. A sudden gust blew open a nearby window, the curtains billowing violently. But Adela barely flinched, lost in her thoughts. "I don't want him to see how I'm still shackled by the past. I don't want to look weak." At that moment, Adela finally felt the chill in the air. The wind whipped her hair wildly as she glanced toward the window. Where's that wind coming from? It was nighttime. The hallway windows were supposed to be shut tight. Her eyes suddenly caught a tall figure cloaked entirely in black, standing silently on the windowsill, watching her intently. Fear gripped her chest as she gasped, "Who's there?" Moonlight spilled into the corridor, gradually revealing the figure's face. A woman, her lips curled into a smile as she ran her fingers through her hair. That's when it hit Adela, a dark mage. Before she could react, the woman extended her hand toward her. A swirling red glow appeared, twisting into a magical circle. "Wait, I'm not here to hurt you," the woman whispered. Adela barely managed a muffled noise before her entire body seized up. She tried to open her mouth, to shout for help, but no sound came out. The woman smiled faintly, placing a finger to her lips. "Shh, quiet now." It wasn't just a warning, it was a command. I only came here to talk. Understand? The woman's voice remained low and gentle, but Adela could feel the steel beneath it. Chains of magical energy wrapped tightly around her body, binding her in place. I can't move, I can't even speak, helpless. Adela could only watch as the woman approached, her smile still eerily calm. No need to look so frightened, she said softly. I just want to share an interesting little secret. She paused deliberately, then added, a secret I know you've been dying to hear. I know where you're from, Catablam. Adela's eyes widened, a mix of shock and fear swirling inside her. She opened her mouth again, but still no words came. Whether it was the lingering magic, or her own mind spiraling from the revelation, she couldn't tell. I've hidden my origins for so long. Other than Hansia, no one was supposed to know. I didn't want to be branded the girl who survived that cursed village. But how did this woman know? The dark mage waved her hand, lifting the spell restraining Adela's body. But by then, her mind was already reeling, too dazed to react. Seeing this, the woman stepped even closer, her voice dropping to a near whisper. Don't you want to know who destroyed your village? A faint tremor rippled through Adela's limbs. Her senses gradually returned as she stammered. Who are you? How do you know about my village? Don't tell me it was you. The woman tilted her head, her hood slipping just enough to hide half her face. A cold smirk crept across her lips. No, it wasn't me, but… She leaned in, her voice low and sly. If you want, I can tell you the truth. Her words dangled temptingly in the air. You're not curious. The anger and grief buried deep in Adela's heart for years surged to the surface. Clutching her chest, her voice trembled with rage. 10 years, I've spent 10 years searching for a faceless enemy, for revenge. But the woman cut her off, her tone sharp. Believe it or not, this is exactly what you need to hear. Feigning understanding, she added, I know, that burning rage inside you never truly faded. Her voice grew louder, stronger, slicing through the hallway air. An entire clan, annihilated. Erased. Wiped clean from the face of the earth. You have to answer that pain with more pain. She punctuated each word like a dagger to the heart. Even if the woman paused, her voice dropping to a deadly whisper, sharp and cold as a blade unsheathed in the dark, that enemy is your friend Hansia's family. The woman stood with her back to the moonlight, the glow casting shadows across her face. Half of it drowned in darkness, the other half illuminated with a cold, sharp brilliance like the glint of a knife ready to strike. Her finger pointed straight at Adela, condemning her with unshakable finality. The ones responsible are the Kastika family. Adela froze, her lips quivering, but no sound escaped. Her eyes widened, pupils trembling in disbelief. What did you just say? Meanwhile, elsewhere, Hansia sat quietly in a carriage rolling down a long, peaceful road. Golden sunlight bathed the path ahead. The trees swayed gently in the breeze, their leaves whispering as the wheels of the carriage clattered steadily beneath him. Shia leaned his head slightly, his gaze drifting dreamily toward the dancing branches. What's really going on? Hansia's thoughts drifted back to that conversation with Adela. Maybe it's because we didn't part on good terms that day, he thought. That's why I can't stop dwelling on it. The memory replayed in his mind the moment he waved at her, trying to start a conversation, yet she turned away, pretending not to see him. Shia sighed inwardly. I even tried to talk to Adela during the exams, he recalled. But she avoided him the entire time, leaving him with nothing but disappointment. The memory faded like a mist, replaced by the image of the carriage from Kastika arriving right after the exams ended, whisking her away before they had the chance to speak properly. Propping his chin on his hand, Shia exhaled a long, quiet sigh. I don't get it anymore. Nightfall descended, casting a thin, serene veil over the earth. In the distance, a grand castle stood against the deep, dark sky. The stars sparkled like scattered gemstones pinned to a velvet canopy, giving the entire scene an oddly majestic, almost unreal beauty. Inside one of the castle's grand chambers, bathed in the warm glow of golden light, Count Hantezu sat silently at his desk. His hands were clasped together, resting beneath his chin, his expression unreadable. Hansia stood upright before him, his hands casually folded behind his back. You were looking for me? He asked, breaking the silence. When his brother didn't respond, Sia pressed on. I heard. It's something serious. What's going on? Finally, Tezu slid an envelope across the table. Take it, he ordered plainly. Shaha accepted the envelope, opened it, and scanned the contents. His brows furrowed as he read aloud, more to himself than anyone else. A formal invitation to a social gathering aimed at strengthening ties between Kastika and Arcanet? Count Tezu spoke slowly, each word heavy and deliberate, like the toll of a brass bell. As the heir to Kastika, there are things you'll need to prepare for. That's why I called you here. Shia's eyes widened in shock. Wait, what? This is sudden. But Tezu's tone remained steady, his gaze locked firmly on Xia. Arcanet just reclaimed their territory. Hosting a celebration is only natural. Leaning forward, his fingers still interlocked beneath his chin, Tezu's sharp, calculating eyes never wavered from Xia's face. And if that were all, it wouldn't be worth discussing. A deeper, more intricate thought simmered behind his words. Instead of letting you cling to that girl from Catablam, perhaps it's time I gave you something else, something truly worthy of your attention. Yunhail stumbled upon a group of classmates whispering excitedly among themselves. Hey, did you hear the rumors? One of them asked eagerly. They're saying the Kastika family, Hansia's family and the Arcanet family, Solia's family, are hosting a joint social gathering soon. A blonde girl nodded along with a grin, adding playfully, yeah, I know. I even heard my dad got invited. Another girl with a sleek black ponytail leaned in conspiratorially. Wait till you hear this part. I heard they almost got engaged back in the day. The words made Yunhail's face flush with shock and frustration. What? Who allowed that? She blurted out, her voice louder than intended. The ponytailed girl flinched. Easy. You scared the life out of me. But, wasn't that the Count's decision? Yunhail pouted, practically fuming. What about my feelings? Don't they count for anything? But the ponytailed girl rolled her eyes. Your feelings? What do they have to do with this? I actually asked Solia about it, you know. She said that whole engagement thing is ancient history. Shrugging, she added casually, guess we'll see for sure at next month's party. Behind them, Adela stood frozen, having overheard every word. Her heart tightened with unease. Hansia, and Solia, of course. I can't keep running away like this. But if Hansia's family really is involved in what happened to Catablam, then, she clenched her jaw, her mind racing. No, I can't just stand here, I need answers. I have to know if that dark mage was telling the truth. Determined, Adela dashed off to find Hansia. Maybe that woman was just some manipulative stranger trying to divide our group. Maybe Hansia has no idea, and I'll ask him about Solia too. Her footsteps echoed through the hallway as she ran. When she reached his room, she threw the door open. Hansia, are you here? But the room was empty. Adela hesitated at the doorway, embarrassed. Ugh, I barged in here like a fool, should I just wait for him? But suddenly, an ominous, dark energy seeped into the air, prickling at her skin. What is that? Her eyes locked onto the wardrobe, the source of the sinister aura. The closer she got, the more familiar the sensation became. It made her skin crawl. She pressed her hand to the wardrobe door, hesitating for only a moment before opening it. Her body tensed, every nerve screaming at her. This feeling, even if her mind tried to forget, her body reacted instantly. The distinct, tainted magical presence clinging to the old, worn sword hidden inside. Beads of cold sweat formed on her forehead as her voice trembled. And no, it can't be. The memories flooded back. No matter how much time passed, the mark that blade left on her heart never faded. The screams, the fire, the suffocating darkness of that living hell, the nightmares that clung to her ankles every time she slept. There was no mistaking it. Collapsing to her knees in front of the wardrobe, her wide, horrified eyes locked onto the sword, the same cursed blade that had destroyed her home, Catablam. Meanwhile, in the hallway, Han Shiha walked along, ruffling his hair in frustration. First homework, then this stupid family party. And now all this other nonsense piling on. Stopping in front of his room, he blinked in confusion. I don't remember leaving the door open. And one isn't supposed to be back yet. Before he could process it, a cold blade pressed against his throat. Startled, Sha's eyes met Adela's. Her hand trembled as she held the sword, her face twisted with a mixture of rage, pain and disbelief. Despite the blade at his neck, Hansia's expression remained calm. Adela, his voice was low and steady. You figured it out. Adela's grip tightened around the hilt. Her emotions erupted in a sharp, broken voice. Why? She lowered her head, her body shaking as she shouted. Why did it have to be you? Of all people, why you? In Adela's mind, countless familiar faces flashed by. If it were anyone else I could have fought back, she thought bitterly. If it were Solia, or Wan, or even Li Han, I could have faced them. But why? Why did it have to be you? Hansia stood there in silence, saying nothing, but inside his heart twisted painfully. I never wanted to hurt you more than you've already been hurt. That's why I kept my distance, why I tried to avoid you. But now it's too late. I should have been more decisive from the start. If things had to end like this, he thought, I would have rather become your enemy outright. Like Hansia, the background extra destined to be cut down by the protagonists. If I'd played that role, at least I wouldn't have to see that look of despair in your eyes. Adela's hand trembled as she struggled to stay composed. Her voice was barely steady as she declared. Hansia, I'll give you exactly one chance. Say you didn't know anything. But Hansia no longer tried to defend himself. His shoulders dropped slightly as he spoke in a low voice. Adela, the dim light from the room barely reached them. His voice was soft, barely audible. I'm sorry. Time passed. The long-awaited day of the party finally arrived. As Solia approached, she called out cheerfully, Ha Hansia. You're here early. Hansia replied in his usual calm tone, I'm one of the organizers. His gaze softened as he smiled at her. You look beautiful tonight, Solia. Blushing, Solia covered her cheeks with both hands. Thank you. The party was held on a holiday, so almost every family connected to Kastika and Arcanet was in attendance. A few students from the academy showed up as well. Juan and Natalie happily found time to come, while Yun Hale had loudly declared she only came to cause trouble. But of course Adela wasn't there. Hansia knew that better than anyone. There's no way she could come, he thought. That day, she had walked away without even sparing him a final glance. And since then, they hadn't seen each other once. Sensing his gloomy mood, Closty and Basilisk nuzzled against him, their soft bodies brushing gently at his side. Reading their thoughts, Hansia chuckled weakly, trying to cheer me up. Thanks, he let out a tired sigh. How could I blame her? Who would want to attend a party hosted by the family that destroyed their homeland? Nearby, a nobleman greeted Count Hanesu, Count Han Taizu. It's been a while. I didn't expect your family to grow so close with the Arcanents this quickly. The man chuckled knowingly. Was this arranged in advance? Taizu offered a polite, diplomatic smile. Not exactly. The kids get along well, so I figured it's best to tie our families together while the timing is right. Hansia, who was laughing and chatting with Solia, froze in place. What the hell? His expression darkened as he spun around, glaring at his brother. Did that bastard seriously just say that? Suddenly, a terrified scream echoed through the venue. The silver-haired nobleman furrowed his brows. What's going on? The knights burst through the doors, reporting urgently, apologies, sir. We're under attack. The man's expression turned grave. Under attack. By who? A dark mage appeared, smirking with cruel amusement. Your guards outside? Utterly useless. A knight added. They infiltrated through the inner hallways, hidden by the fog. Panic rippled through the crowd. Hansia's heart raced. Dark mages? Here. What the hell are they doing at a place like this? No, focus on the situation first. His eyes swept over the room, calculating. Count Hantesu, the Blood Count. Count Arcanet, a war veteran who once fought beside him. Two men who had slain countless dark mages in their time. With them here, we have no reason to be afraid. But the guests, the civilians, they were panicking. If this escalated, disaster was inevitable. A brave noble stepped forward, pointing at the intruders. Do you have any idea where you are? How dare you barge in here? Before he could finish, the dark mages silenced him with a brutal blast of magic, his body crumpling to the floor, as those nearby screamed in horror. The dark mage leading the group pointed directly at Hansia, a twisted grin spreading across his face. Found you, the thief who stole the cube. His voice dripped with venom as he continued. Lady Sepia ordered us not to kill you, but honestly, the fastest way to deal with this is. Hansia's face darkened, his jaw clenching with rage as the man finished his sentence. Kill them all so you won't be lonely. A deafening explosion erupted, flames engulfing the entire area as thick black smoke billowed into the sky. The dark mages combined their powers, launching coordinated spells one after another. Hansia clenched his teeth, raising his arm to cast a barrier that shimmered into place, blocking the attacks. He immediately barked out orders. Basil, Closty, clear them out. At his command, Basil let out a deafening roar, and unleashed a torrent of fire across the battlefield. Closty cackled mischievously, darting through the air as sharp shards of ice shot toward the enemy mages like deadly projectiles. Hansia panted, exhausted but determined. Perfect, well done. Yet beneath his praise, anxiety gnawed at him. These bastards, they've lost their minds. Sure, losing the cube could drive people to desperation, but storming in like this. And not just anywhere, this was Kastika's territory. A gathering place for nobles. Among them were formidable figures like Count Antius, a notorious dark mage hunter. And yet, these lunatics dared to launch an assault in broad daylight, right in the heart of enemy territory. Hansia's eyes darted to one of the dark mages preparing a spell, his heart sinking. And they've brought this many with them. What are they planning? Meanwhile, Solia stood her ground, facing down two enemy mages as crackling lightning danced at her fingertips. She narrowed her eyes, unease creeping in. This is wrong, I've taken down so many already, but they just keep coming. A realization chilled her to the bone. Hansiha, she called out. Voice tense. It's not that there's too many of them. Hansia's gaze darkened as he calmly replied. I know. His eyes swept across the seemingly endless wave of enemy mages. His expression stayed cool, but his mind was racing. They're not just numerous. They're being created continuously. Duplication magic. He muttered under his breath. Mass replication. One of the most difficult spells, even among dark mages. His breathing grew labored. Damn it, the longer this drags on, the worse it gets. He glanced around, spotting terrified civilians cowering amidst the chaos. The real problem? There were still people trapped here, unable to evacuate. If this battle continued, they'd be caught in the crossfire. Grinding his teeth, he cursed silently. Damn it, what the hell am I supposed to do now? Suddenly a system notification flashed before his eyes. Huh, he muttered, momentarily stunned. Congratulations. Your taming skill has leveled up. Tamed Entity 1. Basilis Atraxis. Tamed Entity 2. Closti. Special condition met. Simultaneous taming. New skill acquired. Domain of Taming. A new window popped up with options. Domain of Taming temporarily allows the user to tame monsters within a designated area. Duration limited. Hansia didn't hesitate. Slamming the confirmation button, he muttered under his breath, Don't ask me for permission in a crisis, just do it. Golden magic circles erupted across the ground, illuminating the battlefield as the new skill activated. Kneeling on one knee, Hansia clenched his fists. Anyone, anything, I don't care what, just get here in time. In the nearby forest, a massive wolf with razor-sharp fangs tilted its head, golden magic swirling around its body. The creature's eyes gleamed as it sensed the call. It charged toward the source of the magic without hesitation. Back on the battlefield, Hansia rose to his feet as wolves, glowing with golden sigils, stormed in from the shadows. His eyes lit up with fierce determination. Good boys, you made it, he praised. Pointing toward the terrified civilians, he commanded, Protect the people, escort them to safety. The wolves, tamed by his magic, immediately formed a protective line, guiding the civilians away from the danger zone. Turning back to his companions, Hansia barked another order. Basil, Closti, clear a path for the civilians. Go. As his monsters obeyed, herding the people to safety, Hansia's expression remained grim. At least the innocent are protected, but his gaze lingered on the battlefield, still overrun with enemies. Even so, we're still at a disadvantage. Humans, we have limits. And we wear down much faster than machines. Hansia frowned, his face tense with worry. We need to find the real body fast. If they're controlling this many clones, the caster must be nearby. That meant he had to drag them out of hiding. The moment the thought crossed his mind, he broke into a sprint, shouting at the top of his lungs, Hey! You useless trash hiding back there, come out and face me already. He jumped onto a chair, taunting them further. Or are you so weak that all you can do is swarm me with numbers like cowards? The dark mages faltered, momentarily speechless at his childish provocation. Sepia scoffed, her lips curling into a sneer, just as arrogant as they say. Confident, she stepped forward. Don't worry. I have no intention of killing everyone here. Hansia's eyes glinted. There it is, Sepia's voice softened with fake kindness. For the glorious future promised to us by Lord Abaddon, a few sacrifices are inevitable. You know how it is. She extended a hand toward him, shamelessly offering, All I need is you. Surrender quietly. Tell us where the cube is, and I'll spare the rest. Hansia chuckled under his breath, pure disdain lacing his words. Tempting offer. But gripping his wand tighter, he snapped, I'm not into captivity. With that, he unleashed a blast of magic toward her, but nothing happened. His face darkened. Damn it, clones again. He glanced upward, warily eyeing the swarm of cloned mages hovering like a dark cloud above. They surged toward him all at once. One of their strikes grazed his cheek, leaving a thin crimson line across his face. Grinding his teeth, Hansia braced himself against the relentless assault, barely staying on his feet as explosion after explosion rocked the battlefield. Damn it, they just keep coming. His knees buckled. Blood dripped from countless wounds as exhaustion overtook him. How much longer can I last? A voice pierced the chaos. Sia. It was Count Hantaizu, shouting in desperation, "Get up. You have to hang in there." But at that moment Hansia's vision blurred. His limbs felt numb, his mind sluggish. I've lost too much blood, I can't think straight. What am I waiting for? Why did I believe someone, anyone, would come and turn this around? Then a flash of light split the sky. Hansia's dazed eyes widened as a familiar figure appeared before him, a girl, standing tall, sword in hand. Adela. She raised her voice, steady and unwavering. Hansia. Her presence jolted his fading consciousness awake. I've thought about this moment, so many times, even while rushing here the moment I got the distress signal. The person he had longed to see again. Adela's eyes softened, though tears shimmered at the edges. Her voice rang out with sincerity. You saved me more than once. You gave me a reason to keep going. You showed me there's more to this world than hatred. And that's why. She took a deep breath, wiping the corner of her eye. Now it's my turn to protect you. Rest now, Hansia.